I'm waiting for either of them to go online. Oh,
I think the
there we
sketchy
go.
website I bought
All
this
right,
turtle
that went
from
online.
stole all my info.
Ooh, have you looked on the bright side?
Is chat
I
active?
never hold you responsible for unauthorized purchases on your card.
There's a message
Oh,
for you.
there we go.
And
Yep.
Restreambot is working.
Fraud protection.
Good, good.
Discover something
Yay,
brighter.
team. Good.
Discover something
Yay,
brighter.
team. Good. Yay, team. Ha. Oh. I need silence. I need that silence. I need that silence. I kind of like that silence. Silence. Hello, kind and gentlefolk. How are we doing on this lovely Monday evening? If someone from... Oh, well, look at that. We got Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch up. All right. That's a good sign. So, if anyone wants to upload files for critique, Henry will put a link up there here in a second. It's in the title as well. ZBrush TSW. Hey, it is your model. So, are you on Discord? So you can talk while we do this. And how do you pronounce your name? Denitria? Yeah, hop onto... Oh, I'm in the wrong voice chat. Hold on.
Yeah, we gotta switch.
Yeah, my bad. One sec. There we go. Can you hear me, Henry?
We can.
All right. Well, anyone can hop onto Discord chat as long as you're polite. But yeah, if you hop into the Twitch streaming chat, okay, the one thing you have to do is turn off the sound of Twitch though, because I get echoes. There we go. Oh, nope, there it is. Right. Okie dokie. Now okay, because I'm still gonna have to figure out how to pronounce the name because I am the worst. Did everyone have a good, safe week? I'm pretty excited. I get a new lens tomorrow. My macro lens is being delivered, so I will be able to take really good product shots of the new printing and stuff. And I got a bunch of the new resins from Form Lab, so I will be printing a bunch of stuff and we'll look at the new resins and see how they perform. I got 2 of the tough resins. I got one of the they have a dental resin called model resin, and I'm interested in it as a base model part. It's supposed to be a little bit more robust. And then, of course, I got the new castable, so we'll print some stuff and see how it casts. But the stuff from Rio that we've got is looking pretty darn good, honestly. So we'll see. And I'm going to run it through, because they said it's really targeted towards bulkier parts, where the purple is still maybe better for the very tiny, thin parts. So I don't know. We'll do a series of prints and we'll look at what happens. Oop. Now, this is the one thing that kind of sucks about this, is that this does not... Hey, Sarah, how we doing? I got a one of the new Sony, it's the 90mm 2.8 macro, so it functions sort of as a portrait lens as well as one of the best macro lenses on the market, I guess. It's like, looking at the reviews and stuff, it's like in the top 10 lenses made, I guess. People love it. I guess it's a very, very, very sharp, good 1-to-1 macro. So I'm super excited about that. Oh man, that's going to make me nuts. When Discord goes, or when OBS goes back, I can't keep up with the chat. Henry, you might have to help me there. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, no, the bokeh is really impressive with the macro. At the 90, it's a perfectly nice bokeh, but it's not as nice as, let's say, the Zeiss 85 Batis is sort of what it's compared to in that, the portrait range stuff. And both the Zeiss and the 85, the Sony 85G Master lens, both have slightly nice. I would say the Zeiss has the nicest bokeh in there. It's really nice big circles, where the Sony one sort of gets the cat eye, and the 90 gets a little cat eye. It's a little sloppier than when using the 90. When you're using the macro, the bokeh is butter. It's gorgeous. The separation is just incredible. But at 2.8, your depth of field is like 7 microns. I mean, it's not a very deep lens at that. So, but I can't wait. I'm super excited about it.
Yep.
Is everyone in
Yep.
the? All right. So first thing, how do you pronounce your name so I don't sound like a raging idiot every time I say it?
It's Denitra.
I was close. We were
Yeah.
close. That's good.
It's fine.
Well, I still get Thomas, so I feel you. That's why I'm always like, oh my god, how do you pronounce your name? Because
Yeah.
I'm horrible. I'm horrible at it. So this is looking lovely, honestly. I mean, just at first look, it looks really good.
Thank you.
Is it for a game asset, or are you just making? A figure?
It's actually for a class. I'm trying to really tighten up my portfolio, tighten up my work. I feel like I always get to a point to where it's like, okay, this is looking good, and I'm over it. So I really want to push that realism level.
Yeah.
I'm really I want someone to look at this and be like, yo, that looks like a photograph, or at least looks good,
Right. Well, what's funny is so much of that's in the rendering. It blows me away if you look at some of the models that, win awards for rendering and stuff. I'm blown away at how, this is going to sound bad, but how crappy the models are. I'm like,
Yeah.
You can paint anything, man. Come on, that's cheating. And now the ZBrush forums are just, if it's not beautifully rendered, you're not making top shelf and this and that.
Right, right.
I remember the good old days when there was no rendering.
Right.
I was much more successful in that world. The rendering world has been a little tough on me. All right, let's see what
very
we got
same.
here.
Honestly, I leave a lot of stuff in sculpt. When it comes to texturing and rendering, it's like, do we need that? But I need to, if I want to get into the industry, I gotta figure that out.
Yeah, it's funny because when you're entering the industry, I've seen a lot of people's portfolios, and
Right.
when they, and actually quite a few people now come here, which is kind of cool because it used to be just the jewelry stuff, but now getting
Right.
the figures and stuff, it's fascinating to see the world in a little bit broader spectrum because I'm a classically trained artist.
Right.
I went to Cal Arts. I don't know crap about computers. I still can't see prompt my way out of a paper bag. Ask Henry. I'm like that stereotypical 95-year-old grandpa. I'm like, what? What's that? He's like, that's the power, Burton, you jerk. I'm like, oh. So it's always a challenge. But one of my biggest complaints with people's portfolios is that they do these beautiful renderings and then they don't show you the base models. And it's like,
Right.
You can paint anything. I want to see the sculpt, because that's at the
Right.
foundation, the good part. And I'll tell you, so, all in all, just as a general, let's look over, I would say some of the very early problems that I see that most people have, you actually aren't doing, and that's very nice. Like you're thinking about things in layers. You're, things that are on top of things are actually on top of things. You're thinking about the wrinkles and depth. You actually have tension on the leather and the belts, and all of those early factors you've hit. So 2 thumbs up already.
Thank you.
Now, I would say you probably did the shoulder or the neck guard last, because it still seems like it's just a quad model as opposed to, and it's
Yeah,
kind
I'm
of
still
digging.
trying to figure out exactly what I want to do with that.
Yeah. I would say also, just in consideration of actually what this piece of armor is supposed to do, you may want, like, where's Sword Soft? I downloaded it so we could actually use it, because not being able to draw, it's hard. All right, so now I have to figure out how to do this again. No. Is it a control bar? Yeah, that's what it's called. Okay, it was like my little thingy's not here. Okay, first of all, we're going to turn that off. We're going to turn that off. We're going to go drawing. Okay, so, because really this shape came into armor basically during jousting. And this was really meant to protect a joust from going through your throat. But then it was sort of adopted in sword, because you prevent the neck chops, So basically it's a shield arm or a sword arm protector against getting your head chopped off. So I would only say that you may want to consider just another strap here or another strap here, because right now that's just going to flop around and go nowhere. So just stability wise, or maybe try to think of splitting the belt, maybe, because right now it's in the center, and that's going to just move around a lot, and that's just
kind of knock them around a bit.
Yeah. Or maybe lash it or strap it to the shoulder here, just something to keep it from moving around. And I can see this is like the last thing you were doing, so a ton of thought hasn't been put into it. So just think about that, maybe making the belt go to the top corner and then this having a side belt, or just somehow supporting that so it doesn't just flibble flobble. I would say is this meat here? This isn't a sleeve, right? This
So
or is
I
it
was
a
thinking
sleeve?
that was I'm having a lot of trouble figuring out what's happening up here. So, so it's like, those like I'm not even sure what to call these kind of shirts, but they're like
Stripper
split
tops?
up. And yeah. Like think of
Yeah, I
like
see it here.
Matt Hardy, like
Yeah.
SmackDown. They were those like weird shirts like that.
Yeah,
But,
that's the
yeah, it
shirt
was
there.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just noticed it when I clicked on it. I see what it's doing. Okay, so then these curves make perfect sense. You may want... So you have this fold, sort of right? You have the strap holding that, and you would get bunching on both sides. But I would consider... Where's my SK cloth? I apologize to everyone already. My allergies are just a friggin' nightmare. I don't think I've breathed well for like the last year. I'm like, So, not doing drugs. My sinuses are just bothering me. You might want to consider getting some folds where it's folding this way as well. So it's not just a big lump there, but you're getting some of that cross folding. And what I would do, use your body as a model, right? Put on a pair of pants that are roughly the tightness you think that sleeve is, and then just take some fabric and wrap it around and look at what happens where those fabric intersections happen. Because chances are this isn't just going to be a roll that goes like this, right? You're going to get a pinch in here, and this is actually going to come in and do, something like that. And then you'll get a little minor pinch there. That'll be build up. That'll actually come and tuck under. And you're going to get sort of that side pinching. Like this stuff here, right? You're going to get that.
Yeah.
Well, you can't see anything. That's a black shirt. I'm like looking at, you're like, yeah, see that blackness right there? It's just like that.
Okay, yeah.
But, actually get some fabric and play with it. And I think that you'll instantly start to see fabric basically works with surface tension, right? And so flimsy fabric lays and ruffles, right? The stiffer the fabric, the more it'll hold its point until the surface tension breaks. It bends there, but then it's coming this way. So you always get fabric really breaks out in these Ys, right? This is bending, that's bending, and then, this is cutting in. And you get these Y shapes when fabric breaks, and that's really all about surface tension. And where, if you have a real flimsy fabric, you don't get that so much, and you get a lot of, chitty chatter kind of doing this, if that makes any sense. And I'm not spending a ton of time here, but I think so. I would say for the shirt, get a piece of fabric and like wrap it around your knee, and then that way you can kind of look down at it and look up and see kind of what's happening. Because once again, this is the right idea, right? This is tight, these are peeling up, but these would actually kind of break up into things like that, I would suspect, where you're getting sort of some tucks and wrinkles a little bit differently. So this is more like a waistline where you have your entire torso coming down, hitting a belt, and then it's going down, right? And that's sort of what's happening here, or at least that's how I see you're thinking about the fabric. So I think that would help you a lot, because you obviously have a good eye, you know what I mean? And I think that if you're sitting there and you're looking at sort of what it's actually doing, I think that'll help you a great deal. Because right now you're viewing it sort of as almost like a plate of really soft Play-Doh, and you're pushing it and it kind of bubbles up and out everywhere, as opposed to acting like fabric. Because this would, this still has most of its fabric tension coming this way, right? So there's gravity, it's coming down this way. So that would probably break and do something like that there, as opposed to it just being a fat roll all the way around.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, definitely. I was just like, what is happening here?
Yeah.
It just didn't feel right,
Yeah. No, and that's the thing, is that if you're not visualizing it, because like I said, you're doing a lot of anatomy here, and obviously you've been focusing a lot on your anatomy. Your anatomy's pretty good. And so you're thinking about this as anatomical folds, I think, as opposed to fabric folds. And the easiest way in the world is throw whatever the weight of that fabric is, put something on, and then wrap it and just look at what it does, because what it does around a shoulder is completely different than what it does in a forearm, right?
Right.
And so, just the fact that when you bend this way, you're going to have very few wrinkles on this side because it's tight, right? It's bending over the elbow, but then it's not bending here. So you get a lot of wrinkles on the inside, and it gets really smooth on the outside, where, if I'm not mistaken, these go pretty much all the way around, right? And I know he's in a T pose or A pose, or this. Is this a high A pose? Is that what they would call it? Yeah.
Slightly.
or a really weak T pose. It's sort of right there in the middle. It's like a Y pose. So I think that with your shirt, play with some real fabric, and I think you'll start to see a little, because the other thing about fabric is it's really gravity centric, right? So you're going to get a lot of this stuff here. Did I touch my little button? You're going to get a lot of this stuff here, but then this has gravity, and so some of this stuff is going to happen down here, right? And then this is going to stretch tight, because still this is bending a little here. So you have, this is shortening up here, and it's bagging down here. So you see what I'm saying? So, it's not going to be equal all the way around. And I'm assuming this isn't a really stiff fabric, because you're trying to imply wrinkles. So it seems like that's a lighter fabric, or maybe like a buckskin leather or something like that, where it's thin. All right. So Your sashes and stuff look good. I think that like with this stuff coming in and just moving it around a little. All right. Where it's just interacting with this just a little bit more. Either it's coming out and over a touch. And I know that once again, you're just in that layering mode at the moment, but just want you to pay a little bit of attention on how and where these things are touching and why. Because if you have this fold here and this is pinching, right, you got to figure that that's actually going to pinch right there. So that becomes, you know, a more active pinch because it's being brought closer together with the sash here. So,
Okay.
you know, just once again, just wrap your head around what's actually happening to these things when they start to intersect. Because the intersections are where everyone falls apart, right? I mean, it's just, you know, you get so involved in what you're doing, you don't think about what's happening when these things start to hit one another, you know?
Right.
And so, yeah, that's just something to wrap your head around. Because once again, and you kind of got it here, you know, this being this bold right here, the only way that you would get an even fold like that all the way across where that belt is intersecting with it is if, let's say there was something padded, like if there was something quilted under it, because then you're pushing it into the fabric and then you would get sort of that punch out on the sides, right? You know, if...
Okay.
So if you had something that had quite a bit of thickness to it and that sash came across it, you would get just this regular fold coming out. But if this is, let's say, one layer and that's one layer, all this is going to get flat at that pressure point, right? And so chances are you wouldn't get that hump there. It would come down. And you got, it's funny because you have some of that tension wrinkling here. And I think that this is more what you're looking for because these are the support breaks where your fabric comes, it loses its tension, it folds, it loses its tension, it folds, right? And you get these kind of folds, not these kind of folds, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yes.
So once again, look at your fabric, but like your belt lashing and everything's very nice. It's all there. It's looking good. I think you just need to work on where things are intersecting and what actually happens when things intersect. So take some fabric and drape it over chairs and pull things on it and just draw it a little and kind of get your head around what's happening. And I think those lines will start to come together a little more for you because like, you know, your tension's here where the fabric's separating, right? You know, you have this and then the fabric separates and, you know, this is nice. You might get, depending on, this looks probably like a thicker leather sort of, or really heavy canvas. But, you know, these wrinkles indicate a lot of, like some thickness and a lot of support, right? This is not soft material folds here. This is like buckskin or like lederhosen or what are the full lederhosen called? Hallenhosen? I can't remember. So I kind of view these as like a thicker buckskin is what this is telling me is that story. Yeah. So, you know, you may see slightly more denty in here where these are giving, come on, there you are. You know, just a little bit more of this. Where you're just getting a little bit of pinching there.
Oh yeah, right.
Because there is tension there, but these are fat, so it's not going to be, you know, like on a t-shirt or something where that would be a, you know, a direct sort of, you know, but you can imply that that's happening. And also you may want to come in and give it just a little bit of an actual hole. And that'll give a little bit more implication of like the fabric pooling or there being tension on those
Okay.
pins. You see what I mean? That sort of tells the story of that being pinched, where this is lying on top of it, right? And
Okay. Yeah.
you know, you're doing pretty darn good here. I would pull. You know, and then you don't have a lot of geometry in here to get, but just even just that much subtlety, you can see that you start to see that there's a little dent there, right? And that's it holding together. And that just gives that implication of weight, you know. And then, you know, the same can be said down here, you know, just giving the implication that these are going in. Also with seams, I find that, and this only, I'm going to divide this up just a touch more because I need a little bit more geometry to show you what I'm thinking here. SK twist. Run it this way. Run it this way. And then taking pinch. And just doing a quick pinch over. And you can see that instead of it being just this, you know, this becomes a seam of sorts. And I would probably take one behind the other because I'm not seeing stitching here. So, you know, it would probably be like a hand blind stitch that got it, or
Okay. Yeah.
let's see. Right, that actually looks like they're interacting some, as opposed to just something being cut through it. You know, so you know, you have to decide. Okay, what's actually happening here? Was it rolled inside, stitched, you know, and then pressed or waxed the seam? Is it something that's sitting like this? You know, so you have something that's flat. You've rolled one edge, pinched it over, and stitched it, and that's sort of how you're hiding the seam. You know, what's happening there? How is it being stitched together? And then that's going to give you a lot of information on how this is driving me nuts. How those interact. You know.
Okay.
So just think about that. You know. And let's see. Obviously, tuck your ends. Things don't just float out there. So is this metal? What is this crack?
Yeah, that's like I was thinking of like a gold kind of you know, so metal.
Okay. Well,
I guess bracer is the correct term.
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to make sure because I was like, fabric doesn't get things like that, but
yeah.
And then in the wrapping, I assume this is supposed to be like a cotton wrap or a light leather wrap.
Yeah.
Just make sure that when you're doing this, one thing is going over what's going over, because these are pretty. Everywhere else you did really good with this, but these are going. This is just cut into the surface, so I don't know which one's on top and which one's not. And so
for this one, I was thinking of like a kind of like you put like a sock and like the lines are just details in. So how can I like make that more clear so it's not like a misstep for wrapping?
I think that all you have to do is ease one of these under. And just by having these still go over and under one another.
Oh, okay.
You see what I mean? Because you're just getting that little bit of depth in there, and that's going to help. Just twist, clay fill behind it, and then clay fill on top of it. And you can see that looks. I mean, just look at how much more that one little area pops as if something is happening, as
Right.
opposed to that just being cut in. So like this one is obviously behind these other two, right? You know, this is pinching
Right.
between those. Well, just make sure that it is actually going behind the other two,
Okay.
right? Where you are actually getting level changes that make sense. And that just makes it much more dynamic as well.
Okay.
Right here, let's SK twist. And just get a curve going over. That's coming under. And then that transitions and kind of comes over, and that goes under. Right, you can have things that aren't going all the way over. You know, they switch to going from over to under. But just make sure when they do that they are actually going over and under. Because like even here, if you just did these with, I did those the backwards direction. That one's that way. That one's that way. That one's that way. And so now here, I'm just going to come back with SK Clay Fill, hold Alt and cut back, and then fill it up on top. Fill this up on top, cut that back, fill that up, cut it back. And you can see that you're getting some layer transitions there as opposed to just cut-ins. And I just think that it's just generally much more realistic when, because no matter how small, if there's a fold, something is going under the other thing, unless it's, you know, a stitch seam and it's even. Everything I have is black. I keep showing you things and you're like, nice, that all I see is this black. Yeah, my fabric, my black t-shirt does not reflect light enough to show you curves, I don't think. But, you know, just where you're, here, let's divide this up again. So, there we go. Come on. No, you do not need to divide up to 46 million polys. There we go. Come on. Undo. I get happy with my divide button sometimes.
Same.
I'm like, tap, 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 tap. You can, that's fine. Just give me my model back. And I keep forgetting I'm not on my machine. This poor machine doesn't want to deal with 46 million poly models.
Right.
Lower res. Delete higher. All right. So 11 million should be fine. And then that's kind of going that way. And then when you know, you can create those little moments where that's like a little peak fold.
Okay.
Oh, gotta change brushes for that to work. And you got to go the right way. There we go. But you know, you can get, and it looks like, because I did flatten these out some, these start to appear flat. You can always come back in and, you know, pillow this stuff.
Right.
But you want those edges to interact as if they are flat, in the sense of distinctly going behind something, right?
Okay.
So they can look puffy or puffier. It's just, I tend to flatten everything out to begin with, so I can define what is going over and under. So I think just make sure that you have real transitions in your socks.
Okay.
All right, let's see. If these are going to be metal, I would make sure that they, come on, you. There we go. Make sure that you have a reflective edge here.
Okay.
Only because that'll make it look like a hard surface, right? That's sending that hard surface to your brain. It's like, oh, look, there's an edge. It's a hard, whoa, that's definitely not the brush I wanted.
Gotcha.
And, you know, even if it is, you know, primitive or hand hammered or whatever, you know, having that edge sells hard surface. You see what I mean?
Okay. Yes. Yeah, that one part is like great. The rest is like, oh, what's happening here?
Yeah, it's just slight definition. And this stuff, you know, this stuff is fine. I would, even when if you do cracks like this, the one thing I do suggest is coming back and just using pinch a little. Not a lot. You don't want to torque out your whole metal or torque out your whole geometry. But just come back in a touch. And what the pinch does, see how it sharpened that edge up really dramatically?
Yeah,
So
it did.
from there, where are you? From there to there. It just, what it does in the pinching, it's pulling those edges together, and that just gives it a nice sharp kind of surface. It, once again, it looks like that hard surface sort of edging. So,
Right.
you know, you don't want it to do that, right? You don't want to pinch it to the point where it's actually doing this. You just want to kind of pull those together, and it'll kind of slide on the surface and do a nice job of it. Another way of doing it is if you take slide, you can kind of push, and that can give you, you know, some of that. You can dictate how those edges work together as well.
Okay.
But I find that the cracks look nice if the silhouette of them, because right now the silhouette of the crack is sort of like this, and it has a soft surface, and then it's kind of doing this, and it has a soft, right? There's no sharp edge there. These are just kind of doing this. Where if you have something that in the slide or the push kind of does that, you know, this could be soft in here, but the pinch and the push kind of give you, and I'm being melodramatic here, obviously, but it sort of does that. And this reads as a sharp edge, and it reads a little bit more like a crack if you have that pulling together as opposed to the soft going in.
Okay.
All right. So that looks pretty good, frame. So obviously you need to just work out the hair. I mean, your matting, like how you're building it out, is a good way of doing so. So, I mean, you're on the right track there.
Thank you.
And let's look at our guy here. Come on, you. Nice. Some of this crack is, I just want to see these actually, oh, that is slide and not clay tubes. You know, you have the striations pretty good. You know, they do kind of go in a triangular shape. They sort of do that because it's sort of three muscle groups there. So instead of everybody going down, there is sort of a upward, a straight over, and it's a little bit more of a, like a splay pattern as opposed to everyone going down.
Okay.
So look at your anatomy book and see, and that's pretty much where it is. I mean, you have your creases in the right areas. It's just, I think they're all just kind of going down instead of these kind of going, because this is like a 3-group muscle part here. So look at how those play out. It's hold on. We can, I'm saying this, I could be just sharing absolutely erroneous information. My poor anatomy has been so long ago. I think it's 3 division. No, there. Yeah, well, these are sort of going down, aren't they? It's funny because you usually get this splay up there.
Yeah.
Let's do pec muscle. So ignore me. Yeah, but see, those are kind of pointing up. It's how the muscles lay across one another.
Yeah.
Yeah, see here, because of the flexing, these up here are actually kind of going up. But it's where your insertions and origins are. See, now, yeah, no, it's all rhythm, isn't it? They do go down. I'm a liar. It just, these up here tend to look like they're pointing up often. So, but yeah, I would say just look at, see, it's usually 3 big groups. But, ugh, goodness gracious, people. Why would you put your picture out there looking like that?
Yeah, come on.
It's just, that's embarrassing. But you could see here. Yeah, no, those are kind of going down. Nope, I'm a liar. Ignore me. This is why I had to check. I'm like, I said that, and then I was like, you know what? I might be wrong there. But see, these do look like they go straight across. They do change direction a little. So I would say just find a photo reference and, you know, kind of see how these actually do look like they're going up just a touch.
Okay.
Freak nut. Oh my God, why would anyone do this to their body? I'm being healthy. I'm like, I used to race bicycles and I thought I was being healthy, and now I'm old, broken, and can't walk. It's like, like, I am so blessed that there were no X Games when I was a kid, because I'll tell you what, I would be half piping myself into a coma. I'm like, no. Yeah, so, you know, maybe it's this dent right here that's throwing me off. Yeah, look at your pec muscles. There's a weird flat spot right here that I'm not sure of. Just go back and look at the muscles there, because there's something funny with your pecs.
Okay.
Everybody else is pretty darn good. I mean, and honestly, that's not bad. It's just, there's like this,
Yeah.
you know, there's this dent right here that I don't know where it's coming from. Someone pinched him too hard.
Too much strain. The lifting.
Conan nipple pinch. Dented your muscle pretty substantially.
But yeah, okay. It sounds good.
The face is nice. I mean, it has a lot of character. It's good. Very nice. Everybody else is like, no, cancel. Everybody cancel. What are you doing? When I push things, it's like, hey, do you want to destroy everything that's there? It's like, no, that's not the button I wanted to push. Your hands are good. And then I would say textures. You know, just make sure. Cancel. I don't stop that. I don't know what am I pushing that's making that do that. Weird. So just make sure that when you start picking textures, you're picking things that are contrasting in some way. So they're definitely standing out, especially when it comes to like belt areas and things like that. If, you know, this belt has stripes, and I mean, I'm being very obvious here, not very subtle, and probably not what you want to do. But, you know, if this has stripes, it's going to stand out again from what's behind it, right? So when you start choosing your textures, make sure that you're picking things that are contrasty. And so, you know, you have stripy, you have bumpy, you have smooth, you have things that have definitive patterns, and just make sure that you try to break those up where you do get some textural differences. And I know that you can paint it and great, it's going to be a different color, blah, blah, blah. But I still argue that if you use textures they're going to read just so much better even after painting, because even after you're painting, you're going to get some of that textural stuff in your renderings. And I don't know, I just think it's a much better system because you're already giving people different information. Now, I know that there are some studios that don't want you to put an ounce of texture on anything because, they have fabrics that have baked in light patterns and they don't want you fucking blah, 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 blah. But when you're presenting things, when you present this as a raw model in a portfolio, it's going to show that you took into consideration, visual contrast. And I think that shows your thinking about, the actual problems of what's going on. Because, if even we just look back here, and once again, I'm being very overt and not subtle at all, but when this is all one color, that lets you see that those are actually different things, right? This isn't the belt up here. This is the belt. That's the belt. So using texture, I think, really helps.
Okay, yeah.
And I know that's melodramatic, but I think that it lets you see the difference in having the belts and, come on. Because when we're looking at it like this, and now let's, come on. Right, it's like, well, is there a third belt there? Is this that? So using textures allows you to do that. And I think that, especially in portfolio stuff, when, you may save one without texture and texture one, and then that way you can always say, oh, well, if it's a render model as opposed to, let's say, a printed model, blah, 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 blah. But texture tells the story. Is this leather? Is it fabric? Is it, And so just keep that in mind.
Right. Gotcha.
But all in all, I think you killed it. It looks great.
Thank you so much. I was kind of nervous. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna slide into this and it's gonna be cool. And then 5 minutes before, I was like, this is a terrible idea. I'm gonna get destroyed. There's gonna be people watching, but that's
no.
how you learn,
Yeah, no.
But this is very helpful.
It's so funny. A few weeks ago, we were doing a crit, and it's someone I know pretty well, and we sort of have a snarky relationship, And I was saying horrible things about her model, and like people were telling Henry, they were like, "Oh my God, he's evil. I don't know if I want to critique from him." I was like, "All right, fine. You guys don't know that I'm just saying this to poke her in the eye. It's not, it's not." No. Critique should be a safe place. I'll tell you though, at CalArts we had, if we didn't have one or two people leave every critique crying, it wasn't a very good critique.
Wasn't
oh my God, it was horrible. It was hostile. But the one thing when I was leaving CalArts, one of the students had returned and he had won a MacArthur Genius Award, and he had been out. He's a performance artist, and we were sitting there drinking tequila, and he was like, "So, you're leaving CalArts. Like, what do you think? What do you think of the experience?" This and that. I was like, "Well, honestly, it was great. It was this and that. But the one thing I can honestly say is that there is nothing that anyone can ever say about my art that I have not already thought now. Because living through years of people just harassing you, you become, intentionality becomes very important. So you really think about why you're doing things. And that's where, choosing materials and textures and things like that. It's like, okay, so what am I trying to do? Well, I want my belts to show. So how do I do that? And you just start to ask yourself all these questions. And I'll tell you, once you've been hammered a few times, like you brace up and you realize, okay, it just means I have to think about what I'm doing, because someone can say something, as long as I know why it's there. I don't care what they say. It's like, you may not agree with it, you may not like it, but I definitely have a reason for it to be like that. And so that's just those little moments, staples. What's actually happening with this fabric opposed to that fabric? How can I make it look like this is happening? And I think that you would benefit greatly from wrapping some fabric around you and taking pictures, or around your friend and take some pictures, and just start developing a picture resource for fabric folds. And I think that it'll help a lot. I was a tailor as well, so I actually worked a lot with fabric, so I have a little bit of insight on it. And when you start draping stuff, you start to see how different fabrics respond and react, and it's crazy. You can tell what fabric things are from a long way away just by how it wrinkles, and so I think as far as wanting to produce something that is photorealistic, I think you should go and really play with some fabric, and then really get down and try to imbue those effects and textures and folds and stuff in your model. And I think that would step your game up dramatically, because I mean, you're there. It's good. The model looks great. But if you're trying for that, I want this to be photorealistic, because that's one thing I see a lot in, some of these, like there are a lot of people using Marvelous Designer now,
Yeah.
And the problem with Marvelous, I find, is that it doesn't differentiate between fabric types very well.
No, I learned the hard way. Yeah.
And so I think that it looks great, but everything looks like, a medium weight cotton. You know what I mean? They fold crisp and that. And I think you can get it to read like a heavy to medium weight wool. Like some of the skirts hang heavier than like a cotton, but it all hangs the same. And I don't know if that's Marvelous or just people not spending enough time with it to get it to do something. I've opened it 3 times and tried to play with it, and it was really cool. And like I'm actually a pattern maker. Like I used to tailor, so like I can do the whole flat patterning thing. And then when it didn't do what it would have done in fabric, I got frustrated. But I spent maybe 2 days trying to play with it, so it wasn't like I really put a lot of time in it. But I think that if you look at things that are different fabrics and see how they fold, pinch, and welt, I think it'll really set you above what most people are doing, because most people don't think about that. They're like, oh, well, this is a fabric fold. It doesn't matter what the weight is. And it does. It matters dramatically what the weight is. So I would say that's your homework.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you so much. This helps tremendously.
I'm glad. Good. All righty.
We're going to move on to a slightly different file than the one you have loaded. They uploaded a newer version of this since last crit, and it just hit the folder.
Okay. Water is good food. No. It's probably outside that folder, isn't it? Yep. It's so funny. It gets super warm in this room because it's all shut down. But if I open the doors by 1:32, it gets cold because the heating turns off. So it's that be hot now, be warm later, be comfortable now, be cold later. Ah, the world. Boop. Did the other one not download yet? Oh, it's a ZPR.
Ignore the ZPR that's in there. They're uploading the ZTL.
Okay. I'm like, all right.
Yep.
So, what's going on here? Control in frame. All right. Are you in chat?
Yes. Hello.
Awesome. Very nice. I like what you did with the belly.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I took your feedback and really tried to
Yeah.
make that layered effect.
No, that's great. I don't know. I mean, do you agree? I just think it looks a little bit more naturalistic, and it adds a
Oh,
little bit
yeah.
more rhythm to it.
100%, 100%, definitely. I'm probably not as happy as the back as I am with the front, but overall, I'm still pretty happy with it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's better than it was for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't see any real problems with it. I mean, you even came around. I mean, it just looks like you spent more time on that. And you started to texture it more, and maybe you're not sure what your texture is back here or something. But no, I think they look good. All right, so dust clouds. That's what we were talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so here. Now, I'm going to duplicate that.
Didn't really spend too much time on that part. It was more just sort of playing around with shapes.
Yep, no, that's cool. That's all we need. We just need the shape. Oh. Come on. Out. There we go. I'm like, I don't want you in there. I want you out. So, dust clouds. So, this is how I would probably do it. Let's look at our geometry here. Turn our lines back on. Now, because Dynamesh so Dynamesh used to be really triangularly, but now it actually tries to make squares, which is great. But I find that decimation actually gives us various sizes of shapes and forms. So if we decimate this down, it usually gives you a little bit more. See how the squares or the triangle or the triangles are different sizes? Here, let's try to find something. There we go. A little bit more contrast. And so what I would do is we're going to say sand. So I am going to, well, here, let's just pick one of these guys. This is pretty good. Turn that off. All right, so that somewhat looks like a little particle. I'm going to change your model here. Just make it a little bit more. There we go. So chunk of sand. And now we're going to take this and I am going to under brush create an insert mesh brush. New. And there is our insert mesh brush. How many we can actually, well, I would probably make it smaller, not quite 900, because every one of these repeats going to be 1,000 now instead of the, so let's actually come back in here and we are going to decimate, and I'm going to bring this way down. Let's go. And then decimate current. Oh, we have to pre-process. I have it. It's so funny. I use my presets so often. I very rarely use. Okay. So there we go.
Where you have that 20K, 35, 75,
Yeah.
etc. Is that Decimation Master or
Uh-huh.
ZBrush?
No, that's Decimation Master. I just wanted to go look. Uh-oh, what happened? Where'd it go?
Is that a custom plugin or something within the...
Decimation Master doesn't come. I don't know. I've had it. It's in the downloads.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I've never noticed his presets.
Yeah, and see right here it has 20, 35, 70. And you don't have to pre-process these. That's the great benefit of them, is that you can just tap it and then there's a slider right here.
Right.
And you can change your points. So you can see that now this is 13 points instead of 900. So this is a slightly better tool. So let's come back in here again.
Decimation Master does come installed by default.
Okay. So now I'm going to do create insert mesh. I'm just going to make it new. Okay, so now we have this grain of dust and or sand. So now I am going to select it. I am going to come over to Nanomesh. Oh, we have to make it a Nanomesh, sorry. Create Nanomesh brush. Boop. All right. So now why is that square looking? It's still square. What am I doing wrong? Oh no, never mind. It's just the preview, I guess. That's annoying. All right, so we're going to come back up here. We are going to go turn this on. Go to ZModeler. Sorry, it gets caught on my arm and then I tug my ear. And you can make this lower if you want, but this seems okay. We're going to come over here, ZModeler, make this smaller, and I'm going to go, where's nano, insert Nanomesh. And now we're going to come right here. But now, of course, it's square. That's really annoying. Create Nanomesh. Nope, it's going to make it a square. Okay. I'm not going to sit here and try to figure that one out just now because you can figure out how to get a nano. I don't know why it's not copying creating my nano brush from that.
Yeah, you can change it later. Anyway,
yes, sorry.
It's okay. No, thank you.
And so now come in, all polygons, and now you're getting a random distribution of particles
Right.
over your mesh. Now, this probably still is too much. I tend to do this in a couple layers. So let's just decimate this down. What is that? That's 20. Let's try here, custom. Why are you not?
So, using a decimation instead of having the squares just kind of adds a bit of randomness to the...
Exactly. The decimation master gives you big squares and little squares, right? You know, where you make pinches. So if you come in here and let's say you decide on the flow that you want it to kind of follow. Let me Dynamesh this real quick just so we can do... Are you not Dynameshing too? I'm like, are you just refusing to do everything I ask you to do? Okay, there we go. So we have our Dynamesh, and you can come in and, oops, where's pinch? Pinch. And really get some of these areas, like let's say you want there to be like a distinct tight flow pattern, right? You can come in and really decide where you want your thickness and where you want less density. And I'm just gonna... Right, that's sort of, you want things really pinchy and active in here, right? So now we're going to come in here and we are going to take this and we're going to drag this really low. And now decimate. And it will go through the decimation process.
Completely forgot about using pinch for the edges of the sand.
Yeah, because what that'll do is decimation needs more geometry to keep the pinch. So anywhere you have pinches, you're going to have more particles, right? Because they're going to be more there's going to be more geometry there to retain those pinches. So did it do it? Okay. Why did it go to 65,000? Okay, well, there you go. So you can see there's more geometry in these angles here, and then normally if you take flatten these areas out instead of having them curved, there'll be even less there. So you can then also now come in and use Sculptress Pro. Wait, what brush do I have selected? No, we don't want that brush. Turn Sculptress Pro off. Let's go to clay. And then I'm going to turn Sculptress Pro on. We'll turn backface masking off. Now I'm going to come to the bottom here and just see what size see, that's pretty small. I want that bigger. Probably want that bigger. There we go. And so wherever you want places to be big, you can come back in with Sculptress Pro and tap some of those areas, and it'll change your geometry a little. And then let's say you want, but it also will even it out, right? See how these are a lot of different sizes where these become sort of octagon sitting or hexagon sitting on top of one another. But by lowering it, we're just gonna, too much. Still too much. Right, you can change your density by tapping it. Okay, so now we have a couple places that are dense. Okay, so you can see we've changed the sizes. Now when we come in, we go Z Modeler, and now I'm going to do a Nanomesh all. It's really frustrating that I'm not getting my little ball there. But you'll get it. Sorry, I'm just, when I'm demoing, I can't always, you don't want to sit down and try to figure out what the problem is. You know what I mean? And here we're just going to use little ones so you can see the airspace. And then you can come over here and use random distribution so it knocks it off of the pattern a little bit.
Right.
And then you can change your width variations. You can change your length variations, your height variations, your offsets, and come in and futz around with these. And now you can see how you're getting little tiny ones and then you're getting big fat ones. And if these were balls, this would be a little bit more convincing. But we're going to come over here, go line. Well, you have to come down and inventory 1 to mesh, boop. And you can see that gives us this as a mesh. But you notice that this is 2 poly groups. That's good because we're coming here, hold down Control, Shift, and tap. Split hidden. Keep forgetting this is a smaller monitor than mine at home. And so now you can see that you have these particle clouds.
Right.
And normally what I would do is do this a few different times, and then I would come back in here and then let's say take clay and sculpt it back some. So the next one is inside the next one, and then the next one is inside that. So you get a few layers and make some less, make some more. And then that gives you a really nice kind of cloud, right? And then what you do, if you want it to be printable, is, and that's where the multiple layers come in. I tend to grab inflate. Here, let's turn this off so we can just see them. I tend to grab inflate and just go down in there, and you can hit smooth and make some of it go away. Inflate them together. And as you sort of inflate these things together, you can kind of go W. Remesh by union. All right, everybody hold their breath. Hopefully this won't blow up my machine. remesh by union. You can do it. Come on, Chugger. Boom. And now, auto group.
Is remesh by union pretty much the same as using
Boolean union? Yeah. It's just going to intersect anything that's touching. It'll create. It's a Boolean intersection is what it is.
Right.
But it's just easy because you have no parameters or anything. It's just anything touching it turns into a theme of uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I think I want to get out of the habit of dynameshing at high resolution and instead using the remesh by union.
Yeah, the nice thing about remesh by union is it doesn't remesh, right? So if you have a ball that's 14 polygons and then you have this mesh that's 1,000,000 polygons, it's not going to, like Dynamesh is going to make it homogeneous, right? You know, it's going to make this as dense a mesh as this is. So it's really nice if you have primitives and things like that you want to stay sharp, but then you have this soft stuff of, don't do it. Am I back? Are we back?
When you get your voice out there and switch up the way people think, you can do pretty much anything. Everybody has their own way of being creative. Let's make sure the world sees yours.
Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Hey, stream, give us a sec.
Oh, there we
Tomas
go.
is coming back online.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, there you go.
Okay. No more doing that. Sorry, you're just going to have to guess what to do next. No. Well, that was really exciting. That completely ate my everything.
Yeah. Your camera is stuck on a single frame. It's
Okay.
it's a glorious frame though. Maybe just leave it.
Not like anyone could tell the difference. Okay, hold on. Let me get this over here. I don't even know why it's there because... Okay. Where'd it go? It's supposed to be on the other side, and it's not. Can you see Restream?
I stopped paying attention to it. Let me see.
Did Restream just eat it?
Yep, no, Restream's working.
Okay. Well, I can't see Restream anymore, so you get to tell me what's going on in the world. Sorry.
It's not like you're good at reading chat anyway.
That's a really good point, actually. Okay. So, all right. So did you see where we were headed with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then after the remesh union, you auto group it and then just click one and that'll show you which group is actually connected in one part. And then usually you can either duplicate it, stretch it, bind the other ones, but you can sit there and play and really get that to become particly, you know.
Right.
And you can leave it against the surface, but that is a really good way of using that. It works really well. It creates really cool dynamic effects too when you start playing with it.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
really nice for building up texture.
Yeah, it's good, especially when you do it in multiple layers. You know, you do it, and you can change the shapes. And during the beta that they first introduced that, Ryan Kingsley did some absolutely beautiful pieces. Like like one was this guy sort of standing like this, except he was all made out of planks of wood blowing around. Oh my God, it was really cool. And there was a lot of, playing with the particle stuff during that beta test. But you might want to look up like Ryan Kingsling and then like Nanomesh, and I know he has one where it's the little girl's face or the woman's face and it has all these flowers. And he shows you how to do that constructionist stuff really nicely. It's pretty sexy. All right, sorry. So let's, I need to bring, okay, here we go. Boop, boop.
The only problem with using Nanomesh is it just takes up a lot of processing power. So I haven't used it as much as.
Yeah, well, my problem is it conflicting with, so because this computer doesn't have a ton of resources, if you don't run OBS as administrator, if you don't go in and change the priority, it will run out of resources. So basically ZBrush took the priority and it killed everything else because it just took all of its resources. This poor little machine isn't really a powerhouse as far as that goes. Yeah, so, but I would experiment with that and decimating it really low, so you only have where you have a lot less geometry there, and use the slider and just get small particles and then build it in multiple tiers, and it does some really cool stuff. You can also, come in and use primitives or use ZModeler, and then you can divide it and really control where the geometry goes. That's another way of kind of sorting it out. But I would play with that, and that gives you really good dust and dirt, and it's a cool process. And once you get used to doing it, it's really neat. Hold on, let me see if I can find that.
It's I don't know.
Go ahead.
I wondered if the video was frozen. I found the Ryan Kingston.
Let me see a video.
So I definitely check that out.
Oh, he has tons of new ones. Let me put. Yeah, here. But.
Hey there, Ryan Kingsline, founder
Yeah, see,
of
look at that.
UArtsy.
And that's all done with Nanomesh and then exploding it off the surface. You can change the offsets and stuff. But
Yeah.
you can see how you can really get it to look very particle cloudy and nice and cool. I wonder if.
That's really nice. I love that kind of art.
Yeah, no, it was good stuff. Let's do this.
I did something actually for the club Discord.
Uh-huh.
Club's Rockin' New Year. Using Nanomesh. I'll do a picture on Discord. It's kind of like surrealist. We only had an hour, so I didn't spend too much time on it, but I just tried to use Nanomesh as much as I could there to do that, but it's not that fancy. Not as good as what you're showing me now.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the one with the boards. He must not have posted it. It was in the beta, so it might have. It was a lot looser than this. And what was nice back then, decimation wasn't trying to make squares. It used a lot more triangles than it does now, and it was super neat. You got some very, very cool forms. It was nice, but you can get the idea. But he does a really good job of showing you step by step how to do it.
Right.
I assume that video is as good as, because he made like little videos for the beta and showed people. And I was doing slightly more jewelry stuff, but I played with this a little, and just sitting there and playing with it and futzing with it and getting your shapes right. It's a lot of fun. If you can ever get your shape not to be a square.
Yeah,
All right.
that's the difficult part. I thought we could change it in Edit Mesh, but actually that's for editing the mesh, isn't it?
Well, you can no. What's funny is that there is a way to tap it and just change it, and I don't know. I'm clueless. I don't know. All right. So I would say, I mean, other than the particly stuff, I would say that I like the changes you've made. I mean, I think you succeeded.
Yeah, I think there's probably some areas which can be improved, but it depends on.
Yeah, of course. Well, you can always, you can always work on stuff. An interesting way of doing texture I found.
Oh, that's the old.
Is this the old one? Is that the old one? Hold on. Did I not? Why do I have two of them? Okay, hold on. Delete all. That is the old one. Delete all. Load tool. Downloads. Worm 2. You can do it. All right.
Do you use Noisemaker much?
You know what? I think I am like the only person in the world that cannot get Noisemaker to work for me. I know it's me because I see people use it all the time and it works great. I can never get anything to show up. I can never preview anything. I don't know if I'm just like sliding one thing. And, you know, whenever I'm trying to do it, it's just something really fast. And honestly, I just hand sculpt everything. So it's like, I try it. I can't get it to work in 10 minutes. I get frustrated and move on. You know, I mean, that's, I'm really bad. Because it's really useful. I mean, I see people use it successfully all the time. I'm not one of them, sadly. Yeah. And I know that if you know enough about how to assign seams, like if you pay attention to how it unwraps. So if you go in and do UVs before you use Noisemaker, you can really control it. I'm an idiot for Noisemaker. I don't. Is Eric in here, Henry?
He was in the Twitch chat earlier. I'm not sure if he still is. Yeah, he's here.
Ask him if. Okay, your model. See, he's a Noisemaker slut. So eventually we'll have Noisemaker videos because I need to learn how to use them. Right, Eric? No, everybody uses Noisemaker. I can't get it to work ever. I'm like, oh, well, it has to have UV. So I guess that's one of the reasons because I never bother setting the UVs, I guess. Maybe that's my problem with Noisemaker. Oh, well, I don't know. All I know is here. I'm just going to prove what an idiot I am. Okay, so we go to Noisemaker. No, we have to go to, is it Surface?
Because Mask Rectangle doesn't have a backface mask feature, does it?
Not that I know of.
Do you know if there's a way to select one side of something without selecting the back, but not using Mask Pen?
Well, I mean, you can always. You mean on something like this? Or because you can.
Yeah, because I wanted to use something like Mask Lasso, but not have it select anything behind.
Well, can you use so masking will support backface masking, right? So if you go to mask, hold down control. Hold on, let me get this up. And you can, well, this is a horrible, well, no, here, I'm going to do that. So you do that and you can see that it fills in, right? Because it's not. So if you turn back face masking on, like
Seems
that
to only work with
yeah, we'll
okay.
see down there. Yeah, it has to do with the, but now let's see if lasso. Yeah, no. Yeah. Not that I know of.
That's fine. I was just wondering. Maybe I was missing something cool.
No, I like if you're careful with the pen, you can back face mask. But if the brush is too big, sometimes it still like reaches the next forward facing mask and it gets weird. But I use back face masking with the brush all the time, but I don't think with the selection tool you can get it to the noise scale is what's tripping you up. Probably. Because then everything's like this big, so I don't even see the pattern. That could very well be it. I would not put that past me. Yeah. No, I like where you're going with it. I mean, I think that the change helped.
Yeah, it really opened my eyes last week's session, so it definitely looks better now. Thanks for your tips.
Yeah, a way to get sort of more naturalistic tone pattern. And I know that this is stylized. You're not trying for naturalism per se. But there are two things that I like a lot that work pretty well with stone. And one is crumple. Where's crumple? But crumple's really destructive, so make sure you duplicate it. Where? No, I want you. Where are you? Okay, there you go. Duplicate. All right. So crumple gives you some really cool patterns. See how it starts to sharpen those edges up and you sort of get these weird little striations.
I didn't realize it sharpened the edges as well.
Yeah, it does some neat stuff, but it's very directional, and how you stroke it completely changes what it does. So if I just do one big stroke going one way, you can see how you're kind of getting a pinch going in one direction.
Right.
Doing it round, see how it gives you like these cool lumpy dumpy things going back and forth, and then going back and forth in the other direction does really nice striation stuff. And then coming back with like flatten or SK polish or something like that and just knocking some of it back, it gives you some really cool random surfaces that are hard to come by. So I like crumple with rock.
Right. Yeah, it looks really good.
And the size of your brush matters a lot, obviously, because that's the difference in the crumples, you know. Oh, that is not crumple. So you can do pretty big changes, and then like instead just, you know, big strokes gets really dramatic, little strokes doesn't. So, and changing your brush size and just hitting one area, and you kind of get like that striation thing going.
I suppose you can play around the alphas with that as well.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I crumple, I just love crumple. I think it's a great, I mean, you know, that's pretty awesome for 30 seconds of wiggling something around.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you can come back in and stylize it and do whatever you need to do. So I like crumple quite a bit. And the other one is the little noise brush that I use, which is just like a spattering. Where are you? Form, soft, bump. There we go. And I find this works really good with stone too. And I use this a lot. Actually, I use it for water edges. I use it for too much Z intensity. Turn down my brush size. I want to change. What's our resolution? 1 mil. Let's divide this one more time. Oh, turn lazy mouse off. Make my brush size a little bigger. I'm going to turn my Z intensity down a touch. And so I'm just kind of going over it, and then I go over it positive and negative. So I'm leaving spots up and down. And let's say you can see I'm kind of deciding like a little edge point there. And so just come back and do this over and over again. Once again, come back with SK trim and knock it down. And it gives you those nice little sort of chipped away edge feel. Right? And then you can kind of come back in and use those edges as your guides for the next round of texturing.
Basically just creating texture and then
Yeah.
refining it.
And the nice thing about it is that it's random, right? So it gives you good, nice random lines, sort of like the crumple does. And I find that you can do some really nice intersecting areas and just that sort of like that chipped off pattern feel. Usually I do this with a lot more geometry, but
Inflate brush with color spray. Spray, not.
you mean, what is this brush? It's form
Soft.
form soft. There we go. I'm like, it's sad when you've used something so long you don't even know what the brush's name is. You're like, that brush that I use every day, I don't know. But you can see how you can kind of come in and tune it up and chip it up. But it gives you a really nice edges and guidelines. I use that a lot for like the splash of water. I use it quite a bit. Like the dynamic parts of water.
Yeah.
But
Nice.
those are two I use quite a bit with stone. But the crumple is just, it's just so good to just get that first base. You know, these are the planes, and oh, they're the striations, and it just gives you a nice random form to work with. So you may want to play with that or something. I don't, it's completely up to you, obviously. You must do as I say. But definitely, both of those are incredibly destructive, right? I mean, they mangle your mesh. So if we look at your mesh here, and let's look at crumple real quick.
Trying to find my crumple brush. Oh, there it is. So I'm just sort of going along while you're going as well, practicing as you're talking.
And I mean, look at what it does to the mesh. It mangles it. So this is not, you definitely have to remesh it. And what I found is taking the other mesh that's nice and clean and just projecting to this. And then you have, a nice, you can see how it gets really dramatic. And then if you dynamesh it again, or, it just does really cool stuff. It's also really good for bark.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
Because it does like that heavy oak bark really nicely. And it's just how you use, how you're using the brush. Because like, just come in and get a nice pattern, a directionality going. And you can do big, long swipes. The longer the swipe, the more dramatic the texture, I guess. And so you can
play around with that. And
Yeah, go in one direction and then come back in and just knock up little areas.
it still kind of looks stylized as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's not like a... And it's really funny because a lot of it has to do with what that base shape is. Because if you try this on a flat surface, it does nothing. I mean, it'll mangle the mesh, but it's not going to bring anything up. It really depends on that substructure. And the more form you have, it's taking that and moving the forms that are there. So it's kind of cool because it's always based on the form that you have, right? It's not... You can soften it out and see what's happening. And like you said, you know, depending on how you're using it. And the other cool thing is you can always do masking. It does kind of cool stuff when you mask it. Oop, that is not what I wanted. Where are you? Boop. Make it small. Oop, that was a little too small.
We're gonna have to do something about your camera. The chat just cannot get over it.
Oh, my camera's not... Crap. Sorry, hold on. Let me just kill this. And we'll just restart it. I thought I restarted it. Come on, you can do it.
Ta-da!
There we go.
Welcome back.
And so, you know, you can really control it and make it, you know, like striations or do it in one direction. Hold on, let's flip it and change your direction. You know, just Crumple's good stuff. I'm a big Crumple fan. I mean, just who knew? I like some of the random tools in ZBrush because it allows you to make things that just seem less contrived than if you were to go in and draw each one of those lines, you know.
Yeah. No, I never really found a use for it before. I probably just didn't use it enough, but definitely now I can see the potential.
Yeah, no, it's a neat brush, and I'm trying to think. There's another one, sort of like Crumple, where it's a random mutilator of meshes, and I can't think of. It's been a while since I used it. It's
Is it flake? Maybe
what?
not. Flakes, maybe.
Maybe, and then also Concrete does some cool stuff sometimes. It's like a real gnarly worm sort of thing. Is that something you have to... You might have to download that one.
No, I don't have that one.
Is it in there? I thought it was in the standard brushes. Well, if it's not, it's up here. But now where? Oh, don't think it's a clay brush. Scale, smooth, stitch, weave, wood. It's funny, the profile looks like these, but
I think using smooth valleys with the crumple brush
yep.
is pretty good. Playing with that now, so keeps the ridges from
Right.
the crumple.
And fills some of it in. Yeah, it's I don't know what it's. Where is it? Oh well, I'm not gonna sit here for a week and figure this out. But some of these just random distortion brushes are awesome. And what's that? I think it's this profile. That's weirdo. Yep. Good old scales, huh? If you drag farther, it doesn't. God only knows. There's so many just wackadoodle brushes in there. It's funny. I think Joseph and them just go home and they're like, all right, how am I going to make this super weird? There we go. You pull harder, it gets weird. Like it. It's great. But yeah, all right. There we go. Do you have any other questions other than watching me just crumple everything you've made? I'm like, I like this one.
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Cool.
You've been really helpful these last two sessions, and even like crumple there was. Yeah, I'll definitely make use of that. So
Good.
and I'll try and play around with the Nanomesh. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to get that sort of cloud thing. And a lot of it, the trick is getting your mesh small enough that the particles aren't everywhere to the point that they're just making a mess, if that makes any sense. And then just doing them in layers.
Okay.
But you can really compose how they work and go together and do some cool stuff. Righto.
I'll post some progress pictures in the Discord or something.
Yeah. And, well, I mean, you can always bring the model back.
Yeah.
Awesome sauce. All right.
Right.
So,
Thank you
Henry,
very much.
do we have other
We've
people?
got CTL from Tyler, who is next, and 2 from Caitlin, who will be after that.
Okay. Yeah, look at his video. This is just, he made some beautiful stuff during that beta. Very sexy. All right, so we have Caitlin. Is this the, yeah, it is the ZTL. Sorry. You mean that thing?
I
that
moved
says-
the other files out
You're
so as
awesome.
not to confuse you.
Which confused me. Um,
Win for losing.
but you can definitely win at losing. Or would that be lose at winning?
They might be functionally equivalent.
I was really disappointed that I didn't win the $1 billion. It was just like, how could I not win? I don't understand.
Did you actually enter a contest? See, that's where I keep going wrong. I keep thinking maybe I'll win the lottery, and then my wife reminds me I don't play the lottery.
Well, I don't
And,
play the
yeah.
lottery usually, but it was just $1 billion. So I definitely bought Lee and I a handful of tickets. Well, I got $20 worth because you have to pay with cash, and I just never carry cash. So went to the ATM and got $20 worth. I mean, I figured I spent a whole $20. How could I not win? That had make my chances great, right?
Yeah, $20 is something.
Yeah, I guess not. I don't understand. very confusing to me. But you know, when it hits $1 billion, you got to try, right? You know, it's like, okay, what? After you pay, like if you get the cash payout, it's probably what, 700 million or something, 800 million.
Yeah, something like that.
You know, sure. Got to try that at least. Try. All right. So, wait, did I just? I did it twice. And then that is one of hers. That is his. That is the same one, so delete all. So which one did I miss? So that's Old Man Sketch, load tool.
They're both Old Man Sketch. One is 23, one is 29.
Oh. Okay, so which one, how do I tell the difference? Let's see. Now what's going on? Come on. I'm going to close that for a second. This one is... Do you know which one this is?
No.
Is she around?
Yeah.
Does she have knows if that one's 20?
Chat. The ones posed with the chair is the higher number. Okay, so
Okay.
you need the 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
Boop. Boop. Okay. But we're doing Tyler's first, right? Is that what you're saying?
Tyler's up next, and he is in voice chat.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi. Just super stoked to be here.
Awesome. All right.
Yeah, so this is kind of just, I've been trying to study anatomy for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed that when I study anatomy and I try to do something anatomical, I get really rigid. So like I go through these phases of like, I'm trying to get it anatomically right. And I'm like, okay, but I want it to be fluid. But then I want it to be anatomically right. So I go back and forth. Like, this is kind of just something that I've been working on that mainly I feel like the arms are the only thing that I'm not really totally happy with. Like the arms are just something that I can't get right. Or it just doesn't feel right to me.
Well, it's because you're not moving the torso with the arms. If this, so right, you have your shoulders here and here. That's fine. The arm is up more, but the torso would be twisting just a touch, right?
Okay, yeah.
So you want to get a little bit of that contrapposto thing going, which would kick the hips just in a slight.
Okay, yeah, because I have the hips tilted, but I didn't even think about that.
Right, and I'm being obviously more melodramatic than you'd need to be here, right? But you know, your torso lowering, and that would make this hip higher, so this knee would be just a touch higher, right? Because this knee's lower, right?
Yeah.
And so you're just missing a few of the, because your breasts are perfectly straight. Well, if the arm's higher, the breast's going to be higher, right? You're moving that whole area, especially if it's that. I mean, you're dealing with a few inches of travel there. You know, that's a substantial transition. And our neck can be straight, right? That's not a problem. It's just that you're missing the motion in the torso. And I think that's where you're feeling the issue, right? Because if, come on. Oh, how is my move? Oh, my focus shift is. What is going on there? I'm like, I'm punching holes in her torso. Now, okay, that's too much focal shift. Okay. And I mean, I'm doing this very superficially, right? I'm not really getting the twist in there, but
Yeah, no, I mean the form took me. It took me forever to really like try and. It took me probably about a week to get to where it's at now. So
And you can see just having just that little bit of twist changes it dramatically. How are you blocking up?
so I start with like basic shapes for the most part, and then I kind of build. At one point, this was entirely like I used a clay buildup brush, and it was entirely like clay buildup. Like there was marks everywhere, and then I smoothed everything down, and then I kind of work up from that point. Like I get to a certain point, and then with the clay buildup brush, and then I smooth everything down. I knock it all down, and then I build back up, and then I knock it back down, and I build back up. So it takes me a while.
That's
Like,
well, I mean, that's
I don't
how
know
I
if that
work, so-
process is right. Like I
Oh
don't know
no,
if
that's how
like...
I work. I throw clay tubes on.
Yeah.
I use clay tubes, not clay buildup, but throw it on, pull it off, throw it on, pull it off, throw it on, pull it off.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, that's. Well, I was going to say you may want to, especially when you're starting to learn, you may want to make a base armature set. Henry, will you remind me to dig my base armature up? Because then I can just show people, and then I mean we can feasibly make a download for it or something. It's you can make your own. I mean this isn't rocket science. It's just a chest, hips, legs, arms. It's just a very basic skeleton. But what that allows you to do is if you move it around, then you can then take your sculpt and see where the skeleton's happening, right? Because I'm just going to mangle this for a second. Let's get rid of this arm.
The hands I kind of totally ignored. Like I didn't really. I was like so obsessed with getting the like just the arms to look right that I was like, fuck the hands, fuck the hands. I need to get the like forearms and the like bicep to look right, and it just was not happening no matter what I did.
Yeah, no, trust me, I feel you. And here we're gonna make the legs the wrong thing for right now. Control W. All right, so now let's. Oh, you already had it broken up into polygroups. Let me undo that. There we go. Sorry, I didn't even look at your thing.
That's okay.
All right, we're gonna mask you off. 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 All right. And now we are going to hide part. What happened there? All right, whatever. So let's just look at the torso. Boop.
I mean, I feel like there's a lot of times I feel like I'm sculpting like everything is there, but like I'm just missing something. Like there's just some specific.
Well, a lot of it is just you're missing some of the key sort of anatomy points. And it's not a problem. It's just learning to kind of think of what your form is, right? So this is your chest or your rib cage, right? And you're kind of tilting up. So our curve is kind of going like this. So we want our curve to do that. And then this is a little higher than this. And see, just by getting your rib cage in the right place, and then your abdomen, so you have the little pinch there, right? So you kind of have this shape going on here. And then that's just a touch higher than that. Now, this is obviously blown out, right? I mean, this isn't. Kidney bean. Shoulder, neck. So that puts your breasts here.
I know this is a lot to ask of you in like a maybe 20-minute kind of thing.
No. But you see how, I mean, okay, that was a little melodramatic there. But when you start positioning your base block out shapes, you can see that there's a little, the breasts are sort of in line with the shoulder, right? And, you know, the hips up, so the knee is going to be a touch higher on this side than the other. Not a whole lot, but a touch. And, you know, chances are this is going to, the foot's going to be down a little bit more because the whole leg's lower. And so if you take, sorry, I blew the rib cage out trying to make your shape. But, let us go here. W polycube. Yes, my pen is my pen is perfectly usable on this. I've just been using it for hours. So even if we just take it as squares,
No,
right?
I'm super like glad that you're even doing this.
Oh yeah, no, that's, I mean, we don't have a ton of people putting crits on, so we can, or putting models up, so taking the time is no big deal. And you can ask Henry. I tend to take too much time with everyone, so it's a-okay.
Too much.
Okay, so you know your chest cavity. And then your hips. Oop. Here. And just chest cavity and hips, right?
Do you think so? I've been doing these things with spheres and kind of modeling the sphere of the hip and then like rotating it how I want. Do you think that doing that with cubes in a sense would be better?
Well, I think cubes are going to help you more. And this is why. Because
like get more of the like
well, they show the actual facing and tilt a little better. And until you're better at identifying that actual form, I think that a block might help you. I don't know if you watch my stream at all, but do you?
I do, yeah. I mean, I'm in and out, but I do watch a little bit of your stuff.
I think that sculpture or anatomy for sculptors. And basically, this guy took Bridgman's work and modernized it. And I think that he did a fantastic job because you can see that he actually uses real photos of people and breaks it up. But the part that I think you should look at it, and you'll hear me say this to a lot of people, but I think it's true because grasping the understanding of the form. So this is a really good breakout.
It's very hard. Like I feel like my mind, I'm going through constant like mind trickery of like, is my eye seeing the right thing or is it not my eye seeing the right thing? Or like, I don't know.
It's hell. No, it's hell. And honestly, that's where life drawing does really, really good for you because life drawing is limited, right? Limited in time scope. You have to identify the basic shapes fast, right? So you have to oval, square, oval, and you get it into shape. And so you can see that the rib cage, and it's really funny, my base models look very similar to this. The ribs are this shape, the hips are, you can see they're slightly trapezoidal.
It's very strange. Like I'm learning the process of like starting very, very at a low polygon state, I guess I would say, like not having a bunch of topology to work with. Yeah. And the more work I do at that stage, it's very strange to me. But the more work I do at that stage, the better the final result will be.
Yeah. And I would say that start with an armature because you don't understand the anatomy well enough to pull it out of your head. And I mean, that's not a bad thing. It's just, you know, it's because, you know, last week we had someone who had the ballerina, right? And it was sort of like this. And they made this arm really short because you're only looking at it from one direction. It's like, well, it's not short. It's going away from camera.
Just the perspective, yeah.
Right. And, you know, the perspective works on very short. You know, it's not just your arms too short. It's like, oh, what's going on with the hips? What's going on here? But Anatomy for Sculptors really does this, break it down to the armature first. And you can see here, what I like is he actually goes over photographs. So there's no shimmy shammy with the anatomy. You know what I mean? It's like, well, no, you can tell if it's not right, you know, because it's against a photo of something. So this is what my block up looks like. I have a little spinal column in it, and I have this hip form. And you can see that the hip form is the thing that's really showing you what's happening with the hips, because this is all exposed, right? There's no muscle over that. That is purely the bone hitting. This right here is the bone hitting. You have no muscle over this part of your sternum, right? And he does a very good job of getting you to think about what are the markers that show you what's happening.
No matter what, yeah.
Right. The clavicles, you're always going to see those. That's going to, like when your arm's up, the clavicle rises because the clavicle's a floating muscle. So it points at where it's going, right? And so these are really important triggers or keys to show what's happening deep in the body. And so here you can
it's crazy how like the littlest thing can actually define something.
It is the littlest things that do define things. That's the crazy part.
It's really crazy.
Yeah, so I would strongly suggest getting this book, and I really need to start. I need to start getting money for as much as I recommend this damn book. You know what? I tell everyone to buy this book.
Yeah,
but
it's the only book that I don't own. I will be honest.
But it's great because he really took a lot of like this stuff with the chain link and explaining how the arms mechanics work and stuff, and then showing how the back arm muscles work. I mean, that is straight out of Bridgman. It's just Bridgman's are very loose drawings and they're very heroic. You know, they're all Conan, right? You know, they're not actual people. And what's nice
I feel
about
like I don't know, I'm at a point where like I want to do stylized stuff, but I feel like I need to understand
you
this
have to.
base.
What's funnier is that
stuff
if you're going to do, without a doubt, if you're going to do abstraction or stylized stuff, you have to know your anatomy better. Because if you don't know what rules you're breaking, it's very easy to look like an idiot fast, right? And, you know, if you think about Picasso, everyone's like, oh, you know, he did a bull. Look at this one going, ah. But, you know, homie could draw like nobody's business. I mean, that man had an incredible eye. And see, here's actually, this is these are all small. These are all from some Pinterest thing. But here you can see, again, see how it's the two squares? And how if you're pinching this way, you get
it's so
the fat
crazy
roll.
How you can break it down to that, but like...
Yeah, and, you know, the arm... You know, really, it is a chain link. They do truly function as linked hinges. You know,
I guess when you were learning this stuff, did you break it? Did you have models that you imported from like other references? Like right now, I've been using references through PureRef that are just 2D.
You're so cute. When I was learning this, we didn't have computers.
Well, I don't know, but like this for my process, I've been looking at this kind of stuff, but like just having it in PureRef. I've never looked at a model in 3D in like the program that I work in. So like, is that something that you think would be beneficial?
Without a question, it's helpful. And I'll tell you, if you can take a life drawing class somewhere, take it, because it'll teach you to identify those markers. But I would say that this guy's book is awesome just in the sense of what he does. He takes actual bodies and draws over them. And that's super helpful because there's no interpretation at that point, right? Because even if you're dealing with someone's sculpture or someone's drawings, the problem is it can be interpreted, right? You know, I mean, let's face it, there are only a handful of us who can really just puke out anatomy right.
It's crazy.
Steve Lord. Steve Lord can puke anatomy, and it just makes me want to throw myself off a cliff.
Ryan Kingsline, or you were talking about him earlier?
Yeah, Ryan's a very talented anatomist.
I did take a small course from him a while back, and he is very, very like it is insane the amount of knowledge that he has about anatomy.
Oh yeah. Oh no, he is. His anatomy skills are.
And it's like he knows the exact. It inserts here, it comes here,
Oh, yeah.
it goes over here. Like I'm
Yeah.
like,
I used to know all
yeah.
that. I used to know all my insertions and origins and blah blah blah.
And the only problem that I find
Yeah.
with that stuff is that when I focus on that stuff, I start to get really rigid.
Yes, and that's what I think is so wonderful about this dude's book, and that is by using actual photographs and then sort of explaining, see, these are the muscles and this is why it's doing it. I just find that this is he has a really good system of showing how things work, and I find that it makes sense, right? When you see it abstracted and then you see it anatomically correct and then you see it in a photograph, you're like,
It's like
oh, okay. I find that people like, just how he adds fat to this woman. You're like, oh, well, holy Hannah, that's how fat works. His
right.
his facial expressions book, but you can see that
I definitely
how
feel like
he-
I'm in a progression of I started kind of with the skeleton. I started to learn kind of like where muscle groups were formed, and now I'm kind of at a point where I need to like really dig in.
yeah, I think that starting off very basic with a good armature, and then you can do your skeleton, or you can block it up however you want, but just keep your armature in a separate tool where you can compare it again, and just remember your hot spots. And like you can almost do it like the people who do facial reconstruction from bones. What you can do
It's funny
is,
that you say that. I had a person that brought that up because I started, they wanted to learn 3D.
Mhm.
And I started with like, okay, well, they wanted to learn face sculpture. So I was like, okay, well, let's start with like a skull.
yeah,
And we started with a skull, and they're like, oh, this is how you like, if in
yeah.
forensic scenario, they would rebuild the skull. And I was like, yeah, it's kind of like that. Like, yeah.
Well, it's crazy. There are actually programs now that, because they used to do that all with like little erasers cut at the right lengths. There was a woman and guy who started doing it at roughly the same time. And I think the woman was the first one to do it. I can't remember her name. I actually took a class from her. I can't remember her name. I can't remember my own name. So everyone, don't be surprised I can't remember her name. But like they know what the average thicknesses of muscles are. And so they're like, okay, an 18-year-old usually has a little bit more baby fat, so it's a little thicker or whatever. And so they put all these reference pieces on it, and then they just put clay on it, and then they sculpt over it. Now they actually have software that does it automatically.
Wow.
Yeah, it's nice. Well, I say automatically. I mean, it's not like you plug.
It's not-
they have to
but
do a
like,
lot of
it's
pushing
so
and pushing, but
crazy.
it sure isn't gluing erasers to skulls anymore. It's a lot better now. But I think that like you could come by and sort of how that illustration did it. Where was it? If you have an armature that has, or an armature that has like a square ridge right here, and then like even just a cylinder or
There's certain
something,
things that don't change.
right? And you're like, okay, these are the points that show what's going on, right? And just have it raised even just a little bit, and then that way okay, there's no muscle there. That is the bone. And that shows, right there, there's no muscle. That's the bone. It comes into here. And that's where you get this form, And so if you know those places that don't have muscle, you can mark those on your armature and then position it. And then you can just free sculpt it all you want, as long as you sculpt back to those moments that are important, that are the signifiers, the sternum thing, the hip bone, or the pelvic bone peak, the hip bone. And, if you can see that if you have a armature built in this shape, you can see there is no muscle that crosses the hip bone. So that is that shape, you know.
Yeah.
And so once you start getting used to that, and if you think about these in very primitive shapes first, then everything's in the right place. So then all you have to do is figure out, okay, the breast of the fat, or the fat breast, the fat of the breast sits here, the male sits here. How does the weight go on? What happens? Blah, 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 blah. But you can see that if you break it up into forms that you know and understand, then you get the gesture and the weight distribution and everything right. And then you can go back in and tune it to be whatever you want it to be. You know, but like 90% of people sculpting get the armpit wrong, because really there's nothing in the armpit. It's where a bunch of muscles cross over. Right?
Yeah, I always find that so strange. I'm like digging in so much, and I'm like,
yeah,
this is crazy, but like it definitely feels right.
Yeah, no. So, you know, I think that's what I would say is, because, I mean, honestly, you know, you're getting stuff roughly in the right places and you're getting nice forms, but you start to struggle. You overwork some areas, you underwork other areas, and they're not working because you're only changing one bit. And that's not.
I get to a certain point where like I started with the base, like you said, of like, okay, I'm starting with base primitives kind of in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
I start to build it up, and then I get to a point where like, all right, I'm knocking everything back down. And then I just get to a point where I'm like, okay, I'm at the point, I guess, that I'm at right now. And it's like, I don't know. Everything's working in a sense, but it's not working. And I want it to like be, I don't know. It's very hard to explain in a sense, I guess. But like, I don't know. I think like what you're saying, I need to study. I need to take more time at the base stages of figuring out where everything is actually lying.
Because if you look, her torso's almost tilting that way.
See, like I thought about the hips. I was thinking about the hips and the entire time that I was working on this, but I wasn't thinking about the way that her chest was facing.
Right. And so, you know, you're sending a lot of mixed signals here, right? You know, your torso is actually pointing the wrong direction because it should be doing, you know, that. And once again, I'm being very melodramatic.
And it's also, I guess when you're in like 2D, when you're drawing, there's like, you have symbols. I think I have symbols that I need to like get rid of.
Yeah.
Like, these are symbols of what this should look like, but like really in reality, what it should look like is something different when this is the specific pose.
Yeah, you're missing the contrapposto. See, you put contrapposto in it here, but there's no contrapposto anywhere else. It's like,
I absolutely, yeah. I see it. It's weird talking to you. I'm so glad that you're doing this, because I see it now and I didn't see it. Like, just my eye and my hand, the ability that I have right now, I'm not seeing this stuff. So just having you give that feedback.
Well,
really.
Well, that's the beauty of all of this is, you know, so many people are like, oh, I've got to work on my technique. Oh, I've got to work on my technique. Oh, I've got to work on my technique. Yes, you got to work on your technique. But the fact is you need to learn to see. That's all art is learning to see. And then once you can see what's happening, then you can translate it to your output, right? Whether it's sculpting or drawing. But it really comes down to actually learning to see what's there and not what you think should be there.
Yep.
And so when you're looking at anatomy, you know, you're looking at something that you think it should be looking like, as opposed to what it is, you know. And because, I mean, just look at where your hip lines are, right? You know, this hip's here, that hip's there, which means this is pointing this way, which is almost right, but this is dead even, but it's, I mean, your rib cage is shaped like that now.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's just coming down and learning how to see your form. And then, why isn't that going away? Q, there we go. Learning to see your form and then trying to identify what's happening with it. So if you start with a basic armature, I think that it will help you not break rules, right? Because you can see that you're trying to get there, right? You know,
I
you
tend
try.
to flatten stuff. Like
Yeah.
I have a very like I get some of the forms, and then some of the forms that I guess I don't fully understand.
Yeah.
Not that I'm not trying to get them, but I tend to flatten them in a sense, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, without a doubt. And you know, it's not a bad way to learn, thinking about it in block forms first. But you're forgetting that your blocks don't change, right? You're moving the meat up and down over the bone structure, but you're not changing the bone structure. And that's where you're running into problems. So start with a base armature, pose the armature, and then you can free sculpt all you want. I mean, you don't even have to build muscles on it or be that exacting. You know, you can start with a ball and just do it, you know, whatever. But then slap that armature back on top of it, and you're like, oh, well, look, this is wrong, you know. And I think that that'll help you a lot.
Thank you.
And you,
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely glad that you're doing this type of thing on Twitch or YouTube or wherever this is being streamed to.
well, it's funny because I used to stream, like, before the beginning of the year. I would do crits once a month, and then, like, the last time before I stopped, my computer blew up, so I lost a month of
Yeah, I
streaming.
know how that feels, man. I've lost so much work to my computer, just like, nope, you're not gonna get that.
Yeah, it was great. The weekend before we launched our new company, my computer blew up. So it turned into, instead of actually, you know, us being really good, and well, I mean, we have been really good, but all of a sudden it was like,
been
oh,
amazing.
we have to drop almost $16,000 on a a new computer. Yay, team. It's like, oh,
It's totally worth it. It is totally worth it. Like, if you don't understand the cost, you don't understand the reason.
Yeah, I mean, I showed, it was funny, like, you know, just the fact that we crashed on that cloud point thing earlier. You know, people are like, oh, well, Tomas, you're just being ridiculous. You don't need a $15,000 computer. And I'm like, well, the one that just blew up was almost $12,000 7 years ago. That machine lasted 7 years. And it was still the 800-pound gorilla in the room. Okay, 750-pound gorilla in the room. But, yeah, no, the thing is, it's not just that it's faster, but, you know, I make money from this. And we did a little test with my computer versus one of the other computers that we purchased. And, you know, and this is the old one. And it, like, something that would take 3 to 5 minutes on the other machine, mine would do, you know,
It
in
is
seconds to a minute and a half. So it was doing it at a third of the time. Well, you add that up in hours. My hourly rate's brutal. And if I cut 3 hours off the end of each day, you know, that's almost that's a lot of money. You know, it's like saving $600 a day. And that adds up.
That's another reason why that I'm surprised that even you are doing this, in a sense that, like, I am. Once I saw this on Twitch, I'm on Twitch, so I don't know. Like, you're
I'm on
restreaming
Twitch.
to probably
Yeah, we're streaming on Twitch.
multiple
But we restream to
platforms.
everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, once I saw this, I was like, this is crazy. The fact that, like, I've been watching you for, not that I've been, like, totally watching you, I guess, in a sense that, like, I've been watching everything that you do.
Sure.
But I've seen
No.
I've seen you as a professional in this industry. Like, I've seen you,
yeah.
like, the quality of the stuff that you produce.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're doing this is just crazy to me.
What's funny, like, I guess it was, well, pushing 7 years now. I've been teaching. And actually, Ryan was like, Tomas, you need to teach. Here, teach on my platform. And the first time I did it, I was like, all right, you know, I mean, in fact, I stopped going to grad school because I was like, what? I'm never going to be a teacher. Who cares? I'm going to go work and make money. I was like, all right, I hate Boston. I'm out of here. I'm going back to LA and I'm going to work. And, you know, it never even occurred to me to teach. And then after teaching a little bit, what I discovered is that it made me a much better sculptor because
yeah.
You know, I invented what I do in a lot of ways because ZBrush was about gaming and video production. It was not about physical production at the beginning. And I was the first person to ever get a ZBrush model into a piece of jewelry. And when I posted the picture on the ZBrush forums, everyone was like, oh, that's a great rendering. Oh, it's a beautiful rendering. Oh, it's a great rendering. And I'm like, well, no, it's a silver ring. And I posted my mill and I posted that, and like ZBrush, 2 people from ZBrush contacted me, someone from Gentle Giant contacted me, and another place like Gentle Giant, I can't remember what it was, within 4 hours of me posting, no, this is an actual product. Everyone was like, how'd you do it? And so, because there wasn't Decimation Master and all that crap back then, you know, I mean, it was not made to make.
It was not
objects.
the way it was. Yeah.
No, it was not designed for that.
It's so hard now. Like, I feel like there's so many things that like are possible now that it's not.
It's so crazy.
It's like,
no, I mean,
yeah, it's like
Eric and I laugh at each other because Eric has been, he's one of my business partners and he's on sometimes here and stuff, but look up Eric Keller. He's brilliant. And I've been a fanboy of his forever. And he does these beautiful photorealistic scientific stuff. He does a lot of bugs and lizards and oh my God, he's just brilliant. And when he said he wanted to be part of my company, I almost peed myself with joy.
Is it, Keller?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so the funny thing is he took one of my classes and he was like, oh my God, I've never even thought about the program this way. And he's like, you don't understand. This is new. He's like, this is awesome. It's new. I haven't thought about using the program this way. And so forever I've been trying to make tools that aren't what ZBrush was originally designed to do. Now, of course, it's very targeted to printing.
Modeler and all that.
You know,
yeah.
It was like 16 years of me standing naked in the woods screaming, this is awesome. And then all of a sudden they mowed like a 8-lane super highway up to me. I was like, dude, put on some pants. I'm like, okay, hold on. Let me catch up. I'm like, And no, they go. It's awesome. I mean, they're one of the most responsive companies. I mean, companies just don't react to their people or to their users the way ZBrush does. It's really a magic thing.
Honestly, the way you're reacting to users right now is amazing.
Well, it's funny. It's really the ethos of the company. You know, I really feel that Ulfer and all of them have, like, other places that I've done stuff with and for, there's an instantaneous commodification of its users, right? You know, where obviously, how can we get the most money out of the relationship that we have, right? And that's not how ZBrush works. I mean, let's face it, they're not really about making money. They charge nothing for the program. It's cheap as dirt. In the world of professional programs, I know I'm going to get 50 people going, it's not cheap. I'm like, dude, $800
for what it does.
Is so
for what it
cheap.
does.
I mean, Matrix, which is the other jewelry program that people use, I think it's like $8,000 now, and you have to pay $1,200 to $1,500 a year for the upgrades. You know, Moto was $1,400, $1,200, something like that, and then you pay almost $1,000 for that.
Yeah,
ZBrush. I mean, you know, it's like I've had this program for 16 years, push 17 years, and I've paid $670
I feel
for
so
it.
bad because I've been doing this stuff for like the last, not doing this stuff, but like on and off. Like I feel the creative motivation to like produce something every now and again for the last like 4 or 5 years. And this is just something that I've been working on that I decided to like, hey, I saw this on Twitch. I was like, hey, all right, I'll go embarrass myself. Like,
it's really funny because I get this in my classes when I was doing classes is because it's a little different with with the new platform that we started. But I had people that were very embarrassed and didn't want to put their models up, because in my classes I had ZBrushers who were really good at ZBrush that were looking for ways to commodify their skills. So they were learning jewelry and printing, right? Because everything I teach you is viable for miniatures. It's for anything that's printable. You know, if you look
It's
at my
insane the amount of like technical like precision that you have. That I or if that makes sense, the amount of technical precision that you have in the models that you make for 3D print, it is definitely very, very, very commendable and very respectable. Because compared to what I do, it is not at all. Like, I don't think about millimeters. I don't think about like how is this going to be produced. Like, I don't think about any of that.
Sadly, stuff. I think about microns. I'm like, can't we get a printer that actually does a 10 micron XY? I just want to go to 10 microns. You know, come on, guys. But no, I'm not very realistic in my desires for printing yet. But we're getting there. We're getting there. But you know, I really feel that, you know, the ethos of ZBrush and the amount of help that they gave me, and I mean, like, I'd call Paul at 3 o'clock in the morning before he was married. And, you know, he'd respond. You know, people like Eric, they respond. And, you know, the old forum was nice because there weren't as many people using it. So there were real conversations that happened. It wasn't just 1,000 pictures. And, you know, now the forum is almost like Instagram, you know, where it's like, oh, you put a picture up and you want people to say nice things to you. And then, you know, where the old forums, there were very deep conversations about process and no one hid anything. And everyone was there helping, and that ethos carries through to the people who were really the originators of the community. And then if you go to the ZBrush summits, it's awesome because you have people who've won Oscars, you have the guy who started Weta, you have you have all these people there, and you have people who've never seen ZBrush in their life and just wondered what the line was about. Oh, no, but that's the beauty of it.
When I look at that stuff.
Oh, it just excites me. I love being the least talented, least intelligent person in the room. Because that means I'm around some awesome people, you know, and you can learn something from everyone. And that's what's cool about these critiques is that you can have someone who I'm just teaching the very basic block up, but the very basic block up could help you here, because if you had started with a very basic block up, you'd have a better roadmap to what is going on, right? And so even from the most advanced person putting a model up to someone who's literally, this is their third model, you know, everyone can learn about how to make things in these critiques. And I really think it's a powerful teaching tool. At CalArts, critiques was a very big part of the education process. And when you see it work, I think that, and especially in this format where I actually change your model, because like you said, you're learning to see and you're like, oh, well, I didn't see that until you put that line there, or you changed my line. And I'm like, oh, because your hand put that line there. When I change it, you have that muscle memory of where it was. And when you see it change, I think it's a more tangible comment than if I was just looking at it and not changing it, you know? So I just find critiques.
Like, oh, this is wrong or that is wrong. But like, okay, I don't really understand that.
Right. But when you see it, you're like, oh. Yeah. And, you know, in sketching classes, very rarely do you have teachers that will actually draw on your sketch. You know what I mean? Amazing. Where this allows us to actually get into the, you know, the truth of what's happening in front of us. So, yeah, I started doing a lot more critique sessions. So I just think I think the critiques are more valuable than people sitting there watching me sculpt, you know.
They're very valuable. Like, this is... I can't even explain to you, like, I can't afford to take a course right now, or I can't afford to take through any platform, whatever the course is, to like learn this kind of stuff, and just having you give me that input really changes what I'm looking at.
It was funny when we started the education platform, there was the question of whether I would do the critique still, or, you know, because I mean, people are paying money for this stuff, you know, so are we going to give it away? And it was never a question. I think that, you know, this is, I mean, it's not just advertising for the site, because you'll find that in all reality, I'm not really all about making the money. I really want people to learn. And that's important to me, because I have fantastic teachers, and I would have never been where I'm at if I hadn't had real inspiring teachers who had real knowledge. And I think that getting someone to actually understand what's going on, as opposed to doing a 6-week class, and, you know, my 6-week class, the last 2 6, it's nigh impossible, because I went from 10-week classes down to 6-week classes, and it is impossible to do the 10-week class in 6 weeks well. You know,
yeah.
And so it
I took a class from Ryan Kingsline a while back, and I've still been working on.
Yeah.
I've still been working on the stuff that I've learned from that class in ZBrush, maybe a year past.
Oh yeah.
Of what I've learned in that class, and
Without
I
a
really
doubt.
understand what you're saying right now. Like, it really does.
Yeah, it's important. It's important. And that's where, you know, the new education platform that we built is really, we have a lot of different places we're going. By the end of the year, we're going to have at least another 200 videos in it. So it's not about, oh, here's a set of skills. We have it broken up into projects, and we have it broken up into like this entire reference library of just how to do something. So in a project, eventually, we're going to have like these little hot links where it'll say, oh, this uses this technique, this technique, this technique. So if in the project you're having a problem with one of the techniques I use, it references a reference library of usage, right? And then I did a handful of inspiration videos. So showing how I look at art and use it in my work. You know, how do I determine my voice? You know, what inspires me and how do I use it? And I kind of explain that. And then we just started making some things that are style videos for the jewelry. So it's like, if you hear something like bypass ring, well, this is a bypass ring. These are good ones, these are bad ones, and this is how you block it up. And so it's just, I just want this to be a wealth of information for anyone doing this. And it's starting out in jewelry, but eventually we're going to start doing a lot of other things as well. And it's just going to be, hopefully, this community of people who have the same ethos that I got from ZBrush and a handful of other jewelers at the very beginning when I started doing this. And because when I worked in the film industry, people, you know, the thing is people have secrets and they want to keep their secrets. But but I succeeded in the film industry because I had great crews and I didn't hide anything. I made it very clear how I did things. And then that way, when a production designer or a construction coordinator sits down, there's no mystery in what I'm giving.
You come to the realization, right, that like, just because they understand how you did it doesn't mean they can replicate it.
Right. I mean,
just because you understand the process doesn't mean you can actually physically do what I did.
Yeah, and none of you are going to do what I do as well as I do because it's what I do. Now, you're going to do what you do better than I can because that's what you do. You know, it's like, and I mean, sure, you can be a bad ripoff of what I do, but wouldn't you rather?
You're not me, though.
Wouldn't you rather do what you do? You know, and so I'm not worried about people. I mean, I get knocked off all the time, and it's like, okay, whatever. And yeah, I mean, I've lost a ton of money on the Sugar Skull. That's the most knocked off ring ever, I think. But you know, at the end of the day, I'm not going to sue Chinese factories. You know, it's not going to happen. So it's like, okay, well, you know, people are like, oh, it's flattery. I'm like, no, it's theft. But,
it's not the same. It's literally not the same quality.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to buy a $30 version of my ring, you're not going to spend $700 on mine. You know, so you're probably not my market anyway. You know, but it's funny. I don't mind sharing information. In fact, I I love sharing information. I think it's great when people start to understand what's going on, because so many artists are like, oh, it's the mystery. And I'm like, no, it's decades of labor. You know, it's like
hours spent in ZBrush.
You're not going to spend the time that I spend doing this. You're just not. I mean, Henry and them sent me 2 16 terabyte drives.
See, I said millimeter. You said micron.
Oh yeah, no, millimeters. Those are huge things.
I said what?
Millimeters are like baseball bats. I don't know. That's huge. I mean, that's like that thick. That's huge. Yeah, no. And I think that when you get communities that openly share information and the people are respectful enough not to just rip you off, you know, that becomes powerful because everybody knows something that someone else doesn't. Mm-hmm. Everyone uses something differently than I do. I mean, hell, I don't use tons of tools that I should use. I just, because they didn't do what they do now when I started developing my process. And Eric's always like, why do you do it that way? You realize you could just push that button. I'm like,
this is way easier.
When to do that? You know, it was like ZRemesher. I'll never forget. So when they first introduced ZRemesher,
ZRemesher is amazing.
It didn't work right in the beta. And I forgot they said that it didn't work right in the beta. So when I started teaching and when I started, you know, I didn't use it because in my brain, ZRemesher was a crap tool. And one of my students was like, why don't you just use ZRemesh? And I was like, well, it does this, 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 and this. And someone in my class was also in the beta. And he was like, Tomas, no, that was in the beta. It didn't work. But, you know, they fixed it. And I'm like, oh, well, who knew? And now ZRemesher is, you know, such an integral part of everything I do. And it's just so funny how, you know, you get something in your brain, you just don't use the tool. And I mean, you know, there are 7,000 different ways to do the exact same thing in ZBrush. I mean, you could, and yeah, if something's not working, just change how you're doing it. You know, stop worrying on it. Just do something else, and you know it'll work. And yeah, no, it's exciting, and I think it's good that people are gaining something from all of this because that's the whole point. You know, get people making stuff, man.
I guess is like a total like wrap up. I mean, I don't want to take too much of your time. I know there's other people that want to have their sculpts reviewed. And I've totally gained so much from just you showing me what you've showed me so far of like what kind of things I need to change, things I need to work on. And I think like you said that I don't know if I want to say gesture, but like the initial block out of the sculpture, I need to define first and really figure out where everything is moving and going before I start to get to this point.
I agree. Yep. And I'll see if I can dig out my armature. So I'm copying files to Drive so we can have just a master copy of all my files. So we're doing dupe finder and then removing.
It's very hard. It is very hard once you get to
like
this
a month
point
and a half. It's ridiculous.
Of like, I don't know how many polygons this is, but like once you get to this point of like everything is set in stone in a sense, like this is where it is, like it's done.
Well,
it's very hard to modify things. It is very hard to modify things to be where they should be in space.
Well, that's why it's really
so, like, I appreciate you doing your drawovers, even though to other people they might not seem like a lot. To me, they were definitely like very informative.
Good. Yeah, I think the contrapposto thing really shows.
The lack thereof. Yeah, it very much showed. Like I thought about the hips a lot during this, and I really didn't think about a lot of other things.
Yeah.
I think that shows probably too. Like, I was like, I want the hips to be right. Like, this is gonna be right no matter what. Like, this is gonna be right.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's and it was just my process of like where I'm at and my point of learning. So.
No, you're doing great. I mean, it's forgetting the basics. You know, it's funny. It's just forgetting that basic, and that's why 90% of the time that I start any project, I start with ZModeler, and I do very, very basic ZModeler block-ups. And then I subdivide it, so I have tons of subdivision levels. And that allows me to go back to the very, very basic shapes and change it at that level. And I think you might want to try that instead of dynameshing and getting everything to be one thing. You know, start with a base model that's under 700 polys, and then it'll subdivide up to 8 or 9 subdivision levels. And that gives you tons of separation for your ability to change and move things. So I think that would help too, as opposed to just working in Dynamesh. Because like you said, when you get this high, everything's set in stone. Well, not if you have really tight subdivision levels. So
that can back down to and
right.
Yeah.
Here, let me just show everyone this. This is kind of an important concept. Let's ZRemesh this down. It doesn't matter where we start. Non-adaptive ZRemesh.
acres of RAM.
Keep your fingers crossed. We only have 16 megs of RAM. This poor bug.
Okay, yeah, 16. I was
Gigs,
under.
What's that? What was
Gigs,
that?
not megs.
Oh, I said megs. Whatever.
You said megs.
You know what I mean.
Travesty.
I am a travesty.
Travesty.
Yeah.
For computer programmers, it's a travesty.
Oh no, I embarrass him all the time. He gets embarrassed for me. Yeah, no, that's what I'm really embarrassing to him. Trust me. So, you know, we have this very obviously, you know, this is touching, but we have a very basic shape. We're going to divide it. Why are you not allowing me to divide? Why is divide like that?
It might be my model. Like, I've had this project file for so long that there might be something wrong with it. I don't know. No. ZBrush is very finicky. Sometimes.
Oh, look at that. It's not letting me divide there. That is super friggin' weird. It'll let me divide that. Oh, this is a Z-sphere skin?
It is very weird. My process is definitely not normal. Like,
yeah, but I mean, is it not? Hold on. Is this not initialized? No. Goodness gracious. You're killing me here. You didn't even make it a skin. All right, now let me divide that. Turn that off. Yes. No. Oh my god. Preview. Make adaptive skin. Oh, I do this every time. I always want it to become a thing, but it becomes its own tool, and I wind up with like 15 tools. All right, so here we go. Because it puts them outside, I'm like, I always forget that it's doing that. I'm like, where's my tool? I make 13 of them. So here we have a model that's 396 polys. So we're going to divide it up. And I'm going to stop at 6 million polys. But you can see, even at 6 million polys, we have 8 subdivision levels. Now, the benefit of this is this, and it's something that you should think about. First of all, make the skin, for God's sakes. You're killing me over here. All right, so we have the sculpt, and now I am going to append this over.
So, do you normally start from like Z-spheres? Is that what you mean by make the skin?
I start with with Z Modeler.
Okay.
Like if I were doing this, I would start just with squares and do one square for the foot, one for the leg, one for the leg, and then divide it, because I want as many subdivision levels as I can get. What that allows me to do here, I'm just going to do a quick. Wait, what happened? Oh, I appended it to the wrong guy. There we go. We're going to take you. Yeah, no, that's the right one. Delete all. I just need to get, that's the second one, delete. So everyone, how I block up is I make as low a model as possible. I want as little geometry as I possibly can get. And I'm just going to, let's actually lower this a little. And project all. And then I'm just going to move this stuff in there. Because I'm being fast. All right, so project all, higher res, project all. Oh, you can do this. I was like, don't you dare even choke out. I was going to get really angry right there. Okay, so now we're going to hide that. Higher res. Okay, so obviously I did a crappy projection. But,
Yeah.
but you'll get the idea here.
No matter what, 100% value.
This is an aged statue right here. Transparency, fine. I can't even bring myself to do it. It hurts so bad. Clay buildup. And where
I'm learning stuff about ZBrush that I didn't even know.
I'm just going to use clay buildup, use transparency, and just kind of get the meat where it's missing closer. So when I project, it'll have the meat. It's because going from this model to 700 polys was a very dramatic step. So there was a lot of areas that didn't fill in. But you got to remember that in the real world, I started with the lower poly model first. So you don't have these issues much. All right, so we get it roughly. Project all. Still have a hole there. Project all. Okay, that's close enough for this demo. So now I'm going to higher res, project all.
Definitely not. I definitely don't have a professional way of doing things, I guess, in ZBrush. I guess I would say like I don't have a normal process of like how these things should be
No
done.
one does. Don't feel bad. This is just a process I've developed where I can control my geometry. So we're now here. I'm at 6 million polys, and all those weird lines are from my weirdo projection. But so I'm just going to put detail here, right? So I'm at 6 million polys, and I am coming in and I am sculpting something that has detail. And we're going to give her this, and we're going to give her this. Okay, so we've been sitting here sculpting, and hold on, let me put some stripes on this. Look at that. You spent so much time and energy putting all this detail in. But goodness gracious, her rib cage is in the wrong space. Well, you say that everything...
I see it. It's crazy. I didn't see it before, but I see it now.
So your problem is you have one mesh. So you can't move this without mangling your detail. The beauty with what I do is I'm just going to drag this all the way back down to my lowest here. And I'm like, you know what? My rib cage is facing in the wrong direction. So what am I going to do? I'm going to tilt it. And I'm going to bring this side down. I'm going to bring that side up. Nope, wrong direction, sorry. I'm going to make it completely opposite of what it should be. So I'm going to change my shape here and bring that up. I'm going to bring my hip in. I'm going to bring that up. I'm going to bring this down. I'm going to kick this leg out some. I'm going to kick this leg back some. I'm going to lower this shoulder. I'm going to change her head and face. And I'm going to bring this back over here. Well, we changed that pretty dramatically. You know, I had all that detail in there. What's going to happen? Well, what's going to happen is not a lot. I'm going to drag this all the way back up. And so you can see that it changed dramatically the position. And I mean, I stretched this pretty out of whack. But if you look, we honestly don't have that much to repair. Everything's kind of shifted. We got things around. So now I'm just going to go down lower where I can see where my stuff's compressing, where it's not that mangled. And I can come in here and I can just make my face correct again. And I can come in here and I can adjust this stuff. And I can adjust this, even though this is going the wrong direction. But, right? And I can come in here and play with this stuff. And then, as I come back up, if you look at my detail here, I didn't mangle it. So if you go from lower resolution to higher resolution to lower resolution to higher resolution, you can control your detail. The other nice thing about this is, you know, when you're working on a high-res model and you're trying to smooth something, right? It's like, it's hard to smooth because you have so much resolution. It's hard to get this stuff out. Let's say you want to smooth this breast cup out. You can't, right? I mean, you can't because there's too much geometry.
Too much, yeah.
Well, I just lower it 2 things and I just smooth this out. Higher res. Smooth it out. Higher res. Smooth it out. And so now I can take a very high res model and smooth it as if it were a low res model. So it's, you know, how you get stuck because you only have one mesh because you've dynameshed it.
Yeah.
I have the freedom to adjust. One, I can relax the mesh, you know, for smoothing, but then I can also lower it down, move things, and retain my higher detail. So it allows me to retain a bunch of detail that I've already put on the model, as well as removing detail that I don't want by relaxing the mesh. So subtools and having that base model be a low poly quad model is an incredibly powerful tool for letting you control your geometry. It's I call it mesh management, right? And you cannot mesh manage from Dynamesh. Well, I mean, you can. But,
yeah,
you know.
It's just been a process for me that, like, I feel like we need to change now.
Ooh, look at that buttock. That's a great job. We need to talk about your missing spaces. I don't know why you did that. So there we go. Does that make sense and help in any way, shape, or form?
No, yeah, that totally. I see my eye. I guess there's the eye, what your eye can see and what your hand is capable of. And my eye is seeing a lot more right now that, like, I'm hoping that my hand will be able to produce. And like I said, I'm so appreciative that you're doing something like this.
Yep.
And
well, and bring it back.
Yeah,
when you've worked
I
on
just
some
yeah, I don't know. I'm at a point too where I feel like, do you think that, like, this is something that I should keep doing? Is this something that I should give up? Like, you know, like, I'm 25. Like, I don't know if this is like, like, I shouldn't be doing this anymore. Like, I shouldn't be wasting my time.
No, don't be silly.
Like, I don't know.
Because the beauty of all this is that ZBrush is, I mean, the beautiful thing about ZBrush is that with a 3D printer, you can make money. And you can make all kinds of just weird crap, print it and sell it. I mean, it's one of the most commodifiable skill sets there is, really. And especially now, I mean, you know, the post-COVID world isn't going to hop back real quick. And so a lot of the people buying things that are made at home, and people, you
The
know,
gesture. Oh my God, the gesture that you've achieved. Just looking at it right now, just seeing it is, yeah. The gesture of like where the ribcage. Oh my God, I'm such like, it's like I feel so like crazy just looking at it right now.
yeah. So it's just work. And so, no, I mean, if you're interested in doing it, yeah, no, don't quit.
Absolutely. I
Never
love
quit.
this stuff. I
Yeah,
love
hell yeah.
looking at this stuff. I love watching your stream of what you're doing right now, but like I just don't know. Like I feel like I'm so far behind of what people that are so
No.
younger than me are producing.
No, don't ever think of that. I mean, it just comes down to, because so much of it is once, and if you're 25, you're super young, don't even think about it. You know, it just comes down to having the discipline to keep working, and, you know, then figuring out where your skill set is and where you can monetize it. You know, I mean, what's so funny is like everybody wants to be in a gaming studio or do film gaming. And the thing is that
I would love to do that.
if
Yeah,
there are
absolutely.
5,000 new jobs in the gaming and film industry a year, I would honestly be shocked. Now, what I mean by new jobs are people who don't already work there, right? Because when I worked in the film industry, we were one of the smallest unions out there, but we had, I think, sculptor-wise, we had about 60 sculptors that were the core group of people. And then like Jurassic Park would come up and you hire another 60 people, but most of them didn't get their 30 days, so they didn't really get in the union and blah, 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 blah. It was a core group of 30 people or 60 people that, you know, you might take in 3 to 5 new people a year, and some people would go away. You know, it's not like you had actually hundreds of people getting in, right? And so what's awesome is that now with affordable printing, you know, there are other ways to commodify. I mean, there are millions. I mean, there are millions of people ZBrushing. And, you know, I guarantee you hundreds and hundreds of thousands of them are very capable at making objects that people desire or would want. But no one thinks about, you know, commodifying that way. Everyone just thinks about, how can I get in the studio? And I mean, if that's your dream, I'm not saying don't do it. But the thing is that if you really want to get into, you know, a AAA studio, man, you have got to be good. And I'm not talking about good. I mean, you have got to be good. I mean, because there's some really damn talented people out there.
ArtStation is demoralizing.
And you're right. They're like 12. You're like, what are you talking about? You're 12. You know, it's just like, no, I refuse to even listen to that. So
I've been with this sculpture that I've been working on and what you've shown me, I've mainly been like, I want to, not that I don't think I understand where anatomy is and what form should be there, but just really in space where they should be. Yeah. And like you said, the torso twist because the hip is twisted. If there's any way that you can save this file and send it back to me that I can reference this.
Yep.
I can't even explain to you the amount of value that you've given to me just doing this live stream. It's like, this is just like, I'm amazed that you're even doing this. I've watched you for years, not like I said, on and off, like I've watched, like mainly like you said, you've done jewelry stuff. I've watched a lot of the rings that you've made. And just, you have a very deep knowledge of not only that stuff, but just...
Well, I've been a sculptor for a really long time. I mean, I've been a sculptor longer than you've been alive. So, by quite a bit.
that gives me hope. That gives me hope.
You got to figure that I sold my first piece of sculpture in 1970.
No, I wasn't even alive.
No, when I said I've been making money sculpting longer than you've been alive, I'm dead serious about that.
Oh my God.
So,
I don't even have a reference of like, I'm in New Jersey. So nobody knows anything about what I'm doing right now. Like nobody understands what I'm doing right now at all. So like the fact that you're saying that gives me so much like.
Yeah, no, don't I mean, I've only been doing ZBrush for 16 years. I know, right?
This is still more than half of what I've been alive.
So don't get demoralized by other people doing stuff. I mean, just get in there and do what you need to do.
I feel inspired a lot of times, but sometimes I just feel like I'm never going to be like, this is not what I should be doing with my like time. Like I should just go become a fucking janitor or something. Like, I don't know. It's crazy.
Don't do
it's
that.
crazy.
Get in there and just spend lots of hours. I mean, you got to figure that I have at home right now, what is it, Henry? 90. Oh, I bought another 5 terabytes. So 103 terabytes of drives full of models and stuff. Now, we just did the ZPRs and it's just over 30 terabytes. So I have a little over 30 terabytes of non-duplicated files.
I've filled up my Z drive or my C drive from ZBrush. I'm like, fuck, I got to delete shit. Like,
oh yeah, oh no. And I've thrown away years of work, sadly, because I didn't understand how a dupe finder worked. I was a big dummy. And I threw away probably 3 years of work. That'd be my guess. Yeah, never good. No, keep working. Learn to see and just spend. It's just time. I mean, it's just time and energy. It's all it is.
Yeah. It's crazy. The what you changed, even though it's not like I understand the it's crazy that you're at like not the amount of detail I guess that I would say that I was at, but what you've changed has dramatically influenced what I would be doing on top of that.
Yes, without a doubt. And that's why it's just so important to get this stuff where it needs to be, you know. Shasha. Righto. Henry will remind me to send this to you. And
I'll send it.
Sure.
Yeah.
I assume.
No, I definitely appreciate that. Like, I just seeing that what you've done compared to what I've done to really, my eye will be able to like judge.
Yeah.
Like I've been doing the site size kind of thing and like trying to like really nail down these things, and just being able to see what you've done compared to what I've done really helps me a lot.
Yeah. Good. Yay, team. We're winning.
Yeah, right. Like I'm yeah.
I win. Yay. All right. Cool. Henry will get this back to you and we will go from, I guess he might need your email or something, but
He's in Discord.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm in the Discord.
Never
I'm totally, after what you've done and what I've seen with this Twitch, I'm definitely 100% like on the like bandwagon. Like it is, nobody else is doing this kind of stuff from what I've seen.
I'm glad.
So,
because it's a value. I mean, I think it's a service that needs to be out there. You know, having other people look at your work is such an important way of learning. You know,
it improves you at such an exponential rate that like I can't even like this is something that I would have spent like hundreds of dollars probably to take a course in that you've just given me, and I appreciate it 1000%. What you're doing right now.
Hey, not a problem.
Yeah, hang out in the Discord. You're free to ask questions there, post pictures of your work.
Yeah, the Discord is very active. So, and it's people who are students and aren't students. It's not a only student thing. So,
students have extra pages there.
It's so great to find a community. Like I've been a lone sculptor for a while, and it's really great to see this kind of thing going on.
Well, that's what we're trying to build is community. So, welcome.
All right, I'm going to hurry you on to the next file.
All right, and that is
Caitlin, who is here in the voice chat with us.
But the standing one is obviously first, and then the sitting.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Hello.
Okay. Hi. So I'm gonna be completely honest. I came into the stream, saw a critique, and I was like, hey, why not have some fun, throw a model I just recently finished in there, not even looking at your portfolio. And then I was just like, oh, this might not be for him, but hey,
Oh
have
no,
some fun with some stylized,
yeah.
modeling.
Well, I mean, I was a traditional sculptor for decades. I worked in the film industry and Godzillas and Batmobiles and anatomy and blah, 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 blah. So I'm actually a sculptor who then does jewelry stuff. So, but honestly, most of the critiques are now not jewelry stuff. I think if we get a few pieces a week, that's surprising. So it's mostly just people who want critiques because I guess, like you said, there aren't a lot of people out there really doing it. And
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Not for free.
yeah.
Yeah, no, Twitch is becoming better with that though. I found a good art community on here.
Good. I know that
Yeah.
I was invited to, it's like 5 or 6 of us, and Mike he was just like, Tomas, you got to do this. I was like, all right, fine. And it's interesting. It's a pretty cool place. I mean, like, there are some very good artists out here. Now, social media makes me nuts because there are a lot of really, really, really crappy artists who are just either lunatics or show enough body that they get thousands of viewers, and I just don't understand it.
Sure.
But I will say that, hey, there are bastions of real quality information out here. And I think that it grows. It's helpful, because this was all just game streaming. And I think within the last couple of years, the art side of it has been growing. And that's helpful. It's nice to see as opposed to just,
And I'm like secretly hoping I'm jumping on the bandwagon on Twitch for the art community at the right time. Like, got a couple of friends and we're all streaming together trying to build art communities, and it's been working out well. So yeah, I worked on this one end of last year. So yeah, anything you want to say, I'll listen to anything.
Right on.
Yeah, so the first one is just the A pose,
A
and then I did another model with it post.
Yeah. All right, let's look at what we got here. So it's
sorry.
no, it's all good. It's always hard because like A poses are generic, right? Or T pose, whatever, posing. So you're not really putting dynamic fabric in it. You're not doing the things that make it character. You're keeping it general for so you can do that later. So a lot of the stuff is when you're critiquing like your base poses, often the stuff becomes kind of irrelevant. You know what I mean? It's like because I mean you have great I'd say, oh, well, your fabric isn't reacting to gravity. Well, it's not supposed to at this point. But the fact, just the fact that you have different fabric, you didn't just keep your mirrored design and you went and broke it up, even at this base pose, 2 thumbs up. Because now you're thinking about sculpt in symmetry, get everything there, break it up. And I think just from seeing where you're at, you're thinking about those things early. That's going to be very helpful for you. I think it shows that a little bit of maturity in how you're thinking about your models.
Oh, thank you very much.
Let's look at our. I mean, the meat and the caricature's nice. You're not just drawing details on, you're sculpting details on. So you have dimensionality here, which is very nice because a lot of people are just going to cut lines in and they're not going to give weight to those folds. And the fact that your folds have weight that obviously, well, I have this down there, this planes into this, this is a plane change. And so, that's good. It's a nice, you have an understanding of what you're doing, in other words, I guess.
It was a hard concept. This concept is by Russell Dells, I believe. So, 2D.
Sure.
It's hard putting it into 3D. You try to think about that stuff. And
oh,
then
it is.
Second guess it. Now I've second guessed the eye wrinkles several times.
Can we find the graphic on?
Oh, I can.
Can you send me the graphic?
Yeah, I could put it on the Discord. Should
Yeah.
I just put it
Yep.
in
No,
general?
that's perfect. That's
Okay,
perfect.
1 moment.
Because that'll actually help a lot because we can see what your intentions were. Yeah, I did. He's a muralist who then became a graphic artist, and he sells T-shirts and sweatshirts and stuff. And Ten Hundred, he is a muralist in Seattle, and I did a few of his characters, and it's tricky getting the actual character to have the same feeling and energy that it's tough. And yeah, it's up there. Let's see.
I posted in the general. Yeah, I remember when I showed this to my friends when I was posing it and moving the face around for a smile. They were just like, they were giving me a whole bunch of different answers, and I'm like, well, okay, I see him as a lonely fisherman, like slightly smiling at something, and they're like, well, he looks like this or he looks like that. I'm like, how do I get that exact emotion that I'm reading off of the image? And it's hard because it's a 2D sketch. Actually, it's not even a illustration. So
interesting. All right, so let's come in.
I think one of my big negatives with this, in my opinion, was I over detailed it for such a simple sketch too. But
well, I wouldn't say that you over detailed it. I understand what you're saying, but I think that the caricature that you're portraying, you are taking advantage of dimensionality, and so I don't see this necessarily as over detailed to the sketch. I would say that he has slightly sharper features than you have. You're a little soft, I think. Like his jawline's very sharp, and it looks, the sketch lines are giving him slightly sharper features. Right? See how your jawline's rolling back a little, where I think, and once again, these are very fast. Don't yell at me. I think that he has a slightly sharper jaw in the... Here, we'll just... You see what I mean? Just see how flat his chin is here?
Yeah.
I think you rolled that just a touch soft, and it, that's not a big deal. It's just...
No, you definitely, that's something that's what I'm hoping to hear, stuff like that. Like, its shape in this area is super strong, and you can even push it even farther. So it's good to get another eye on it.
Right, because if we're looking at it there, you can see that roll, it's giving us a definite graphic line there as opposed to it rolling back. So I think that might be something.
I know I messed with it a lot, but it makes me wonder if I messed with it in the posed version.
Yeah, that could very well be.
I might have sharpened it.
Yeah. As far as an A-frame of the caricature itself, this is a great start. Because you put enough detail in to know where you were going to need detail, and you implied it, and then getting ready for the pose. So let's look at him in the pose real quick. Is that this one? Yeah. Let's turn all this paint off, because paint is cheating. I had fun
making a couch too. That was... Paint is cheating. Love it. I had fun making that couch too. That was hard.
Really? Why? What made it hard? No, I'm just curious. What were the challenges you found in...
I noticed last year, doing this model and another model I did, I wanted to use ZBrush for hard surfacing, and I know a couch isn't really hard surface, it was challenging in the time because I was learning how to use the Z modeler tool appropriately, and so there's a couple of creases I don't love looking back on it now, but so I guess it was more challenging then. but I've never made a couch.
Right.
I was like, I'm proud of how it looks now, but it could be better.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was going to say, because I was going to say it actually looks nice, and your piping along the seams and stuff are nice. Does it? No, it doesn't. The only thing I'd say is that this piping is, you know, a ton bigger than this piping. And if it were actually a couch, you know, they would be much more, like this would be this size. That's really the only thing I can say about the couch. Because honestly, other than that, it looks great. I mean, it's a hard surface model, but it's soft enough to match the character, right? So I think the couch looks great.
Thanks. I didn't think about the actually, that makes sense. They would both have similar sizing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And let's look at the face at the...
And I had fun. You had to I was like, okay, perspective, not perspective.
Yeah.
What does it look better in?
Yeah, I think his jaw's still just a touch soft.
Still soft, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially
The expression's nice.
His expression completely changes on the right side.
Yeah, it does. And say, you know, you may want to just kind of thicken it back out. Like, once again, sort of like we were talking about the last figure having the torso and the jaw. Well, the jaw does that too, right? So if you make, you know, an obscure, remember that jawbone isn't going to change shape. You know, it'll rock, you know, or whatever to get that expression. Because if you're pulling all those muscles up, your jaw is going to move a little. So don't just squish the jaw down, I guess. So puff that jaw back out a little just so it's not completely squished in there. If, you know how they always talk about, you know, telling if smiles are real or not, you see it in the eyes. Don't forget that if you are moving all this up, that this cheek is going to move up too. Let's mask that so I don't... Are we not going to be able to... Okay, there we go.
Oh, I probably merged the whole character together.
That's okay.
I don't know if it still has polygroups, maybe?
No, it does. You can just use... Oh, and you have all your lower res. Go, girl. Look at you.
Yeah. Originally, it was going to be a game model, but I think I made it too dense anyway, so I don't know how to do that per se. So I'm trying to start a pipeline to make game models, but even on the stuff I'm working on now, I think my pipeline's a little wrong.
Well, all I know is how you're building this character is the best way to build your characters if you want to control it, right? Because see, if you, and I don't know if you did this, but the beauty is at this point you can come back to lower res, use your move topological tool, and you can really come in here and just move this up, give the brow just a little bit of a cock, you know. I'm not judging your expression. I'm just trying to move a bunch of different things here. Right? And you can see with move topological, you can sort of move it around without really affecting the rest of your model.
Maybe you know this answer, because I've asked a couple people and they were unsure, and I looked it up and I couldn't find the correct answer. What's the difference between the move tool and the topological move?
Well, move and move topological is this. If you grab the move tool, right, and you see it moves everything within its radius, right? So it's going to start moving. I can't find there we go. See, I even moved my keyboard just a little and I can't find my buttons. So move takes the, hold on, let me see if I can do this. Can I get this? Oh, it did it. Okay. Yay. So
love it when it works.
Your fall off, right? Or your, God, I've got the moto terminology. Focal shift.
Length. Yeah.
And then, and so this is your brush size. This is your focal length. And what it does is it's going to affect everything inside this. This is going to be the anchor point for the move, right? And then it's going to try to move here first. So this is the area that's actually initiating the move. And then all this geometry is going to fall off of it, right? So let's come back and move. And you can see that as I move, it's moving everything in that focal length, and then it's stopping the move out here, right? So you're getting a dramatic move. And then these are trying to stay in the same place. So that's move.
Oh.
Now, move elastic tries to bring everything with it. So you see it's moving everything. It's not necessarily paying attention to its brush size. So it's a smoother move. It's less destructive to the geometry in the sense of it's going to try to homogenize the move. Now, move topological only affects the topology group. And when I say group, I don't mean polygroups. That set of it. Within the brush size, it is trying to move stuff, but it's going to not take into consideration the other geometry. So here, it's just easy. I don't even have words. Here we go. So I'm touching the blue polygroup. I'm moving only the blue polygroup. Here, I'm going to lower my brush. And here, I'm moving the upper eyelid, but you see how I'm just catching a little of the lower eyelid because my brush size is getting there. Well, if I make my brush size smaller, I can come up here and you see how it's not touching the lower geometry. And so like if you're doing facial expressions, if you come here, you're just moving that top, but see how it's barely moving the bottom because it's just connecting over here. Where if we go to the middle of the lip, see how it's not moving anything except what it's touching? So move topological allows you to separate the geometry and only move the areas you want. And especially if they're different polygroups, you get none of that bleed over, right? So move topological is only a low poly tool. It chokes out if you're trying to do it at a higher res. And that's why having all of your subtools here is great because you can come in here, you can move the eyebrow, you can move the eyelid, you can tip this around, and you're not really affecting. You can make the hair puffier. Oh, the hat's in there. Here, I'll move the hat out so I can see the whole ridge. Right, you can really control tune at this low poly with move topological. And so, being able to come down really gives you that power. And if you had skin textures and things on this, right, or if you had linear textures, when you come all the way down, you're not affecting that surface detail nearly as much. So it's a much more powerful tool by being able to do that. So, all right, so.
Yeah, that makes more sense. People are like polygroups, and I'm like, what? It doesn't seem to be affecting the polygroups.
No,
I would have like issues, but
no, it's purely what it's touching. So, like for Celtic knots, I use it all the time for Celtic knots because I just lay them out flat, and then I just come back with move topological and pull this one up and push this one down, and they don't touch each other. So it's a really easy way to isolate the geometry.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, his pose is nice. He has character. I would say that, let's go here. This arm is kind of leaning in, but you have this big air gap in here.
Oh, yeah.
So I would say that would probably be filled in. And even it being stylized, you'd probably get a wrinkle there. Because that is an armpit. It's closing down. If it were leaning up, not so much, but,
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
So that, and I think the same over here. You have a gape or armpit that is definitely going to be filled. I'd say that your torso's a little stayed in the sense of he's turning. I would assume that he would probably, if you're leaning in a direction, you're probably going to lower your shoulder a bit. So you're clearing your shoulder so the other side's coming up and this is up. So I probably would come in and lower, this whole side just a touch. Move that out just a touch. And then you could bring that up. So you're just getting a little bit of motion in the torso.
Yeah, because he's pretty stiff in that chair too.
Yeah. And, you know, just get a little bit of a lean there. Because it's, you know, he's becoming presentational, right? He's gesturing, listening, talking, whatever he's doing, he's going in that direction. So, you know, just give him a little bit of that directionality, right?
Yeah.
And just that
More of a
much.
lean. Yeah, it does do a lot for it.
Right, you know, you get a lot more of that motion going. And you might bring one of these knees in and just make him, you know, just a little bit more going on in the body, I think will help some.
Yeah, you just gave me a good idea for the foot too, because the feet are so static on the ground.
Yeah.
I'd stick the foot out a little more.
Yeah, you know, maybe even tilt it off the ground like he's leaning that up and,
Yeah.
you know, kind of off the surface or something, or tilt it out. And this, once again, just for other people, I think you have an idea of this. You see me pushing this around. The beauty of having all your subdivision levels, and here we go again, is that you can lower all this down and it gives you, and she still has 19,000 polys in her lowest. Like my lowest would have 30 polys. So I can grab that whole foot, move it around, and it's not going to twist and distort. So I really am a firm believer in starting with as low a poly count as you can get. Because you can see if this were just a square, I could just drag it here, move it, and everything would stay in proportion. So low poly beginnings. But like, let's say she had leather texture on this, you know, coming all the way down here and then coming back up, we wouldn't lose all that texture work. And you can see that when I was pushing this, I mangled those wrinkles. But when we did it from a lower poly, it, I also turned it into a right foot, or a left foot, but whatever.
No one will notice.
No. 2 left feet. There we go.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think that, you know, giving him a little bit more character just by, you know, pulling up that contrapot, bring his belly in between his legs a little more. That weight would sit deeper. You know, it's not just going to sit like a belly because your legs are pushing up on it. So, you know, you definitely get sort of a droop there. It's not going to stay a half round here. And then I did that. Your legs weren't collapsed in like that, but you know, but you can see that by giving him, let's look back at, because the sketch has a lot of motion in it. You know, see how this shoulder, so he did it the other direction. He raised this shoulder, lowered that shoulder, because, I mean, you know, there's this visual triangle, so that's what he's doing. But I think that in all reality, in a 3-dimensional environment, I would say it would probably be reversed.
Right.
You know, because just physically, very rarely are you going to lean into your shoulder raising.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
especially
a
since you're
completely different
raising this
movement.
shoulder to have this, you know, this doesn't seem very natural, where this seems more natural because you're also reaching this hand over. Once you've committed to this direction, you're reaching that hand over. So, and this is where sketches and sculpting conflict. There are certain things that just make no sense 3-dimensionally, right? And especially when you're doing someone else's character, you know, you're trying to be true to that feel,
Right.
but it has to make sense dimensionally, you know.
Yep.
And it's a tough, where do you make those decisions? Well, you let the bones make the decisions, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that helps a little. Just kicking, because he was just so rigid in the chair. I think
No,
playing,
he really was. Yeah.
just playing with him a little. Obviously, I move stuff around, so he's
Yeah,
wonky.
no.
But
It's good to see what it could be too, because I was trying to have him move in that chair, and his lower half I just couldn't get to move because I made the chair so tight. So I was
Yeah.
like, I just ended up leaving it. But to see it can be done.
yeah, I would probably
It's gonna
rotate
help.
his torso a little, because once again, he's
Yeah.
becoming presentational this way. You know, so I would say its torso box is probably doing that. His arm is reaching over. That's back out. You know, that's shorter. That's farther out. You know, and so you can see just by twisting the torso here, it changes how everything's sorting.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I would play with that a little, and then
I hope you don't mind me asking, what are you using to draw over?
this is called Thothword.
It's called Sword Soft.
Oh, sorry. It's called Soft Sword. You know, just I don't know if I would have named my product that. I'm just like, yeah, go out in there, get it, Sword Soft.
Very cool.
Just
Yeah.
seems a little emasculating. I don't know.
Cool.
I mean, for a free tool, it's pretty good because it'll do keystrokes and mouse pointy stuff, and it's not bad. Yeah, so I would say just go back in and think about what the pose you want and sit in the chair, you know, and try to do the same thing. Because if he's reaching that over, you know, how far do you have to twist to get that elbow for that hand to come in front? Because here, I think, you know, in the sketch, I would say there's a distinctive, you know, that's probably crossed over to mid-chest almost.
Yeah.
Right? Because his arm is touching his belly, and just having that arm touch the belly brings that hand over dramatically. Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's backwards. That anatomy makes no sense. Here I go.
I'll tell him that too.
Yeah, tell him, what's up with this? I just want to know. This right here. Now he has this little short arm, and this arm's really long to get over here. Just saying, you know. Just saying. Look at that little short arm. It's a little tiny arm. That's a much bigger arm. Yeah, because one sec, let me show you this. Just to kind of. I think I have a picture of it. Oh, it's because that's that screen up there, not this one. No, my Instagram. How come Sampa's Instagram comes up before mine? I want to know what's going on with that. Wait, they changed Instagram? How come I can't see all? Is that what? No. Okay, am I a dummy? I don't know if I ever open Instagram from the computer. Posts.
It's not as nice. That's for sure.
How come I can see all my friends, but I can't see all my... show more posts. Sorry. Because I'm a dummy. That's why. Come on, you. I have to... No, I don't want to log in. Do I really? Okay, fine. And, see, this is my... All right, never mind. If you go in and look at my Instagram, I wonder if we can do it this way. Nope. That's weird that it... Oh, well. What a pain in the butt. Okay. Okay. Well, crap is... So that's one of them. And then that's the illustration. And it's like... trying to sculpt it from the view, right? You want that one view to be right. And, it was like, okay, well, it's hard. Oh, here. This is it. So this is the illustration, and that's the model. That's the 3D model. And I had a real problem with the legs because how you have to bend them to get them to be in the right places were really funny. He was like, wow, is this leg sticking out that far? I'm like, well, yeah, It's, the leg sticking really far out. He was just like, wow, that's crazy. And I'm like,
you printed it.
yeah. And it's just like, oh, well, I never thought about that. It's like, yeah, but nor should you. I mean, these are stylized things, but how you turn them into physical objects becomes much trickier. It's, I wish I have pictures of this in the round and I can show you the weird little places where you're just like, wow, that's crazy. Why is it like that? Because, I was trying to match, that's the illustration. That's the model. They're pretty close. I mean, there's no airspace here, because there'd be a huge chunk out of the torso, right? It makes no sense thick-wise to have that airspace there, right? And, there are those little things. And that's where, as a sculptor, you just have to make those decisions and say, okay, what? Why? It's like,
right.
His wrist is not behind his knee. It's like, no. No. So don't be afraid to make the decisions to change, be as close as you can to it, but don't allow the bones to make the decisions, because even in something that's stylized, unless it's like Picasso, these are still, your brain looks for those weird little moments. And I think it's important to retain those, that base foundation, because it's a lovely model and it works really well. I think that you just allowed your original model to dictate a little. You just remained rigid with it,
Yeah, agreed.
But yeah, no, you can see just moving it a touch gave it that a little bit more flow.
Exactly. And I tried to, but then I was always like, too much, and then I'd back down. So I feel like, it's just got to go at it again. Yeah. For sure.
And the thing is duplicate your model and just move it around this hard, just push it and tug it. And then you can go in and carefully move it to get it to the feel you want it,
Right.
But no, it's beautiful. Looks great.
Thank you.
The character's nice. it is reflective of the drawing. And I think that once you put a little more dynamicism into the body, it'll read.
Yeah. Well, thank you. That was really helpful.
Oh, good.
Yes.
I'm glad you joined us.
Thanks. I'll try to lurk for a little while longer.
Cool. Well, bring any models you have. It's nice to,
cool.
Because what's nice about this, once again, is that, you're obviously an accomplished sculptor. You replicate it, the stylization nicely. You captured the cape.
Oh, thank you.
You did a good job. And for people who are just beginning, it's nice to see that, because what I was telling you here is very similar to what we were discussing with the last one.
Right.
And then, someone who's just very much beginning, what I would tell them. And so much of this is really the same information. It's not, oh, you're doing this wrong. It's, no, remember what you know. It's like, so it's always helpful to have a broad spectrum of people and talents and skills and different things they're doing. So thank you for sharing with us, because it helps.
Thanks for having me.
Of course.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Ciao.
Have a good one.
So did we get any new ones, or are we plumb out?
Alex's file, and then Blue Salad, whoever submitted that file, please resubmit it as a ZTL instead of a ZPR.
If it's the last one or the last one we have, it's not going to kill us. It's just when you get it in the middle, it's a pain in the butt. All right, so Okay, so all of these are new, right?
Yep.
All right, boop.
And yeah, another one just popped in. So there's 4 now.
Yeah, it's funny. Everything lags at that 11 to midnight, but at 1, everybody in whatever time frame that is wakes up, and we get a bunch of people at like 1 to 3. Okay. Boop. I'm gonna delete these because my poor machine is not so impressive to be able to deal with 300 million poly models or 300 million polys worth of model. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. All right, node tool. We have Cinna's bedroom. We have Alex's smiley. And then Cinna had a photograph, right? All right, so we're starting here, correct? Is this? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Oh, lovely. Ooh. Really nice. Are they in chat or are they around?
I'm unsure. I haven't been able to confirm who Alex is.
Don't let us down, Alex.
Hellraiser, you were just in the voice chat. Feel free to jump right back in.
Oh.
Sound in Discord is not stable. If you mute Twitch, yeah, you're on Twitch. If you mute Twitch, you'll be able to hear just the Discord, and it won't sound like cacophony of multiple audio sources. Super choppy on Discord. Okay, yeah, feel free to ask questions in the chat, and I will come off.
Well, first of all, you have your anatomy's lovely. I mean, you have a nice understanding of anatomy because you've retained it through the abstraction. So it looks nice. Your tensions, your surface tensions are lovely. You know, how these muscles are sitting are nice. 2 thumbs up. Your characterization's nice. No, you're a talented fella there, buddy. Your silhouettes are nice. No, he's super cool. You know, so for, and this is where I go. So for, is this for figurines, or are you plan to print this like as a small element, or is this just a character study? Oh, why, thank you. Yes, and we downloaded it. Yes, the render we got as well. For rendering. Oh, okay. Who is this? Not the model?
Oh, Hellraiser is who you're looking for there.
Oh, that's. Oh, not Blue Salad. Who's Blue Salad?
Out the next one.
What is this? Is this
That's
not Blue Salad? Oh no, Cinna's Blue Salad. Okay, Jesus.
It's not Blue Salad either. Don't worry about it. You're talking to Hellraiser. You've got Hellraiser.
All right. Sorry, guys. Oh, whoa. It was nice. Sorry, I destroyed it. What'd I do with this? What just happened? My stylus stopped working when I leaned against the machine. What is that? Oh, I changed screens. That's what I did. Damn it, Jim. All right, frame. There we go. So for rendering, I mean, that's, the one thing I would say is now come in and make it non-symmetrical. Give it a little bit of a pose, change the face, and I'm sure that you are planning on doing that. I would not doubt that. All I can say is that, in my world, like for printing and coming into the physical world, some of the transitions are soft. Like these pinches would need to actually pinch. You want a little bit more separation in some of this stuff. Where's my brush? Oh, there it is. Wow, is this super tiny? No. Okay, that's super weird. All right. So, once again, just some of these striations are actually folds. So I would just make sure that you have like that actual crossing over and under, getting a little bit of that depth into your creasing. But that's more an issue for printing, right? As opposed to you just make that darker in rendering. So those aren't necessarily issues that are things that you're going to really have to stress about or worry about. So I would just consider kicking that where those become actual transitional planes, and then fill them in a little touch and just kick that up just a touch. But because you can see that even just that little bit of transition depth there gives us this nice bright surface there. But once again, for rendering, that's stuff that you can do in the rendering. So that's why whenever I look at models, I always don't turn off the paint, because it's like, well, sure, it looks good with paint, but if it were coming out. So I think that's the only thing really that, because your characterization's so nice, your anatomy is, your anatomy's nice. Yeah, I think it's actually quite a lovely model. The only thing I would say is, for me and my purposes, your transitional anatomy is just a touch soft. But, he's great.
Can you see chat, or do I need to read you?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that the shape language is actually quite lovely. Your rhythms are nice, right? This is all coming down, pointing, you get a good return. This is a nice form. Your negative space is great. The humor of the head being smaller, the fact that he's actually a pinhead and he just has big eyebrow, So, no, I think the design language is quite humorous and nice. And your lines are good. And your lines are good because your anatomy's good, right? So it ties into what our brains are looking for. Even though it is fantasy anatomy. And you have your tensions good. I think, maybe just kicking a touch more tension into that. Right, but because your insertion, your anatomy's good. So these lines that we're looking for are there. The expression is quite nice. There's some lovely humor in the part. But, your form, just the fact that here it becomes kind of clunky, and then your expressions break that base form. So, really, its head is just this nice little pinhead, and then everything gets big. But, this is flat, his little pinhead. And then it's almost like the face is applied to it. Right? The character of the part is just applied to this, neck stalk. And that's humorous. It's nice. And you have, it's quite phallic. So that's just a good humorous form. I think that the silhouettes work, no matter what angle you would want to render them at. Your lines are nice. And your lines are nice because you understand the anatomy of what's going on under it. Yeah, your shapes are good. But I find it nice that it's almost like a mask that's been applied to the head, because this is just, your base shape. Right. So it's like this nice form that then just has like this little happy face mask planted on it. It's good humor. And this line, everything else is these nice long sharp forms, but this is kind of an abrupt sharp shape, but you're getting the return of that sharp shape in the nose design. So it's nice that you have soft, good, curvy lines, but where you want everything that's pointing at the face all of a sudden becomes sharper. I think it's a successful trick. It's a successful, not a trick, but using the change of the angles and from going from soft, smooth, and plain to having the wrinkle details, and just the fact that it has these chin muscle humps where everything else this is just, these are very subtle transitions, and when you get he's very, in a lot of ways, textureless until you get to his face. And that's another thing that kind of and there's, even with your implied lines, there are it's very much this mask applied to your base form. And it's kind of a cool thing. It's a neat, I like it. What's nice about him is, once again, your understanding of anatomy is what's saving, well, not saving, because it's not like, oh, it needs to be saved, but what is allowing your abstraction to work well. Because even from here, the eye's relationship to the cheek's relationship to the nose and mouth are all there, right? It's good. So even with this little pinhead, the face being expanded out, everything's in the right place. It's understandable and realistic in the sense of that is how our anatomy works. And so you've applied that actual anatomy information to an abstraction, and it works very well. And once again, sort of that modular thing, the face is just plopped onto the thing, the shoulder, the head and neck are kind of plopped onto the body, because from here the body looks pretty normalized, right? You obviously have your rib ridges and your shoulders are big, blah, 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 but you have a really good overall form. Right. I think it's very successful. I like it. And these are all nice and clean, and like I said, the second you kind of shift to here, you get that weird sort of her jerky. It becomes a different style. You get these sharp kickbacks and stuff, and so it's a surprise when you're turning it around, because it's a change of flow completely, right? this is here. All your curves are smooth. Excuse me. Everything's working out. You get your little pinched rib cage. It's really cute. But then you click here, and now you have, once again, that real anatomy. But, you know, this neck, it's not just that it's long. It is actually, you know, this is really at a different scale, you know. And it really shows from that angle there, you know, because let's, you know, this jaw would be out here. So no, it's super fun. Like I said, I would now definitely go in and give it like just a little twist and, you know, break the symmetry up just a little. It's killer. Sorry, Alex, I can't see if you wrote anything.
Last thing they wrote was, you know, I never saw the phallic part in this.
Really? Okay. Just gonna say. No, it's extremely phallic. Nothing wrong with that. That's funnier, you know.
Art, man.
What's that?
Walk through the Smithsonian and see how many phallic things you find.
Right. I mean,
Way to count them.
it's a pretty standard shape that works. Go look at the capital of Florida in Tallahassee.
Where every car Porsche has ever made.
But it actually has like a little line. It's like, we peed ourselves laughing when I saw it. I was just like, really? I mean, this guy hated you guys. I hope you understand that. It's like, are you kidding me? Yeah. Look, I mean, it is. Yeah, see, they don't show that. There you go. They always take pictures so it doesn't look that bad anymore. But I mean, it is a huge phallus. And especially at an angle, because the two domes get closer. And if you'll notice, they don't take very many pictures from that angle because, there you go. I mean, come on. Really? He hated you. And what's funny is it's like on the top of the hill as you drive in. And this is literally what you see. It's just this large phallus on top of a hill in front of Tallahassee. I think it is the perfect capital for Florida. It's awesome. Right? Oh my God. I mean, how did that ever get through the design phase? I don't know. They're like, yeah, that's what we want. You're like, no, it's not. Yep, obviously it was. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, do you have more specific? There's not a whole lot to say because it's good. And for rendering, like I said, some of the stuff that I would talk about isn't necessarily necessary for what you're doing. I mean, you know, even there. Little wrinkles. Yeah, I'm just saying it's pretty awesome. You should do the whole body and print him. It would make a nice figure. He's cool. Was this for anything in particular, or are you just playing around? Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was, what, 2016 when I presented at the summit? I loved what they call it, Tomas's backwards technique of ZBrush. You kind of crimped up your arm here a little. That looks great. Well, I like that you're keeping your anatomy, though. You know, I mean, that's the nice part, is that it is, the thing about the anatomy is that it is we see anatomy every day from the day we're born. It's one of the most familiar things we're with. And that's why it doesn't take a lot to, make, very subtle things make people go, wow, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that anatomy? So I'm house sitting my friend's house because they had to move to the other side of the state because they opened a store up there. And so I'm staying with my friend's mother, Lee. She's 76. And so I don't really watch TV except with her, right? Because she wants to have Bailey's at 4:30. So we have a daily Bailey's session. And then like in the mornings when I wake up, I'll have coffee and I'll sit there with her a little and watch some TV with her. And I realize that TV makes me want to throw myself off a cliff. Commercials all day, just commercials about pills. But that has nothing to do with anything. So I look at everything as design, right? I mean, it doesn't matter what it is. I comment on the color combinations and I comment on people's bodies and I comment on, and she's like, my God, how do you see that much and like able to pay attention to it? Because like, I'm always like, oh, wow, look, that side of her face is longer than that side of her face. Oh, look, his left arm is smaller than his right arm. And oh, look, and she's just like, how do you see all that? Like, how do you, it's just, I don't know, it's like, it's what I do. I analyze everything I see. And it makes her nuts. She's just like, I can't even watch TV anymore because now I'm going, that girl has a baby jaw. And so I've ruined Lee's TV watching experience by telling her what I think of everything. So anatomy being that underlying language, it's what we see all the time. And by you retaining enough of the anatomical correctness, and I mean, like you could put 6 arms on this guy, right? But you understand enough about your anatomy to imply actual functionality. That's the word I was looking for. That it allows even the mass abstractions to be, clear. It's nice. 2 thumbs up. Like I said, you should do a couple of these with full bodies and make some figures because these are nice. They're fun. 2 thumbs up. You're killing it. Oh yeah, no, it's great. Do you have any specific questions or? Oh, like how crunky my shoulders are. Cool. And definitely keep posting them. These are fun. And if you ever need to print some, I'll print you a couple of them because these are cool. I like them. I like it. All right, Henry, are we off to Senna's part, or?
So this one's kind of on you. Really, Blue Salad is next, but
Okay.
since CPR, I don't know if you want to blow away what you've got.
Well, let's do him last, and then that way, if there are people after him, I can just load it into his ZPR.
Sounds
Even
good.
though if you give me some weird environment, no. All right, nope, that's not what we're doing. We're doing that. And we're going to get rid of our box so I can see what was on the box. Were other things on the box? Nope. Okay, we'll get rid of our box. Boop. All right, so first thing, get more resolution in this base, because the problem you have is with your distressing happening in this low a res makes it bigger, and it sort of makes it out of scale, because these cracks are roughly the same thing as, you know, some of these cracks, but they're just, the cracks are a little out of scale to the model, if that makes sense. Because you're, you know, if this is a table with a chalice on it, right? How tall is that? Maybe, you know, if you have a person, I'm guessing that that's roughly the scale of a person. Oh, Horatio, I knew him well. Is Senna here?
Not by voice, but they're definitely in the chat.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought I just saw him. Hello? Okay, so determining the scale of the person in the room is going to give you an idea of how big this detail should be. And I just feel like it is a little bigger than the scale of the room, if that makes sense. You know, this is nice. I mean, it's fun. It's good shape. Yeah, the only thing I see at issue here is really, I think that the other thing is this is so nice and clean, and then these are much lower res. So you have a resolution issue here where this stuff is obviously a different resolution than this. And just this edge crispness, this edge crispness compared to this grumpy gumpy distressed edges. And I don't know if this is meant to be distressed or if it's just that low a resolution. Is a little too different for my taste. Because these are the highest resolution things in the scene. I also think that this would travel all the way around the column, but you have these pinchy details. I would say that if you're going to have that frame, then distinctly make it a frame, because there is no architectural period that's going to have this soft coney point with your Neo-Greco patterning or Greek patterns. Does that make sense? I think that, you know, if you're going to stop that, make sure that this is a distinct frame and it stops. I don't know what that pinch style is. Like this is, I mean, there is no, and I'm not, you know, it's fantasy, blah, but there is no there is no classical architectural format that's going to have big pinches like that. Because first of all, what you've created is something that will knock off very easily, right? These fins, and no one's building a temple that you can just walk by and knock off one of the basic foundations of its. And the other thing is that when they put these big blocks on the bottom of the columns, it's supposed to feel stable, right? You know, I mean, visually, it's supposed to have, that is the foundation of what you're doing. So I think that this edge feels flimsy because it's so thin. And if you're going to recess it, it would be sort of a straight recess. And, oh, look, I'm about to have a heart attack. It would just be more stable, because right now what you're getting is this reflection that's an angle that comes out to a thin ridge, so it feels light. It feels this nice light form, right? The frame is light. It's not, and I mean, just go to the Parthenon or, you know, any of these things that they have that foundational weight. And at the bottom of the columns is where the weight is. And I think you've lightened your columns up a little. I also think that probably, maybe not. Like the problem with ionic columns is in a room like this, your column would be presentational. And the ionic columns are presentational to the inside, but you're not seeing that to the outside. Let me see. Let me see if my architectural theory is correct.
Sina wants to know how they can render it better.
Eric? Sorry, I don't render. I mean, I'm not a very, I think that, you know, getting a slightly higher resolution meshes might help you, because I think that you're going to be able to see a lot of this. But, you know, once you start painting on things, see, that's what I mean. Rendering wise, I think if you left yeah, I'm not a renderer, sorry. I have little ideas, but I don't think they're going to help much. So if you look at how the ionic columns are formed, their plinths, their bases are usually wider than the top. And you see how it feels heavy at the bottom? And I think you have lost that weight by tossing them up. See here, see how the ionic columns are presentational front. And I think that if you're looking into a room, I think your usage of the ionic column is going to be, like I said, presentational front as opposed to presentational interior. I'm just trying to find a structure that uses them. See, even here, pointing out. Now, that is the answer for multiple directions is the, God, what's it called? Can't remember. But this was the, see here, where the ionic comes to the quarters, and so it's presentational from all directions. You may want to shift to that column, because just a straight ionic, I think, is usually door front presentational. I was just trying to see if I could find usage where they aren't presentational forward. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. And so the other thing about the column, the proportions of the column make it feel heavy at the bottom. And you can see that by down here, this is fatter, and then this is wider. And what you've done is by making these big, first of all, the column's a little, or the ionic head's a little big for the column. So it actually makes the column feel anemic because the head's so big. So I think that if you're going to use an ionic column, you probably want your proportions to be a little bit more in that range. And then it's probably even smaller than that, to be deadly honest. And then you want a slight taper to them. Nope. Nope. But do you see what I'm saying? See how the proportions of the column are a little weird? The other thing is, most of these classical columns actually are not straight. They have a little belly in them. And that's, so when you're standing at them, it's a forced perspective trick that makes them look taller. I just think that it got a little anemic down here. I mean, if you look at the proportions, right? I mean, here's a perfect example. And the thing is that these proportions were very specific. I mean, it's all Fibonacci and the golden ratio. And I mean, they were not kidding around when they were dealing with proportions. And if you look, ionics are very rarely that large compared to the column. Does that make sense? See, those are the sort of the cross ones. I don't know why I can't remember the name of it. Well, I know why I can't remember the name of it, but it's frustrating that I can't remember the... Yeah, because see how on the corner... actually, that's a good picture. See how they're presentational to the outside, to the front, to the view. But then at the front, they have the ones that are presentational to both sides. So these are fine because they are presentational to the outside. But the corners should have the quad on it. So it's presentational front and side. So that's the issue. Yeah, they were all about Fibonacci, that's for sure. So I think the only things I see are you should change the front column to a quad presentation column so you can see them. I think that especially with this big of a plinth, I think that the column heads are too big. And if they're too big, I would say you probably need to make them just a little bit bigger because that's a short column, especially in proportion to the base, right? This is very, I don't think I have fine matrix on this. I do not. Oh well, I was going to show you the proportions, but so anytime you're using a classical column, I would pay attention to the Fibonacci proportions because it will look odd if you're not hitting those. So I would relook at my proportions, do the corners to be corner columns, and because when they switched to the other styles, they were full round. They weren't that flat directional, so they didn't have that problem. But with the Ionic, keeping things presentational is important. You there, buddy? Henry, did we get any response or?
They said, "Yep, important tips."
Okay.
And that was the last thing they said.
Cool. But no, you're getting there without a doubt. So now the only thing we have left is the ZPR.
There's 2 ZPR. I asked the last one to resubmit.
Guys, you're killing me here.
Blue salad now, and then Imperial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, how about we can't preview that file?
Sina also uploaded a photo that's in that directory, which I think you can preview. You don't actually have to download.
Yeah, I think so too. And that's in this folder? Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is...
I moved it.
This is what's his name? What's his name? I feel so bad.
So red sphere, is that following curves? Green sphere, how can make that sense?
What?
So the red circle, is that following curves?
No, I think he actually... Well, no, you're right. Those are applied. I'm trying to remember the process images. I think it may be actually. I'm trying to remember. Because this is the same pattern. This amulet and this amulet are the same pattern. If I remember correctly. But I think actually they might have been you will call them multi-alpha vector displacement maps. I think these are VDMs if I remember right. I'm trying to remember the process. I think these are VDMs. And I want to say he might have hand sculpted these in. No, they're the same distance. These may have been, the follow curve. I think these are VDMs and this is follow curves. Oh, you can't see my finger. I think these are VDMs and this is follow curve. If I can remember, right. It's been like a year and a half, I think, maybe 2 years. Because he had a process breakdown. God, what is his name? It's killing me. Oh, sure they are. It depends on the printer. I mean, you're talking about this? Could this be printed? Yeah, of course. Oh my gosh, I can't remember. I can't think. It's very embarrassing. So yeah, I believe it is VDM and follow curve. But yeah. He does things in tons of little parts too. Holy Hannah. I would just lose my mind trying to keep track of anything. All right, so who's first? Did you say blue salad? All right, first thing, let's get rid of paint. Because paint. All right, why can't I get rid of paint? Is there a reason I can't get rid of paint? How'd you bake that on there so good?
You had this problem before. I'm trying to remember how you got rid of it.
Well, normally you just go to the plane tone, go to color, and fill object. But it's not. So it's baked on somehow, and I don't.
Well, they modified it in Lightwave and then brought it back in, I guess.
Mm.
I don't know what that changes in ZBrush.
Well, that's a shame. Well, here. We'll talk about this one for now. So, first thing is face is too flat. Let's get a little bit more. Right. And because his eye, people's eyes are just deeper, their chin and their, and I don't have a a profile image here, so that doesn't help. But so you got to remember that the nose kind of comes out, the face and the jawline come, or sort of. So this is a cylinder, and then this is a ball, right? So you got to remember that this is going on in the nose area. So the eye has to come back some. Even people who have, whoa, I thought I was drawing. I'm assuming this is Biden. Is that who this is?
Yep.
What?
Yep.
All right, so let's do this. All right, well, that's close. I'm like, nope, here's a flash page. Oh no, here we go. You can see that his eye is still back some. He kind of has a rather pointy nose. Do you know who Biden reminds me of, Henry?
I do not.
I just have to do this real quick. All right, where's Where's that picture of him like kind of frowning, being angry? Okay, maybe that one. We'll keep that photo. Okay. Old guy. Puppet. Comedian. Ah, yeah, that's him. Okay. Yeah, there he is. Right? Now look at Angry Biden. Come on. I'm not hearing anything from you.
I don't see it, but the person who made the model called it. They said you were going to say that.
Ah,
And
see.
you did.
There's one picture. There's like a picture of him and a picture of the puppet. It's hysterical. They have similar eyes. That constant squinchy eye. They're very similar. So, I mean, you could see how Biden's nose is actually quite a bit more pointy. His eyes drop back a little bit more. Not a whole lot, actually. He has a pretty flat face. So I think that getting the depth in. The other thing is that your eyes kind of tilt in. Let's look here. Right there. All right, first of all, let's do this. Because this paint is making me insane. We are going to... Well, here, let's just work on this guy. So here you're actually closer, honestly. This one has a lot more character to it than the one you chose. And I think you also have some of his forehead shapes a little better. Let's go to see-through. Oop. And you can see that the horns really are close. No. Come on, where are you? So when you're using reference, try to get it from all sides. Now let's... Yeah. See, that's actually coming a bit too far. But there we go. Kind of get your model in roughly the right place. I'm going to start with the nose. And I'm just going to instantly give us a little more depth here. Okay. And now, well, I guess actually I need to do that, or we're going to change the scale. Lip, nose, eyes. So make sure when you're doing caricatures and you're using reference material that you try to get it close, because it's the little things that really are the visual cues, right? Come in here, and I need to turn the opacity up a little so I can see where his eyes at. And now I would import this into the program too, because I can't get some of this where I need it. because you can see like how deep his mouth comes in with the reference, and look, the ears in a completely different place. He does have big ears though. And so when you're doing caricatures, definitely get a profile. You know, if all you have is a front and a side, that'll help you a lot. Yeah, and so now, obviously, you need to come back in and, you know, find the front and match your lines to the front as well, because we sort of stretched him out. But you see what I mean, where he does have cheeks and and I know that I haven't matched it to the front, but you know, getting the depth is a big part of the caricature. So I would say definitely work from a profile as well as a front. Because see, he's just completely flat. Now there is a senator who's this flat. I can't remember his name, but that's a different issue altogether. My guy looks a lot more angry instantly. But does that make sense? I think that is going to be your first big step, is go back, find your two reference images, get them roughly the same size, and get them into do you know how to import reference images into ZBrush? John Kerry has a flat face. I'm just gonna. Is that a yes or no? Do you know how to do the reference imaging? Okay, so I would just make sure that you have a profile as well, because that's the big issue. Because I mean, we all could identify him first. The other thing is, don't paint him until it's done. Get your image right. Get your sculpt right, and then paint it, because basically painting, you can hide, any of the issues with the sculpt, and that doesn't help you, with the sculpt. Fishy fish. Why is that dragging? It's only like 500,000 polys. Bizarro. He has little tight lips. Yep, but I would say that's the number one issue to begin with, is definitely having a profile to work from, and don't paint it until you've resolved a lot of the sculptural issues, because by baking that on, I have no way to see my strokes, right? It's just it's hard to work on a model that's painted. Well, you might. So if you did use a profile from the side, the thing is, make sure you pick a profile, because there are a couple profiles in there that actually are a little bit from behind. They're not actually true side. They're sort of like here, and that will flatten the face dramatically. So you may have picked a profile from sort of back. And you can usually tell that if you can see the back of the ear. It's not a true profile. And then if it's like this, you can see the brow a little bit more, then it's not from the true side. So it's just making sure your reference material is tight, right? because you can see here, there's substantial depth, and his nose is sharp. Where the image you have, his nose is very flattened, and his chin is protruding, and you know, that's just, it's not. His lips are farther in front of, even from here. He doesn't have a big protruding chin. Ah, see, that's the picture that looks like the puppet. Look at that. That's totally him. I'd say that's, nope, that wasn't it. That's probably close to a true profile, because we're not seeing any extra brow, and we're not really seeing the back of the ear. And you can see there's quite a bit of distance. His eyes are set back from his nose, even though his lips are pretty flat. Like, this is a pretty straight line here. He does have a straight upper lip. Little peanut head. And you may, like, just take a drawing, you know, go over the image and draw it, and then you can get your lines pretty cleanly. That might be an easier way of going about it too. Yeah, there aren't a lot of profiles of him, are there? See, that's from the front. All right, you can see his other eye. Kind of looks like a great white shark there. Little black eye. That's pretty informational, though. So yeah, just make sure your references are good, because what were their names? It's like Hogsworth and Biddle or something. I can't remember what the two guys' names are. Westbrook and... what are the two old men from the Muppets' name?
I don't know. I'm Googling it.
It's like Westbrook and Brickle or something. I don't know.
Statler and Waldorf.
See, I was close. What did I say? Westbrook and Brickle?
Yeah.
I mean, that's close, right? I mean that was, what, 40 years ago? I don't know. Yeah, but also definitely don't bake your colors in, because you really want to be able to look at them without color. And he's a little football patty. He's not a robust fellow. See what I mean? It's hard to see what you're doing if you can't remove the paint. Right, his shoulders would be in a little bit more. And even in a suit. Yeah, he's a little wide. Yeah, I think if you just bring his face out, I think you're going to be a lot happier. Because you actually have some implied old age things here that, like, this is a common profile for old man, right, where you have sort of that. And I think his lip is a little bit protruding at the bottom. But I don't think it's quite this. Like how you have that scooping there. I think that's an issue. But yeah, do it with the profile. Don't paint it before you get the sculpture right. And let's talk about it next time. Well, I think that, 500,000, did you keep your resolution? No. This is a Dynamesh, right? Yeah, well, this might be a decimation, actually, huh? No, it might be a Dynamesh. I would still start with quads and subdivide them and go from there, and then that way you can make bigger changes easier, if that makes sense. It is decimated, yeah. Sorry. But play with the profile. I'd love to see it when you get it on. He looks good though. He's fun. All right, so the next one is a ZPR as well.
Nope.
Did he have any other questions?
Blue, do you have any more questions? The next two files are ZTLs.
Oh, good. So he reconverted, or they reconverted them.
Yep.
All right. Jeff, how do you use the golden ratio? How you get it, or so the easiest program to use with the golden ratio, or to be able to use the golden ratio while you're working, is a thing called Phi Matrix. And it has meshes, like it has these pre-grids that you can drag out, and these grids lock to the golden ratio. See how these get smaller? So this is the golden ratio, so it changes. What is it? 133? Is it 1 3? What's A is to B?
Are you trying to say the golden or the Fibonacci sequence?
Yeah,
it's 1 3 5 3 plus 5. It's
right, but there's like the little verbal formula, and that is like A. Whoa, what just happened there? Oh, it changed pages on me. Hold on. Darn it. Oh, you're killing me. Okay. This, come on. Now pause. Now this, so it's A is to B, that BC is to A, or I can't remember. Whatever.
Yeah, I only know it as a purely mathematical formula.
There's a verbal way of phrasing it too. I just can't remember what it is. Sorry, my poor brain. I'm sure it's in here. He wrote a whole book on phi, so but yeah. So like the column heads, right? It's based on a Fibonacci grid. So the foundation is this, and then the next layer is that, and then the next layer is that, and then it goes here, and then you have a little thing, and then your little ionic column is smaller. So that's what I'm saying, like the ionic column, the ionic head can't be that big in relationship to the bottom, because it doesn't. Good old Fibonacci wouldn't let that happen. 1.333. But what's cool is it does it in ovals and triangles, and it does it all kinds of things. And I mean, this is a pretty cheap program. I think it's like 18, 20 bucks. Design is 19, professional's 34. I don't remember. I have both of them, I think. It's been so long. But he did write this book on the golden ratio. And it's actually, if you want to understand Fibonacci sequences in the golden ratio, he did a very good book. It's actually very informative. Yeah. So that's how you lay the grid on it and you can see what your grids are. That's the way to use it. All right, so we're going to here, boop, 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 boop. So it's Imperial Fist. Is it not this folder? Am I in the wrong place?
Yeah, you went in one folder too deep.
Okay.
Go out the folder. There you go.
Okay. Do, do, do.
Imperial is first.
All right. Boop. Turn. Is this someone else who baked in their colors? What are you guys doing to me? I don't even understand. Color, fill out. See, it won't do it. What is that about?
How can you tell the difference in this view since you have poly turned on?
That's it. Damn it. See, I was so flustered by the last one. Thank you.
Okay. I was about to say, I don't think there's color in that.
Well, see, the thing is that it's really in the blue. It's really obvious when, right? Because there's the blue tone behind it, so I know that this is still the poly groups. Where when it was against white, this looked painted, and I didn't have lines on, so I didn't see my lines. You see what I mean? Shh, that's my story. I'm sticking to it. All right. Are they here in chat, or are they?
Are here in chat.
Roll. No, it was me being a ding dong. It wasn't you. Oh, you're not in vocal chat. Okay.
No, not vocal.
All right. So first thing I see here is horn. This is a pretty common thing. One I'm going to divide up just to get a little bit more geometry here. And that is, you just took, let's say, a V shape, and you kind of cut this out. And so you're losing that feeling of the skin coming up onto the bone, so it's protruding, you know. And so I would say you probably want to change this a touch. Make sure that when the horn is coming in, you want to make sure that the silhouette is not this, but this, because this makes no sense. Where now I'm going to come by and I'm going to define that edge. And now I'm going to come back and kind of fill that up so that's flush. And now I'm going to come back and define that lip with SK twist. Come back with a clay fill. Where are you? There you go. So I'm clay filling that negative, and then, or holding down Alt, then I'm clay filling this positive. And see how that feels like that's actually coming out of that. And then if you really want some more, like this is pretty smooth compared to what you had a lot more undulations. I would come in with slide and just tap my surface and just kind of push in both directions, push that back and in, grab this and pull this out. And you can determine your undulations like this. But what grabbing slide here is doing is it's never allowing, right? Because if you think about a horn coming out, right? It's not going to come and then scoop under this. It's going to come and then this is going to sit on top of it. So you want to make sure that you're selling that story of something coming under and penetrating through, not something that has a big scoop on it. Do you see the difference there? And now if you want that to be more melodramatic, it's fine to, you can put a ridge here and make this like a fatter or thicker skin, but you still want to make sure that the relationship at the intersection is just that. It is the skin going under that flap. Yeah. Now, I would say the same thing here. Oops. You want to make sure that it appears that the gums are going up and into the mouth, not just a V. So give it a little bit of rollover. You can even give him a little lip there. Come back in, fill in from this side. Come back in and knock down this side. And see now, even from here, you're getting the meat rolls up and under, comes down. Not a V. Yeah, twist is the greatest thing in the world for edging. Because see even here, see how this is a V, your silhouette comes down like this and then comes out like that. This is not going under that lip. It's Ving to it where it, no. Twist. Clay. Boop, 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 boom. Fill. You see how now that reads as those gums going up under the skin. Now, this little area should have quite a bit of tension on it, right? So you get in there, but it just feels a little floppy as opposed to, because this is sort of a muscle tissue, right? So just instead of getting lumpy, just make sure that these things have the tension you want, right? Don't let those lines get lumpy. Then thick. Do you see how keeping those a little straighter creates the feel that when that's opening, there's some tension in that surface? Once again, sinus, other direction. Just by giving it that lip, it's now something that is penetrating the surface. Not just being cut into it. Right now you have a hole there. And I would say, oop. Ugh, yawns, sorry. Nice reflective lip. Comes in. It dives under that. That's now the brow. Meat. When you're starting to do your forms, I would say make sure you're thinking of nice reflective edges so you can understand how the light's going to be reflective off your objects. So you can see them, they sort of start square and planular. I'm thinking about the planes and layers and how they interact. Right. Big reflective surface. We have an undercutting surface there. That transition, that comes out. And so that allows me to get sort of everything in the place that I want it. And then you can come back in and smooth it out and only put the like the little ridges where you want them. But there, at least everything's in its proper place. So think about when you're doing your block up to keep things a little bit more angular. And I think it'll help you keep the idea of where you are. Once again, make sure that that's going into the surface. And here again, if you don't want it just to be round, you can come in with slide and kind of move it around and dig it in places. So if you're trying to get some of that wavy pattern, slide's a great tool because it locks it to the plane of the horn, and then you're dragging everything down from that. You can kind of push up from the other side and pull down. And you can see it doesn't break the plane of the horn, so it makes a little bit more sense. I would make these a little bit more of a step. Where they're like, because it sort of has that gill feeling. Right, so they're not just freestanding ridges, they kind of plane behind one another. And that pushes some of the dimensionality to it as opposed to them just being like a fin and then having a straight trench at the bottom and a fin and a straight trench. It'll read deeper if this continues all the way over. And this is a point where you can come in and knock these edges down so this edge feels thin, but it's not really thin, because it's a really good way of tricking the eye. Is that so you sort of have this going on and it kind of does this and then it kind of does that and kind of does that, right? You know, you have this it's a distinctive U bottom, where if you kind of make it a little thicker and then bring it under and a little thicker and bring it under and a little thicker and bring it under, what you can do and once again I'm thinking printing solutions as well, is what's nice is you can sort of, I'm going to come out here, so if you have a shape that's sort of doing this, right? Excuse me. I should have turned away from the mic. I'm sure that was pleasant for everyone. If you do this, and then you keep it thin right there, but then it can get thick down here, this will read as a really thin edge, but you have tons of meat, so you don't have any problems with that breaking off. Right? So you can sell it as this really thin edge. Right, so we can come here and just scoop a little out of there and scoop a little out of here. And now it looks like you have these razor thin edges, and you may not be wanting razor thin edges, so this might be erroneous information, but I'm giving it to you anyway. Right, so now in the reflection story, this reads super thin, but, oops, come on, seriously? There we go. But you can see that it's not thin at all. It's just, it's an optical illusion. So think about something like that, because that'll help that from becoming really fragile and snapping off. I think that if I had these gill things going on, I'd probably want I'd probably still want this to be a little bit prouder. Just so it feels like a skull, right? Very rarely will a skull cave in at the back. So if you just punch this out a touch, that allows the skull to feel a little more round, as opposed to the center back being the lowest part of the skull. Oh. Water. Always important. Does that make sense? And that in turn would allow you to, do something bony and protuberancy. And the other thing to remember is that, like, this is a gill flap, but you transitioned from this muscle, and the muscle's not going to transition into a flap. So make the muscle continue to go where it was going, right? And then if you want a gill flap coming off of it, make sure it's sitting on top of that muscle structure, right? And now it doesn't look like that muscle just flopped off and turned into a gill. The muscle at least is there. It's where it's supposed to be, and you have this as a superficial element on top of that muscle. Yeah. And I would just look at, once again, an anatomy book a little and just make sure that these are kind of doing what they're doing right, because muscles, now once again, if you want this, like the guy with the worm, if you want this to be shelving, great, but you know, these don't just meet, they kind of go under one another. So having the pet come out from under the deltoid, right? You see how that looks a little bit more like anatomy than
How do you think about calculating proportions for a monster?
well, you know, it's truly, monsters really come down to silhouette, I think. So it just comes down to sort of what you're trying to sell. Like the guy who did the monster earlier with the very big long neck and the little tiny head, you know, that's humor, but the flow was very nice. So it just comes down to silhouette, I think. So like here, you know, what are you trying to sell? So the head's honestly pretty close to human proportion, if you think about it, right? You know, we have the back of the head, the neck, and the back muscle, and the pec. You know, he's a little bulky, but that's not, but really the eye is even pretty close to where, you know, the human eye would be. So he's not that far off of human proportion. And so because he's not that far off of human proportion, you would probably stick to human proportions, right? And you're pretty close. You know, obviously the cheeks get, or the cheekbones get a little far out there, and that's fine. That's the monster's face. I would say, you know, just pay attention to what your silhouette is. That's why I keep this up all the time. Oops. And it's nice, like when you're doing your block up, if you're, and I mean, obviously this is, here, let's duplicate this. You know, if you're playing with proportions or trying to figure out your proportions, I would do something like this. Keep this pretty big. And now come in and just look for a silhouette that you like. And I'm not even looking at the model at this point. I'm just futzing with my silhouettes. right? And so now you found a silhouette you find interesting. Now go to the side and, you know, futz with it until you and like I said, I'm not even looking at the model at this moment. I'm just looking at that graphic. Right, so I would just futz with the block up until I found this silhouette that I like. And now I'm going to make this smaller. And now I'm going to look at what I have. And I'm like, oh, okay, so what do we have here? We have, you know, actually this kind of looks like a praying mantis head now. And, you know, but do you see what I mean? Where I did a rough anatomical placement and then futzed with my silhouette and played with my lines and see what form I wanted. And now you can come back in here and decide, oh, okay, well, what is what, right? So that's how I generally, especially with creatures and stuff, that's how I generally start with them is I'll work out my form, I'll work out my silhouette, and then I'll go, and you know, I have a rough idea in my head, and I'll throw something down. So there are eyes on my model and a mouth and this and that. But I'll just go and push, pull, and twist. And sometimes, yeah, you know, I usually start up here with my silhouettes when I do creature stuff. Yeah, and the beauty, you know, the beauty is there is no real right answer. You know, it just comes down to if you're using human anatomy or if you have anatomy, right? You know, I mean, there are things that are just balls, you know, if it's very stylized. But if you're using anatomy, I would say, you know, okay, so we got this. So what's something that is relative to this shape? Like I said, from the front, it sort of looks like a praying mantis. From the side, you have that lizardy sort of wiggly skin thing. From here, I would go straight to, you know, let's say, Komodo dragon anatomy, right? And so, caplux. I would come in and look at its musculature, see how it's put together, and say, okay, well, it has these big neck muscles. This is how the shoulder interacts. And I would do my first quick basis block up on something like this. And then that way you're selling that story, that anatomy. You know, it's also sort of a praying mantis. So and you know, you can find, you know, something like this where you're getting sort of the structures and, you know, its pose, its figure, and just find a corollary quickly. And then that'll allow you to kind of base stuff on real anatomy. And I think, once again, if you have anatomy, you want it to be as close to real anatomy as possible, because, like I said, it's the one thing every single one of us sees from the day we're born. And so when things get funky, our brains know something's wrong. Even if we can't identify it, we know something's off, something's odd. So that would be the process that I would work. Most of my monsters that I did recently were very human, so it wasn't... I mean, they have big weird heads and stuff, but they're more like yokai or... I can't think of what, like, the Godzilla monsters are called. Yokai are the ghosts. The monsters are... Yeah, don't remember. Yeah, thank you, kaiju. I knew it was right about the same length and started with a K, and it was not coming. So does that make sense? I think that's how I would go about it. Kaiju. Right on. Do you have any questions? Get earplug ear after a little while. You want to make it broken? Oh, you mean like broken off? Move elastic. Grab it. Drag it back into itself. Maybe I dragged it a little too far. Drag it in. Maybe this is a time for crumple. Me and my crumple brush. I was hoping it would disrupt that a little more, but yeah, the crumple normals are wacky. There's no sliding off that. There we go. I wouldn't do it symmetrically, first of all, but well, yeah. Come on, you. Orb cracks. And once again, make sure that they're kind of layers. It just reads better. Where are you? Is that what you mean by broken or cracked? Rajora. I would do it something like that. But like at William Henry, we used a lot of mammoth ivory. And some of the most beautiful part of the mammoth ivory was what they call the bark. And I think it's just one of the outer layers. And since, you know, it's 10 to 30,000 years old, the outside layer really starts to turn into like this bark feeling. And as it breaks, that's just sort of the image that I have, because, you know, mammoth ivory is horns. So let me see if I can find a picture. Picture. Yeah, right. It gets sort of this barky, but sometimes, like on some of the old pieces, it has these big cracks in it. We have some that's like this copper green. It's like this blue green. It's awesome. Let me see. Something that's a little more of the full round. Wow, man. They have a lot of really nice mammoth tusk. That's got to be like a collection. That's it's funny. I mean, I understand the blocking the ivory, but the mammoth ivory is so beautiful. It's just really cool. And let's face it, it's 10,000 years old. They were like, yeah, but if you sell that, then, you know, it promotes the sale of elephant tusks. I was like, well, start hanging people for elephant tusks. That'll stop it. Yeah, you can see how there's like the bark there, and then there's the core. So if you're looking for horns and stuff, I would look up mammoth ivory horns, and they just have so much character. They have a lot of really interesting properties, and especially some of the stuff coming out of Siberia, because of the clay that it was preserved in that area. You get these really neat colors because the minerals seep into that outer bark area, and they're just, oh my god, it's gorgeous. It's so cool. There is some very, very, very cool mammoth ivory out there. I love you can't even look at Facebook anymore without logging in. Evil. Yeah, here, this stuff's awesome. I have some like this. This is from Siberia. And it has this really just gorgeous blue, green, black. Ugh, it's sexy. Yeah, I mean, just look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? It's so cool. And it's funny because it's just from the minerals that it sits in. I want one of those. Oh. Yeah, that's actually cheap. I wonder when that sold. $700, that's crazy. Yeah, it's probably $900. That's still cheap. All right, enough of our questing for mammoth tusks. I don't know, did that help? Oh yeah, dinosaur is beautiful. Actually, a lot of the William Henry stuff here, I'll show you. Art Station. That is mammoth tooth. I know we have dino bone in here somewhere. That's not carbon fiber. Carbon fiber. That's not carbon fiber. I want to say that's one of the. Hold on. We have this beautiful red. Yeah, here. This is dinosaur bone. This red. And they have some of this that's red and green that is just like, yeah, see, now that's carbon fiber. The other one was not. Yeah, that's a dinosaur bone. That other white one with the wiggly things is dino bone. There's some really gorgeous. That red green stuff. Yeah, you can see that. Right, they just polish these out, but it has like this weird, like squiggly, wormy feeling. Some of them do. Yeah, here. See how there's the blue, the red, and the green? So this is the kind of bone that we were using on those. And you can see you can just buy it in slabs. But that's, and you can see what that is, right? That's the porous core. And it just attracted minerals. But some of these, look at that. I mean, that's just so friggin' cool. It's gorgeous stuff. There's some really, really cool ones. Dinosaur bones for sale. But yeah, I mean, there's some really, really cool dino bone stuff out there. And yeah, you usually buy it in slabs like that and cut it into slabs because you can see what's happening, right? This is the outer bone, and then that's the spongy core, and then the spongy core basically turns into agate. It's so cool. I love it. It's neat stuff. Neat stuff. Oh, there's tons of, I mean, like a lot of this is, I mean, it really just looks like a stone. It's not something like this. Most of the time, this isn't like a dinosaur bone that's then sliced up. A lot of time it is literally just chunks of broken stuff. And not all the dinosaur bones that are in museums are agatized or turn into the gemstone-y stuff. It has something to do with what minerals and words, blah, blah, flirter, hooda, hooda. So not every dinosaur bone you chop open looks like this. Okay. I can see that I'm being told to go to the next one. Oh, did we already send it in? Oh, no.
I think you got that file loaded already.
Which one is it? Is it this
That one. Yep.
Right on. So your silhouette's nice. So what are we doing here? We're doing a skull with some meaty attributes. Like we'll have, it's not like Skeletor, it's just a skull, but it's going to have like meaty features as well.
They typed.
So, okay. So the first, especially like if you're at this level, the best thing you can do for yourself is copy. And what I mean by that is this, is if you're making stuff up just out of your brain, the problem is that you have no way to tell if you're right or wrong, right? So if you try to, and when I say copy, I'm not saying, oh, copy my work or copy their work or blah, blah, blah. But finding an image and find one that has multiple sides, and whether that be, you know, a rabbit sculpture or a skull or because what you have to think is that the actual content does not matter. It's just something that you have multiple views from, right? It's far better if you have like a top view, a side view, and a front view. And then try to copy it as close as you possibly can, because that allows you to have very strict restrictions as you're learning, right? So a rabbit has to have a rabbit ear, right? And it has to be this long because that's how long that one is. So it's not, oh, this is what I think a rabbit looks like. It's, this is what that rabbit looks like, and I am copying it. So I would just go and find, let's say, 5 things, whatever they be. And I would probably go with slightly stylized things first, as opposed to hard anatomy. And I mean, you know, this is stylized. This is fine. But the thing is that you need to learn how to see. And that can be tricky. It can be a pain in the butt. And the thing is if you're making stuff up, there's nothing wrong ever. Because you're like, well, that's how I made it, right? You know. So I would say the best way to improve rapidly, and it's actually better if you try to copy things that you don't even like, you know, that are sort of annoying, or, you know, where you can't be emotionally involved with it, and you're not doing it because you're a fan of it or you like it, because then you like it. And so you get emotionally attached to these things. Just pick, you know, Hello Kitty. And I'm not joking about Hello Kitty, because I had to sculpt a lot of Hello Kitties, and they are so anal about the curve of Kitty's face versus the curve of Keropi's face. And like, it's a very complicated compound oval. And if you can do a kitty right, or if you can do, you know, I mean, just anything, you know, I would start with either sculptures or drawings and try to match them. Because once again, you know, if you're trying to do something very realistic, that has a whole bunch of other issues. So I would try to find, you know, a cartoon character, or, you know, a picture of someone that's, you know, just try to get the shape and form down. If you're doing anatomy, you know, don't try to get the anatomy right. Remember, you're trying to get the proportion, the shape, and all of that right. Sort of like the Biden that we saw earlier, right? You know, from the front, it looked like Biden, especially since it was painted. It, you know, it was Biden. It was a caricature, but it was Biden. But if you looked at it from the side, why it looked wrong from the front was because it didn't have enough depth. And so, you know, do a Biden, fine. You know, just don't get worried about like the wrinkles and this and that. Just get it proportionately correct. And if you just do that for, seriously, if you did 5 a week for a month, where it was something that you had no like or dislike over, it's just, you saw a picture and you can get a picture of whatever the subject matter is kind of from the front and side. And if you can get something that has front, side, and top, hallelujah, all the better. But I would say that is absolutely the best way to start doing any of this. Because, I mean, honestly, you know, your early anatomy is good. You know, I mean, you have things in the right place. You know, this muscle's a little funny, but that doesn't matter, because obviously this is still blocked in. You weren't tuning. You know, this is going under that. I mean, you have a good eye if you're, you know, just learning. You have a good eye about what's going on. But now you need to start to be able to identify form through shape. And I think that copying things is going to be the best way for you to learn, or to go to the next step from here. And, you know, do a few of them and bring them in. Or, I mean, you know, bring them to the Monday thing and bring the reference. And then the beautiful thing about that is we can get really nitpicky about where things are off and where things are on, because there is a right or wrong, right? You know, I have a microphone at home and I have this microphone. They're different microphones. And if I were drawing my microphone at home or sculpting my microphone at home, but I said that it is an Audio-Technica 21B2 or whatever this is. Well, that's wrong. I mean, it may be a photographic representation of the other one, but it's not this microphone. So, this microphone provides limitations. And I would say that is going to be the best way for you to do it. Now, if you're doing anatomy, here we go again. Henry, are you ready to... yeah, Pure Ref's a good one. But also that book, Anatomy for Sculptors, is a great book if you're trying to deal with early anatomy, because it does break out, block up, teaches you. He just... There's a lot of really good information in that one book. And I think for sculptors, it's one of the better books out there, because he does draw on actual pictures of people. And see, so once again, there is a right or wrong in those anatomy drawings, because, well, he's drawing on a person. And if he draws something in the wrong place, it doesn't match the photo, it's wrong, right? So you want to practice on things that are definitely right and wrong, right? So you can't cop out and go, well, I like it that way. That's what I meant to do. No, it isn't. No, probably not. So I would say at this point, grab stuff that has some reference images and just copy and do it for a month, and you'll be shocked at how much better your sculpting is, or how much easier it is for you to identify the shapes, forms, key points, and highlights that identify the character of whatever you're making. So I would say that's where you should start. Did that help at all? I mean, we can talk about this if you want. I mean, I'm not saying we're not going to talk about your sculpture, but if you have specific, at this point, it's still very much a block up. So, like I said, here, you have the right, things are in the right places, What is going on? Oh, that's not clay tubes. This isn't quite that shelfy. This comes out a little more. But it's so much easier to discuss this kind of stuff if you have a reference, so we can discuss what's right and wrong. And it also allows you to think about what's right and wrong. And it's going to get you into the habit of observation, right? And you have to have a reference to judge something by, right? So the last monster was basically at human scale. So, everything was roughly in the right place. It was telling the right story. It's sort of like novels, or movies. And that is, you can define any rule of the universe that it's functioning in, but you can't break the rules of the universe, or it becomes an obvious problem. So let's say you have spaceships, you have this, you have that, you have everything, but no one can turn left, right? Physics just does not allow left turns. And so, throughout the whole film, you have no left turns. But then all of a sudden, someone takes a left turn. So either that is for a very important script reason, right? It's like, oh, wait a minute, we can make left turns the whole time. We're not NASCAR world. Actually, they don't do right turns, but I'm dyslexic. Doesn't matter. You get the point. But all of a sudden they do. Either that's important because it's changing the story, or it's a major screw up because, someone just was dyslexic and then turned left, and oh, wow, now the movie means nothing because the rules of the universe have been broken. So every sculpt is a story, right? And so right now, you're not storytelling, and you shouldn't be storytelling, because you need to learn about verbs and nouns and paragraphs and sentences and stuff like that. So if you view your stage of learning as learning the language you need to produce your art, I would say focus on learning that language, and the easiest way is copying, because then you don't need someone like me to say, hey, you know, what about this, this, or this? You can look at it and you have a much better place of judgment. And then when you bring that here and you have your photo references, I'll be looking at it from a different perspective of you, and I'll have things to say about that. So I think that's probably right? Yeah, no, I mean, things are in their place. Things are good. I just think that that's the easiest way to be project oriented to learn. And it helps. I mean, you just get a lot better much faster. You have any questions? What's our lag? Wow, we only have a 5-second lag still. Sure. So basically, I would say that the lower jaw is probably, well, it's not too big. See, it's funny because, you know, you have meat on the skull, so it's sort of a little harder to tell. Because, you know, if you're talking about this being a realistic skull, you know, the brow actually kind of, the center of the brow is actually higher than the outside normally. The cheekbones come out, but, you know, they're not. What's going on here? Clay tubes. I mean, that sort of is this little bone that's coming in like that. That curl. Is my brush just big? What's going on here? This comes up, kind of does that. You have your proto-occipital arch. Your cheekbone sort of faces out. And you can see him thinking about it in planes initially. It's a pretty good profile. Comes down. This is why I thought you had teeth on it, because, or meat on it, because that's too far out. Because it kind of drops back and in. back in. You can see that the lower face is a little long. Let's get that kind of back up in there. And then that's your row of teeth, and that's your row of teeth, and then that's that chin, jaw, hole. This presses in usually. Boop. Oops. Way too much there. So I think that just getting right. There's a little divot there that comes out. Then it goes up in there. There's your little Scoopy Doo there. Boop, doop, boop. It comes back, does that. You get a little pokey guy right there.
You're just gonna sculpt the whole skull, huh?
Yeah. We'll stop there.
Thanks.
Maybe.
You don't know we have more files.
Oh, we do? Oh, I didn't know that. I was just kind of kicking off time because I didn't know we had that many more. So, yeah, it's a little bit more like that if you're talking about skull, as opposed to skull with meat. Does that make sense? Or did that help at all? Or am I just sculpting a skull here and and then you can kind of just push it to get it whatever the you know, you can always come in and give your skull character, but think about it usually as it is. And actually Skull's eyes are pretty round actually. I don't know if that helped at all, but it's a little bit more like a skull. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome sauce. So now I have to download more files. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. There are quite a few now.
Wow.
The one that starts with a G is next, and then Danilo, and that will probably be the night for us.
All right, download. 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 And is that the... That's the... Is the... Okay.
And then there's a folder in there from moon honking.
There's a full...
Yeah. It's yeah, near the bottom of your screen.
Oh,
It was.
okay. Download. Oh. Man, do other people's shoulders crack like that? I know you can crack your fingers, but my poor shoulders are like... It's tragic.
Mine doesn't.
Thanks. Let me see how you are.
I might have to make you re-download that moon honking file after a while. The files are still coming in on my end, but you might have got them all. I don't know.
Oh.
But either way, you got a lot to get through before that one.
I didn't know we had so many things creeping in. All right, so we have...
1 a.m.
Right? It's really funny. It is definitely the pickup in... Oh, that looks nice. The pickup in where there's that lull to whatever that next time frame that actually kind of gears up. Fascinating. All right, so we did... So that's you. We're doing you. Doing you. Alright. And was there oh, the moon hammer. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Let's see. Is it still downloading? Oh no, Pixologic file. Change the name of the folder. What's going on here? Is this the same? Oh, I see. That's the name of the piece, I guess. He separated that. Okay. Let's delete all. All right. So this one. Oh no, Tiger Anatomy.
Yep.
So the first thing I am going to point at is this. If you haven't seen this, it is Steve is just awesome sauce. So and now let's go to images. And where is his big cat? Is it that old that it's not even showing up? Oh, there we go. No, that's... He has a lion that is pure sex. How is it not showing up? Super weird. He actually used to sell models of it. Like physical, like the... I could never pronounce... Ecrochet? How do you pronounce the darn word? It's late. Alright. Well... He has one of these for a lion. I just can't find it. But if you look at his animal anatomy, it is just absolutely just the most awesome crap in the world. He's so talented. So I would find photo reference like this. Even if it's a dog, it's still basically the same anatomy. And you can start to see where these muscles are pinching and forming, and it's just really good dynamic anatomy. So like I said, once again, finding a reference is important. And I find that his reference, especially in animal sculpting, his references are fantastic. It's so funny that's Steve had like long flowing blonde hair. But from what I'm looking at here, you're looking pretty darn good. These fold over one. This is more a bit of a mass than it is. Here, let's look at dog. Dog. Sorry. You see how like they are lumpy, but they're folding under one another. You're getting these insertions and origins, and they kind of flow out of one another. So you're not getting quite right. See how this is sort of one mass? This shoulder sort of does that. And then these do this. Right? And you can kind of see it here, right? They're separated, but it feels like one mass, and then this one kind of bubbles up between them. And it does it on all of these. This angle's a little odd, but it really does sort of, this feels like one layer, then you get this bump, and then you get this bump. And these feel more like braided leather than gagoom. So I think that this little mass here that comes in, that goes up under that. This is coming up from under that. So I think that you're just a little, well, see, there you go. I think what the problem, or what's keying me off, is that I think that's, so instead of Azure sculpting, instead of coming in and cutting these, this is why I like clay tubes, because I can come in and I can make things that are definitely going under things, and things that are going over. So I think what's sort of throwing me is these, it feels like you took, and I'm going to be melodramatic here, it feels like you kind of did this and we got these lumpinesses, as opposed to that feeling like a layer of woven muscle. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but because you're close, it's there. I think this dent right there is bothering me. That might be the point. I know I get weird, but look at how these are interacting just a little bit more. And like here, just having a little bit more tension. Man, I don't know what I touched and then touched my eye. That was horrible. Just a little bit more. I know these sort of do S-curve because the origin's here and it's stretching out and over and back and in. But I think just a touch more tension, because that is not clay tubes. Right where it's sort of straight, comes out, and then is inserting there, and then that's sort of doing the same thing here. And just getting a little bit more tension in your muscle structure there, I think is going to be. I do have symmetry on. That's not good.
You sure do. Chat was making fun of you about it.
It happens. Right, and so that's going under that. This is coming up and kind of going over that. And so these just have a touch more tension in them. They're not quite that soft. And I know this is stylized, and you're like, well, I want it to be that soft. But I think that, you know, getting some of that muscle tension and it'll help some. Undo. Come on, you. And let's see, what does that... It's really frustrating because he has a beautiful cat sculpture. It's just really annoying. But do you see what I mean? See, these have tension in them. Right where it's connecting, it's pulling, so you're getting that tension. Yeah, here too. Right, I mean, do you feel that stretching? You can feel that tension. And that's one of the hardest things about because even here where it does go through this curve, there's still like this belly of the muscle when it's flexing. And so kind of thinking about what's happening, that muscle fiber's bunching, and it may curve, you know, like even this, you know, is this sort of weird soft curve. But there is an insertion and an origin, and there's always tension in that, or it's not flexed and it's soft. So I think that kind of just wrap your head around some of that a little bit. You know, the face is great. I mean, you know, all in all, you're there. You're real close. Your silhouettes are nice. But here's another, you know, that's sort of what I talk about tension. You know, if that's tens, this is tight. And then you have sort of this scoop in here, because it's not like there's a ton of stuff up under that. That is inserting to something. And right, so just think about those surface tensions a little when you're getting into these areas that are obviously under the word's not contraction. Yeah. See, it's getting late. My poor brain isn't working. Not like it worked before it was late, but I forget words a lot. And it looks like you're still blocking out here some. Right. But this is another place where, you know, that muscle is coming in and inserting. So what's happening to it? And I'm not saying that's the position of the muscle. I'm just saying, do you see what I'm talking about when I'm talking about muscle tension here? Or, you know, that appearance of tension. There's a stretch to muscles, you know. They have, even if it's going up under something, you know, it has an insertion and an origin, and it thins out, it bulks, and it thins out. So when it flexes, this muscle fiber bulks wherever that's happening. So you wind up with these sort of flat, pinchy, tubey looking things, right? And that's, every muscle does it. They all look the same. And that is because you have an insertion, an origin. And so the muscle doesn't just do, and I'm obviously this is not what you're saying it's doing, but it's not just this flat thing, especially when it's flexing, something's going on. And that something is, it's diving up under something else. Like if that's doing that, well, this is coming over this and it's flexing. So there's a little lap over, but you're getting these, think of them almost like water balloons, right? When it's flexing, you spin that, all the water goes down and it bunches. And that's what muscles do, right? They bulk, and then the tendons are really tight and there's a lot of tension in there. So having things that have, like, if it's going from there to there, you got to think that at some point that's tight. Even if the muscle is flexing, then these get even tighter, and you can really almost find a straight line between them. Now, if it's bending over something, obviously from one angle it's going to be curved, but even there, it's thin there, it's thin there, and then your muscle bunches, right? It gets, and so you get these shapes, but they come down and they have these really tight little insertion and origins. And so where's tools? That's not that picture. Come on, give me a big picture. Yeah, there you go. That's as big as it gets. Okay. Right, but you see what I mean? Right, this is tight, and it comes over and it inserts. And then this is tight, and it inserts. Insert, insert. That's going over that, but that's inserting. So all muscles are kind of this shape. So when you're putting them in, you've got to kind of think, see, from this angle, it looks like that's cutting in, but this is a flat surface and these are going over it, and that's coming out from under it. And so you got to think about that. And so, God, I just said and so like 300 times. Sorry. I would just like to see a little bit more tension in your musculature. I think that's really what I'm seeing as an issue, because honestly, your forms are there, your silhouette's nice, it looks good, right? I just want to see a little bit more tension in your musculature, and that just takes a little bit more wrapping your head around what's actually going on. But all in all, it looks great. You're like, okay, I get it. Tension. Say tension one more time for me. But the motion's nice. It's there. It's looking good. I just want a little bit more what? Yes, exactly. Tons of light reps. Exactly. Layers. Do you have any questions? All right. I don't know if that was helpful. Hopefully it was. References. All right. So who's next?
Danilo.
There are 3 of those, so I guess it doesn't matter which
4.
one. 4.
I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes.
Did I just not load them in?
Which ones do you have?
I don't know. I have this one. That's alien, I think.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Alien. And then we have gargoyle.
Okay.
And then we have, I don't know what that one's called.
Just hold your mouse over it for a sec.
Oh, or calf.
Okay. So you're missing Bernini test.
Interesting. Hold the hand. That's a lot of parts. Okay, so why is that gray? Oh, because we have paint on. Never mind. All right. So, alien. Whoa, no undoable operations. I just wanted to push frame. Okay. I like from the side that you can't see him. That's nice. So it's nice. Your forms are interesting. There's some cool silhouetting going on. The fact that like he kind of hides in the shape from the side, and but you too need to work on tension. So how do I keep getting the wrong brush? Right, think about what's happening. Coming in, coming out. It's flexing. That's why you're getting that big bulbous lump right there, right? And now the next one, kind of coming in. So when these things kind of straighten out on the bottom edges, where it's getting the thinnest, it gets fairly straight. Even, you know, they might curve a little, but there's that surface tension in them because you're getting, and obviously I'm blowing this out a little, comparatively speaking, but you're getting the flex, so the muscle lumps, and then it comes down and it's coming under that muscle, so it's inserting down here somewhere. So we're losing the tip of that, right? So, but you want to imply surface tension there. And like I said, I obviously blew that out dramatically, but see, like this stuff, if that's curved, it's rolling over whatever this is here, right? So you can still have tension there and it can still curve, but when it's crossing over here, you don't want anything lumpy up there because it's tight. And then, you know, it's getting, so where these things crisscross and go over one another, you really don't want any squirreliness because you lose that story of things going over and under one another and them being under tension. So once again, sort of think of water balloons and you start whipping it like this. You get that S going. And then where the extension of the weight of the water balloon goes up and out, it gets fatter. So you have that whole, right, if you're doing this to the water balloon, thin, thick, thin, thick, thin. Well, that's what the muscles are doing too. Your insertion, origin, and contraction. So as the muscle contracts, it bulks. and then these get thinner and tighter. So just think of that surface tension, having stuff that has pressure and stretch. And I think, see, like in here, this is just a chisel, right? Where I'm assuming, is this your rib cage or are these these guys? What are those called? This set of muscles. Oh my God, I'm bad. My poor brain is not cutting it. So if these are ribs, fine, have that edge. If they're those little muscles, they definitely need to terminate in between, right? They have this kind of action going down. And these are bulking there. And that way, when you start thinking about your muscles, I tend to just always do it in straight lines and then figure out how and why it's curving. So get some tension in your muscles. I like this little guy. I mean, this is a nice feature. This is actually going back behind that. That's nice. I always love when these little surface screwlies turn into detail. Nice. I like that part. It's good stuff. But here, you know, once again, what's happening is this actually anatomically similar to a bicep? If it is, well, you're missing where this is going, because this comes up and under this. And you got to figure that this has got to attach to the torso, because that, you know, is bringing it in. It's not just attached there. So you have these overlapping, you know, once again, think of it sort of planularly for a moment. That's going up and under, but this has to go up and under, right? Think about where that's headed in there. It's coming up under that pec muscle. And then the pec muscle's coming up and over. Right, you're getting crossover. It's not just this fatten up. Now, once again, alien anatomy, who knows? But think about where it's attaching and what it's trying to do, right? This, right, does this. So where's it attaching? Okay, it's attaching there. That's probably coming over it. That's coming back and under. And then you have this coming back and in this way. So it's posterior. I can't think of the damn word. Sorry, my poor anatomy and vernacular is gone. So make sure you kind of wrap your head around what's actually happening. And then decide, you know, is that plausible? Is that what you're looking for? Right. You know, once again here, these are coming in. Right, that's coming up and attaching to the pelvic bone. So that's tight there. And then does that make sense? Or does everyone think I'm just using tension too much all of a sudden? But all in all, super fun. You know, once again, you've just kind of cut these in. Think of stuff in layers and steps, right? You know, that is probably cutting behind that. And that might be in front here, but drops behind. So make decisions about what is happening there by how the muscle is working, I guess. Yeah. All right, so let's go to gargoyle. So when you are texturing something like this, you've applied a homogeneous texture in the same scale over the whole thing. And what that does is it becomes surface noise. And that surface noise subtracts from, it becomes just, it's no longer texture, it's just noise, I guess is what I'm saying. So if you come back with like SK trim or something like that, and like places where whether, or let's say it's been touched or something, you're going to you're just using, you haven't applied this. This is just noise, right? Surface, noise, apply to mesh. So make sure to apply to the meshes, because now what you can do is you come in and by softening it in certain areas, you're breaking up the monotony of the exact same pattern all over everything. And you can see now you can dictate where the eye goes by creating the flat spots. Because, well, if you're rendering, it never matters. So, you know, you're going to paint over it, who cares? But if you're going to try to make these things physical objects, that much texture just becomes noise, and your brain just goes, it's all the same, and it stops looking at it. Where if you come in and now these flat spots become the highlights, and the texture now has a little bit more meaning. Does that make sense? Exactly. And not only does it become the same as that it's no texture, it actually takes away from everything that's there, because your brain looks at it and it just becomes noise. So think about noise in Photoshop. Noise in Photoshop is there to break up crisp lines, to break things up, make it fuzzy. So basically what you've done is you've just blurred your entire piece by making it fuzzy the whole time. And you know, it's really interesting to watch people print models that they designed for rendering. And, you know, they could be these beautiful photographic models, and they have all the pores and like the little hairs and all that. But if you do that in sculpture, it just becomes noise. It's not, oh, that's so realistic. It's, it becomes chatter, and that's a big deal. Now, I would say that in your cutting back of this, I like the flow, but I think that you cut all of this back to the same depth, so you lose a little bit of your structure in your gargoyle, right? So technically that's still a cheekbone, right? And I'm just going to do it here too, just so we can see what I'm talking about. All those cutbacks were cut back to the same depth once again. So you're kind of eliminating some of the character by having everything be that real deep stroke, where you come in and you think about it in layers, not cuts. Come on, you. Why are we acting weird? All right, there we go. Oh, I didn't want to do both sides. I wanted to show. Oh well. And maybe cross something over here. And I mean, I'm not. You know, you might want that to be. It's not necessarily a comment on the aesthetics. It's a comment on if you go like this, and all the lines are the same depth. Those lines have now no real sculptural value. They just become something that's breaking up your surface. Now, if this were supposed to be a cloudy, wispy thing, you want that surface to go away, so that makes sense. But when we're doing the cheek here, you know, having this be a step instead of just two lines that we're doing this, you can see that by making these planes, I've sort of retained a skull concept, right? So be careful about big, deep lines. Things just read better when it's layers because your brain grasps something going in front and behind of something. Or it's just very few things just have big chattery lines cut into them. Right? And so if you're thinking about this as things going over one another, and I'm just breaking this up into planes. I'm not saying that you have to do something that is not as curvy and wavy. I'm just trying to get you to see how and see, because I now have that as a base, when this comes around, that can come around, and I think that had a line on it or something. So now we have our planes determined. You can come back, and I would tend to build out instead of cut in. Where are you here? And now as I apply, you know, some of that wavy line, it's relative to this plane size, or where these planes are. And so now, right, by creating things that are steps, it still has a reference of substructure. And that's going to read much more solid than, you see what I mean? You lose, because it looks like this is the snout, and then this is the bottom jaw, and that's sort of the cheekbone. But that being cut way back up into the skull, you lose that skull structure, and everything down here is very solid and stayed nice. And then this becomes very wispy, and you no longer have the actual anatomical substructure there. Does that make any sense? Right? Hold on, let's come back out to here. Boom. Come on. You can do it. Boom. But seeing how I sort of have that story of a cheekbone and a lower jaw and maybe a muscle coming out from under the lower jaw. So just think about not cutting too far deep into that that substructure when you're doing that. You can get this wispy feeling. You just want to make sure that it's coming from like a structural point, because you have that story down here in the body. See, it is stylized. I'm just saying if it were wispy all over, I'd be like, oh, well, it's wispy. But this isn't wispy. This is very static and stayed. So, you know, and okay, the deltoid does cut back in there. Right, it just doesn't squirrely off out there. It inserts. And then this comes over there and comes over there. So don't just have weird little... Alright, that's not important because that is stylized. So not really complaining about that one. But hopefully that makes sense. Because see here, I mean, you still have a lot of that stone texture, but where it's kind of polished off, you're now starting to tell the story of some age and some motion, and you know, there's something going on there. All right, now let's see what we got. We got half orc. Is that what it is? Half orc. Okay. Well, you lost. Is this supposed to be fabric, or is this its torso? Because something happened here where we lost our anatomy and we got sort of this big hole indenture thing, and then we have sort of fat rolls coming down. Oh, left right symmetry's on. That's not what I want. And I understand if this is a fantasy anatomy, and that's fine. I'm not gonna gripe too hard about it. But if you have like loose, warbly skin, and then like, what is this transition? Is there a trapezoid under there? Is the pec coming in and actually, so sort of like the gargoyle, for the most part things are still going to have their mass, right? So let's do a pec muscle here. Like that muscle is still going to come up here and cup under the dell, and like this is going to be a mass, right? And then you can come and have, let's take standard and let's turn our gravity up a lot. No, that's not what I want. Gravity, here we go. And I'm going to point it out a little. And I'm going to just do, wait a minute, no, stop that. Turn that up, make it smaller. Nope. Turn that down. So I'm doing, but do you see what I mean? Like there's still the foundation of what that pec muscle is. And then these are rolling on top of it. They're not cutting into it. Right? Do you see the difference there? Now, I'm not saying you necessarily want your pec muscle to be as such. You may want it to be concave, but I would then sculpt my form, especially something that has lots of wrinkles, because once again, most people, their first jump is to cut things back and in, but the problem is, especially if it's like skin or something like that, is that that is actually, there is a muscle there, I mean, you definitely have the implication of it, right? And so this is a muscle mass, and you're like, well, I want that muscle to be concave. Okay, well, it can be concave. But I would still start with the base structure first. Because what it does, when you're cutting wrinkles into things, the wrinkles are still sitting on something. And when you don't, the depth... So, let's just do this simply, right? So wrinkles, there's this. And then the wrinkles are sitting on top of it. So these troughs are actually telling the story of what this surface is. What a lot of people do is when they cut their wrinkles, they cut in. And so now what you have is a surface, but now you're cutting your wrinkles in. And so this story right here doesn't tell anything, right? These are all a different surface. So you got to make sure you're thinking about what is this sitting on, and then is it fat wrinkles? Is it this wrinkle? It's that wrinkle, blah, 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 blah. So now let me come back here, and I'm just going to follow your side here. You got... point this out a little more, kick that up a little more. I'm going to roll that forward a little and we'll get, there we go. So now you have wrinkles that are actually coming off of a surface. Does that make sense? And I know these are pretty flat compared to yours, but I mean, you can use inflate with gravity and that'll be fatter. I just grabbed standard because I didn't want to screw my other brushes up.
Is gravity something that was introduced in 2021, or is that...
No, gravity's been around forever.
Can you explain what it means real quick?
Okay, so gravity, I've pulled it out here. It is actually in modifiers, I think. Nope. Surface? No. Depth. All right. So in the depth menu under brushes is your depth menu. And see this right here? You have gravity strength and this little arrow guy right here. So what gravity does is it literally applies gravity to your brush. So we're going to come back up here. Let's go back to standard. I'm going to use a big brush. And see how I can change the direction? And then I can have it point straight out. I can have it point down a little and out. So we're going to do out and down. So now I'm going to take this and I'm going to draw my line. So let's look at that stroke, right? See how it appears as if there is gravity being applied to the brush? It's coming down. It's doing that. Does that make sense? What's happening there? So
Yep.
now I'm going to make this point up. And now when I do it, the gravity is being applied up. See there? Now the thing about gravity is that it is camera oriented. So if I want, see how this is hanging over? I'm going to push gravity up. And do you see how it's cutting up and under there? Because my brush stroke, this arrow is pointing straight up. Now, if I want this to be more like a fold, I can tilt it, and then I'm going to apply my gravity and apply my gravity. And you see how it's to the camera. Now, if you want it to be sideways, you point it sideways, and then that's what direction the gravity is going to be. And if I cut back up, see how it's cutting back and under. It's all sliding on a plane. So now we're going to point it straight out. And you can see now that it's just coming straight out. We're going to point it a little up. You can see that it's going up. Let's point it a little down. Now you can see that it's pointing down. So gravity is just an implied force or a directionality that you're tying to a brush. Right? You can see here that plane is in front of straight down. So if I wanted something to go on the chest here, I would change my directionality a little. Yeah? Does that make sense to everyone? Or
Seemed good to me.
did that answer the question?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that's my issue with the wrinkles. I mean, you know, your anatomy is actually pretty good, right? I mean, you have some tension in the muscles here. This one's flexing. If it is flexing, make sure the arm is bent. It is bent a little, so that's good. Here again, though, I think that you have this sort of applied, homogenized texture to everything. Don't be afraid to come smooth some of that out to give yourself high points or highlights. Just the overall texturing, I think, especially if you're coming out of the computer, it actually is a hindrance more than a benefit. If you're rendering, I get it. You're doing your rendering thing, and that's a rendering thing. But do you see how just loosely going over that, it gives you those high points, but then you have like the puckering below. So it's a more interesting texture than just all homogeneous rough pattern. In here, what are you doing? You have your layers doing okay, and then you just cut these fingernails in. No, actually, they have some depth. Now, this just goes to show you that making it roll makes that so much better. It's on the outside here, but it's on the inside there. So see how it looks like that's coming over that? Just that light story is telling that, where this looks like it's cut in, even though you have depth here. So because you have this dent right here, it reads like it's scooping under. So make that going under and then coming over. It's a little low res to get good clean lines here, but that's okay. That is not twist. Do you see the difference there? Just make sure your layers are doing what they should be doing. All right. Looking good. Is there another one? Is that all of them?
I feel like there was one more.
Botticelli, is that what it was?
Yeah, Bernini test.
It was a Bernini. It looks like Botticelli. All right, boop. What's going on here? Oh, I have transparency on. I have that on. Okay, there we go. You sure that's not Botticelli?
I'm not sure of anything. 3 in the morning.
Oh, and not Botticelli. Brancusi. It looks like Brancusi. Well, here again, I think the only real issue I would say is getting things to go under and in. And I don't know if there's like a reference that doesn't do that. And you can say, well, Tomas, this reference, look, it doesn't do that. But I just think that it will give you a little bit more dynamic energy if, you know, these are actually penetrating at some point. So there's a transition of surface as opposed to just everything being cut in and flat. But it's fun. I mean, it's cool. Well, that says 5 hours and 40 minutes, but we crashed. So I don't know how far in we started at 8. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 7 hours?
7 hours, yep.
Yeah, about 7 hours. Yeah, once we hit that 1 o'clock, we get people. It's sort of really draggy until about 1. All right. Yeah, I crashed. It was a silly, ugly situation. Is this Botticelli or Bernini's so classical? How's that Bernini? Sure. Hold on. I don't know how to spell. That's close. That's a great picture of him, isn't it? Where's that leg? No, that's bird in space. So this, I thought there was one that was like really sort of the guy walking, and it looks a lot like this. See? I want to see your Bernini reference. I'm learning ZModeler. Yeah, ZModeler's awesome. I start everything in ZModeler. I know, and all the Italians all sound the same. Isn't this like the walking guy? Sort of like. I could have sworn that was Brancusi. Hold on. Now I gotta find the sculpture. I think it is. Yeah, that one, right? Unique forms of continuity and space. Yeah. Oh no, it's Bossini. Bernini, Brasini, Botticelli. Ah, Italians. Where's Sarah? Gotta yell at Sarah Greco. Boccioni. I'm assuming this is the reference, correct? Well, I think you just need to be a little looser, get stuff in, tune it in, you know. Because I mean, you're in the right place. Bocchini, yeah. It's sad. But he and no, I'm not even gonna start it. Forget it. But you know, this is actually a pretty good shot to him, because you're right, he's not getting a lot of the layer stuff. I mean, they were definitely shooting for but see, well, yeah, no, I mean, he distinctly has layers going on. These forms are not just right. See, you have a crossover here. See how that's happening there? There's your tension of that muscle. This is coming in and tensioning and kind of creasing behind that. You know, it's actually, yeah, that one's much more round. Someone over polished that one. Yeah, you can definitely see he has, that is that knee joint, you know what I mean? That's the thing about abstraction, is that you actually kind of really have to know what you're doing to do good abstraction, or it just becomes weird. Because moments like these are really nice, because this is very much what is going on there, right? You're getting that crossover tension in the knee joint, and then that's the outside quadricep. Yeah, wackadoodle. I love it. Right. And I mean, you know, I see the inspiration, and I think you're doing good here. I would probably join all this together at this point and then start sculpting and trying to just make it a little bit more fluid. Bossini. Too many Italians in my head. Oh, no, of course. I mean, you know, I'm now doing crits every week. Next week, I am actually sculpting, because I guess we're having a February sculpting theme thing. So I'm going to be sculpting a little character next week. But the rest of it, I'll be doing crits every week. So you'll have plenty of time to do it. Okay. Now where are we? Did I lose you, Henry?
Cena.
This one. Yeah, much better. Don't you think? I mean, I think that these have much more reason to be there. Makes more sense. I would still argue just throwing these little lines on here, you know, that's something that just makes me nuts. Fill in one side. I don't know. I'm not someone, just drawing little lines on the surface just kills me. Like, I would fill in one of these sides so it's actually a step. Yeah, or maybe fill in that side. You know, whichever direction you want the step to go. I know this is decimated, so you can't. But does that make sense? See how that reads better as a physical object here. right? Pick a side, fill it in, make it a step. Don't just draw it on. Because you've turned everything else into nice layers, and now you just have this like little squiggly doogly thing going on here. Stop that squiggly doing.
A specific question from Cena: is the texture on the sword good?
Yeah, no, it looks good. I mean, it's random. It looks chippy chitty. Not exactly. This looks like a wrapping, but you know, you have the hard things in it, so it's probably not. No, I mean, honestly, everything looks good except this like little squiggly line thing here. That needs to be a layer or something, because I just hate squiggly lines. You're gonna look at my sugar skull and go, well, that's all sugar, squiggly lines. To be fair, that's sugar on a skull. But does that make sense? Whoa, what was that about? Mm-hmm. Why isn't... Oh, because this is Sculptures Pro, isn't it? Yeah. I'm like, why does that look like poo? It's because it is poo. Right, that's just much more compelling than just on the surface. No, great improvement. Texture looks good. Zha looks good. Was he the last one, or is there someone else?
One more. Oh, and you need to re-download the file, Moonhawking.
This is Moonhawking, isn't it?
No, that's Cena.
But inside Moonhawking says Cena.
It's because you dragged it in there. Oh, it's because you downloaded Moonhawking's folder and Cena's file at the same time, so it zipped them together.
Oh. So these are just JPEGs? There's no model in there?
No, you need to re-download the folder.
Yeah. I think you just told me that 3 times, didn't you?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right. Just making sure. Refresh. Okay. So, boop. And there was another one, or is this the other one?
Yeah, that folder. That's it.
And this folder is the other one, and in turn the last one. Or was there another one?
Yes. Last one.
Water. Remember to drink water. Like my throat is thrashing out. Did it download? It did download. Yeah, I know. Did you see that? I tried to be cheeky, and it just didn't let me be cheeky. Alright, fine. Extract. Alright, so let's... Liking it. Let's look at our illustration real quick. Really? Cool, cool. It's like a meaty flea looking thing. I like it. Interesting. It's a caravan flea. Alright, and then what is our next image? That's funny, I like the sketch more than the model they did.
I think that model is a screenshot from
The game.
Elder Scrolls, yeah.
Yeah. No. And I assume this is concept art from the game.
Yep.
I kind of like this better than what they actually wound up with. I like the tears in it as opposed to just the cracks. I understand why they went the other direction. I'm just saying I like this side better. I think. I could be convinced. Either way, probably. I think this is a little weak, but this is a really nice. Okay, so now let's look at what we got here. Oh, well, look. See? Great minds think alike. Went with the right one. Okay, so first thing, I think that your edges are too thick. Let's go back and just double check our image here. And I can see where you're getting that sort of line from, but I do think that this is too flat because honestly, I think like in here, you're getting a weird return on your model. Like some of this stuff, I'm not really convinced about this step. But, so I think that come on, you. Oops. Because this is carapace. One, get a little bit more hard surfacey before you apply that texture, because the texture is making it look pillowy. So make sure your hard surface is making sense, because this is a hard surface model in some ways, right? Because it's, what's the word? Critinous? What's the word? Henry, help me here. It's not Chitonness. I'm like, it's not Cretan. And then once I said Cretan, I couldn't get it out of my mind. I'm like, damn it. So do you see what I mean by these edges were being very thick? You can keep the same step and not have them be so pillowy. Let's, boop. Nope, wrong one. Come on. Oh, it won't do it when it's zoomed out. And see, I understand where you're getting it from that sketch. I just think when it gets into dimensionality, that's just too fat. Because it doesn't look like carapace, it looks like bubbly. And like if you want that as a graphic line, right, you know, if that is, let's say, the edge of the carapace, I think you can get it in there. But I think with it just being pillowy, it doesn't read like carapace. And then you can punch this outside edge into a reflective surface. And that's going to let it read as a distinct step. It almost has like butterfly wing patterns. How that scale breaks out. See, but that's almost like tilings, right? This is almost like a snake belly or that tiling scale. So it sort of has the tiling scale. There's a little roundness in there. Hey, look at that little groover. Alright, so let's throw that in there. You have, turn this down. 1, 3, 4, and then these are going like that. Oh, I guess I did that a little early, didn't I? Oops. Alright, fine. Wrong. Hey-ya. Come on. Okay, so these kind of do all the way down to here. And then these are coming from there. All right, well. So your carapace is sort of hard surfacey. And then it does appear, I'm going to use inflate, lazy mouse, make it small. Let's see what we got. Do I want lazy mouse? No, I do not want lazy mouse. Inflate the intensity a little more. And it does appear to have little too much. this kind of deal going on around some of the edges. It's something like that going on. SK trim. Pop over that a little. So you can still get some of that flat round or some of that roundness out of it after you've put the hard surface in. But I think having these like be little steps that actually are steps where it has a little bit of that shell feeling, and then that sort of becomes pretty soft and does something like that. Too much. Bigger. Soft. Nope, softer. And inflate.
They did have a specific question as well. When you move on,
What was
they want to? They want to know how to make the head look more interesting.
The face?
The face.
Okay. Well, there was a little guy in here too. I wasn't sure if there was not something turned on.
Oh.
So you can see how that has more of a feel of a hard shell than this big soft edge does. So I just think make sure that you start as a hard surface and then come back in and put the texture on top of it. If that makes any sense. Right, because these are sort of those little overlapping plates. And I'd say these are still a little puffy. Chitinous. All right, so let's look at our face. These little eyeballs. They're there. All right. Where are these? Yeah. All right. So we got our little face going. How much geometry do you have here? Okay, I'm going to divide this a little just so we can get... Now let's go look at our reference art real quick. He's a little bit more like a goat head with horns or something. All right. So first thing I would do, I use clay tubes, turn it down really far. And I'm just going to go in and try to find like some patterns, right? It's like, okay, so we sort of have this pattern going on here. And that's sort of a thing. That comes over, that goes around. And you can see I'm just trying to find layers that are telling the story. And once again, this, you just said more interesting, so I'm just showing you how I would kind of attack this. This may have absolutely nothing to do with what you're trying to accomplish as far as design goes. So now I'm like, okay, well, these are inletted, but let's kind of think of it as a little cheekbone. So now that's a transition spot. A little cheekbone. Okay, that's a transition spot. I'm going to break this up and have a little bit of chatter in here, and that'll give me a new texture. I'm going to kind of find the next plate, and then I'm going to bring that over that one. And these will kind of come in and do that. And that's breaking that up. Okay, so you can see I'm just in here futzing, using layers, and thinking about how I'm going to join this together as something that has a little bit more texture. Little ribs, okay, and that'll be, okay. So I'm just seeing where the surfaces took me. Now, I might use flatten here. Let's see how that works. No, I think SK trim's still my best bet. And now I'm just kind of trying to deepen some of these layers. Get a little bit of layer separation here. Alright. And so now I'm going to take twist. Stroke the other way there. Make that transitional. Get a little. And so with twist, depending on the direction I'm going, I'm now picking what's sitting on top of what, right? I'm making some fairly subtle yet definitive layer choices, right? This is now going behind that, right? Because I've established that as a direction. And I'm just going to come through and fiddle futz until I get things sort of how I see them. Okay, gonna take clay tubes. Well, we'll bring clay fill in first, and I'll just come back and fill these in. Oop, frame. With the directionality, right? That's in front of that, that's in front of that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so now I'm kind of determining where things are and what they're doing. Got a rough idea where we're going. I'm going to go back to twist and come back in, and because the nice thing, you know, the insects sort of have these like weird little knurly, wrinkly, meaty spots in between the plates. Grab clay tubes, come in, kick that up just a touch more because I want to leave a little bit more texture. Cut that back, and now I'm laying texture and directions. And so I'm letting my brush texture kind of tell me some of that surface directionality and where I want things to flow and how I want things to work. Behind, in front, crossover. And I would just literally just keep coming through and kind of making little decisions and kicking things back and bringing things in front. And with my stroke, applying directionality, telling me what I want those surfaces to do and feel like. And cut that back. And so I'm always looking for, as Bob Ross would say, those happy little accidents. Right, and that's why I'm always throwing my brush strokes on and trying to feel the directionality of the surface with my strokes. And it allows me to kind of creep up on things that my subconscious is kind of aware of, but you know, I haven't made a conscientious decision that it's going to look like such until I see my little lines in there, and then some of these surfaces start to make sense. Boop. And I don't want anyone saying, Tomas, you're using your V tool, you're not using twist. I know, everybody calm down. It's too late for you to be kvetching at me like that. And I'm using cracks here as opposed to a later because I want that to be separated, right? I don't want that to look as if it is going under. I want those to be separate. So that is when you do use your crack tools and things like that, because you want to lose surface continuity. And you can use texture to start to separate some of the panels out. And I just go until I find like little things I like, and you're like, okay, well that should drop back behind that. Let's bring this out, you know. And so that's how I would start to go about making it more interesting. I would like lay strokes in and just see where things are going. Yeah, actually we have some really good videos. Eric's really talented that way. So did that help?
I assume so. While we're waiting, Sina has a question. When you're creating organic textures, what sort of thing do you really want to pay attention to? And Moonhawking said yes. Thank you very much.
So one more time, what was the...
When you're creating organic textures, what tips do you want to pay attention to, or what sorts of things really matter?
Organic texture, like you mean like a bug
Or
carapace
organic
and bark,
objects. Yeah.
Well, I think just flow and tension. You know, I think that you know, your silhouettes are very important. Having good motion. You know, the difference in, I don't know if you were here when we were, the character that was sitting in the chair, right? You know, the difference between it being stayed and then just rotating it and cocking the shoulders and giving it a little weight transition. You know, if you're having an organic model, having like start symmetrical, but then come back and change it, give it some motion, think about what's happening to the structure as it moves, motion, tension. You know, these are the things that make dynamic sculpture, you know. So start symmetrical, get everything in its place, and then come back in, move it, twist it, turn it, torque it, and get some flow. And making sure that, you know, once again, think of your water balloons and stuff. You know, good curves are important. And if you have a curve that kind of does that, that's a crappy curve, right? I know this sounds really simple, but it's important, right? So if you have a curve, having good curves makes sense. So you just want to make sure that as you're throwing curves down and you're picking forms, you know, that think about contrapposto, what's happening. If it's going this way, and this way, you know, the weight of something, where's the weight of the curve? The weight of the curve's here. If you think about, you know, scroll work, right? Well, a lot of people make really boring scroll work because they're like, okay, well, great, that's boring scroll work. Where if you come in, come on, you, oh, it's there. Right, because that's a return. But instead of just making it nice and even, you know, think about what's happening. Think about the weight in your curve. And so by having, you know, your weight shift in your curve makes it much more interesting than if you have it just being being symmetrical, nice and easy, right? Thin, thick, thin, thick. And that's tension. Thin, thick, thin. Like if something's coming around this, you know, it's tight there and it's tight there. You get a little bow in it and it's tight. And that is the implication of tension, right? If something were coming over this. And it can come out here and do whatever it is, but right here, that's the thin part, right? So it's gotta go thin, fat, right? Where that's tension's happening, having that expression. And, you know, the other thing is, really, if something's under tension, it's going to keep kind of doing that, right? It's going to spread. It can go there, but you're going to have that tearing. So I think in organics, that's really one of the most important parts, is having flow and surface tension. Because without it, it's lumpy and there's no dynamics, right? So keeping a dynamic image or a dynamic object really comes down to have good flow, good tension. Because that's the thing about hard surface modeling, is that it's all hard. So, you know, having everything symmetrical in its place and doing things right, well, that's what it's supposed to do. Where organics is all about, you know, just look at dancers, you know, just look at how with momentum you can defy gravity. And what is it, like the ballerina sculpture from last week, you know, this arm was short and it looked like she was falling over, but as soon as we lengthened that arm out and this came forward, twisted the hips a little, now there was a center of line of gravity that made sense. So, you know, it really just comes down to surface tension and motion, I think, is really the key to organic modeling.
Cool. One last question, and then I think we can end it. And I think the answer, I just forget his name. Who can they look to for inspiration on scroll work? And I really want to say that architect you really like, but I forget his name.
Louis Sullivan.
Louis Sullivan.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to see sexy scroll work, this dude is just outrageous. And if you want to talk about surface tension, here we go. Here's your boy. This piece right here is just one of the greatest masterpieces of surface tension ever. Hold on, let me see if we can find a big picture. Yeah, that's a big picture. Come on, give me the big picture. So you can see, now this is, but here, right? There's tension in all of these curves. There's not one curve here that's sloppy, right? You can see where it's inserting and where its origins are. Even when they curve, right, there's still motion, there's still tension in all of this work. And this is truly one of the sexiest pieces of architecture ever created. It is so hot. I mean, this stuff changed my life when I was a kid, seeing this. This exact piece right here is what made me want to be a sculptor. But you can see how, right, you know, this is going this way. Oh, but there's cross tension here. And that's not going all the way out here because this curve is holding it back and in. This is going out, that's going out, coming out, that comes out, that comes out, that goes out. And this is the guy who invented the skyscraper, so he's awesome sauce. But you can, oh, hold on, let me find the light fixture. Lewis Sullivan. Lamp, jewel, whatever to figure out, box, bank. All right. Show me the lamp. Come on, you can do it. This is one of the coolest things ever made. Come on, guys, where are you? I know it's right inside this bank. It's inside that bank right there.
You looking for that chandelier?
Yeah,
You passed it.
there you go. Now, I'm just saying, look at this thing. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that thing is wild.
I mean, this is just absolutely one of the most magnificent pieces of organic architecture ever. That right there is pure sex. I mean, if you just look at the weight in these curves, but you notice, see how he's using the cross-hatching rhythm to sell the motion, right? I mean, these are chatter, 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 space, 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 space. So it's getting tighter in here, right? And it does. It gets smaller, and this gets smaller. And I mean, here's this. This is going like this. It's tight. It gets wider out here. If anyone gets to see this, this is absolutely one of the sexiest pieces of architecture ever. And it's actually kind of bright green. It's interesting that's a little overexposed. One day I'm going to take my macro lens and take pictures of this bank, because, I mean, just how he uses the tile work. And the other thing that he does that's absolutely spectacular is this stuff right here is actually very traditional acanthus leaf scroll work, right? That's the other thing. Most scroll work was based on acanthus leaves, so this rolling leaf. But so you have all this wacky rolling leaf stuff out here, but it all starts with this very hard surface architecture. And it goes from very, very flat to just this absolute wackadoodle blowout of leaves. I mean, it is just truly... I want one of these. One of these days I'm going to sculpt one of these and make my own lamp. I'm totally going to knock off his work. I think Lewis would appreciate it. I'm not going to sell it. I'm just going to make it for me. But like how these like little stretch kites get smaller and smaller and smaller. And what's incredible about this is that it is abstraction, right? As you get into here, you'll see that these little kites actually turn into leaves and berries. Oh my God, it is just, I can't even express how absolutely awesome this piece is. Look at those things. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Just absurdity at its finest. I'd love to see. So the other thing about Lewis Sullivan is that this seems so hyper organic, but it's not. It is rigid mathematics. So Lewis Sullivan's also the one who said form follows function. Like he was a brilliant dude. And you see all this and you're like, oh, what an organic, loose, cool... No. Look at this. Lewis Sullivan. Book. Show me the inside. We're looking for this one right here. Yeah, okay, here. Yeah. So look. So everything he did. started with this mathematical architectural plan. And you can see it's like boop, 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 blah, 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 blah. It's just like where it's I wish we had better pictures, because it really shows the breakdown of how he thinks about these organic forms. And you can see how he's like, okay, and here is, remember how I was talking about the kites turning into these berries? Like here's the abstracted kite, and it starts out, it's a heart, and then it's this, and it has 2 berries, but then it stretches, oh, now the berries are on top. It is just this transition of form. And I mean, I cannot tell you how, I wish these got bigger. Now, every time I see his work, I just pee myself with joy. It is just so absolutely amazing. And it's all math. I mean, it's like hardcore math. It, like, just seeing his design sketches, like, you see where his brain goes, and you're just like, what? Yeah. I mean, you want to look at something that is mind-bending, because you got to figure this is coming out of really kind of just industrial, sort of not very interesting architecture, and this all happened like before the turn of the century. You know, this is like the late 1800s, early 1900s, and holy Hannah, he was on fire. And like the craftsman movement came out of him, and it's just, it's, yeah. System Architecture and Ornament. There you go, that's the book. And if you can get your hands on one, it's an awesome thing. Because once again, as you watch him step through these very staid, hard math, and it turns into this just wackadoodle organic bluflubbery, it's truly inspiring. You want to learn about organic forms, pick that book up. I think they have copies of them. Hold on.
All right, I think you answered that.
Yeah, look, none of these are. Yeah, you can't get one on.
Siren is saying the book is $200 currently.
Well, it's because, like, I think the last printing, what, here's 90.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're just, it's hard to find. There hasn't been a reprint, and I don't think this reprint was a big one. I have one of the 1961s around somewhere. It's in one of my boxes. I don't even know where it is anymore. I think you can get a PDF of it, though, if I'm not mistaken. Copy, boom, paste, PDF, boop. No, that's Amazon. Stop. Oh, look. $438 here. That's the 90 version. Yeah. I know that there are PDFs floating around, but it's well worth trying to acquire because it is just absolutely mind-bending. And you realize all these plates were his, like, just sketches. You're just like, it hurts your brain, because when you see his substructure and then he breaks it up and then he breaks it up and then he breaks it up and breaks it up, you're just like, oh my God, dude. Where is your brain? It is so cool. Just madness. Madness, I say. Okay. Any other questions? Any other?
Nope.
Are we doing?
I told him to stop asking questions.
You told him to stop asking.
It's 4 in the morning.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, shite. All right. Well, you get to yell at Sarah. She said she got up at 5 o'clock. Sarah's a liar.
I have work in like 2 hours.
Okay, I get it. All right, you're going to have to remind me of what model I'm supposed to upload after this so you can send it to him.
Yep. I've got
Oh,
it
it
in
was.
my notes.
I labeled it. Okay. All right, kind and gentle folk. Here we go. We're done. I guess that's it. Done. Thanks, Pixologic. Thanks everyone for showing up. Yeah. Thanks. Sorry, I'm tired. My poor brain. Like I said, I'm always so jealous. Like, there's so many people who are good at closing out their streams. I really suck at it.
You just gotta flow with it. Thanks everybody for being here. It was a great time.
check
Thanks
and
for having the courage to submit your models.
check and subscribe. Isn't that
Yeah.
Oh, that's a different thing.
Like
Sorry.
and subscribe. Different thing.
Check the like button.
I think for you, it's Tomas has a teaching platform.
Oh yeah.
Feel free to check it out. You can actually download his UI and all of his custom brushes if you sign up for his mailing list.
We have
Download
free
ZBrush.
videos.
You don't have it? Free videos?
We have free videos for Mini and Core.
Mm-hmm. Don't forget to promote your OnlyFans someday.
Yeah, all 3 of them. Yeah. Come check out the site, check out Instagram and all that silly stuff, because actually followers are going to be something that's important one of these days here soon. If it's snowing where you are, be safe. Don't swap saliva with strangers in public. Wear a mask. Do I have any other wonderful...
I think you got it. That's the most important one, really.
Yeah, don't get sick and die. Stay at home and practice ZBrush. That's what you should be doing.
And join the Discord.
Oh, join Discord.
Whoops, I posted that in the wrong place. I posted that to the Discord. Not helpful.
It just spit up my own nose. All right. So yes. That's the one. All right, guys. Thank you. And like I said, thanks for uploading your models. And you can upload models anytime, obviously. You know, so keep that number. And we are going to next week, I'm going to start sculpt. We have like a little challenge between the streamers. They're all doing a thing. So next week I might be sculpting a little character for that thing. But the week after that, we're right back to crits. So for the most part, I'll be doing crits most of the time. So, yep. Upload your models. Be safe. Buy ZBrush. Use ZBrush. Be ZBrush. All right. That's all I got.
Cheers. Have a good one.
Have a good one, guys. And gals. All right.
Now, where do I click to end the stream?
How do I end this thing? Why does it never stop? It never stops.
Is it an OBS or... Oh, God, what do I click?
Well, I record my film, or I record my videos in OBS as well. It's a different button. Oh, yeah, right. Stop streaming.